seeing an uptick in activity around the area. You got several interesting things to talk about. Got Kevin over here getting ready for the news at 6. That's going to be starting here in about 10 minutes. We've got everything from large hail to a tornado risk, and of course just several storms that could be forming around the region. We've got Shelby, newest member of our team. She's out chasing. You can see her over my shoulder over here. And of course we've got other chasers around the area as well. So what we're going to go ahead and do first here is we're going to go ahead and bring up our radar here, and we're going to see what's happening in and around the region, because there's a lot, like I said, to track right now. So one of the first ones that we're going to talk about here is down in Silverton, or just south of Silverton rather. As you can see, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning. This is the only severe thunderstorm warning in the News Channel 10 viewing area here currently. It's just barely, pushing up right there, getting up into Briscoe counties, just barely pushing out of Floyd County. Right now, it is currently warned for 1.5-inch sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. As of right now, we're seeing several reports of some rain. Of course, it's got a sizable hail core on it as of right now. Then we're going to zoom out just a little bit, kind of see a lot of the other activity going around the region. Outside of the News Channel 10 viewing area in terms of tornado warnings, there's up around Buffalo, Oklahoma right now. But we're going to come back to the Silverton here real quick, and we're going to look at a couple different elements of it here as we're starting out. We're going to start out with velocity. Nothing really too impressive here as of right now, but we are seeing some small rotation markers on this particular storm, namely right here on the back side, which is where you would look for tornadic development. Not seeing any tornado warnings or anything particularly imminent. It's not super impressive rotation, but it is rotation nonetheless. And as a matter of fact, one of our storm chasers, John Daugherty, has a good view of this storm here as of right now. So we'll get this pulled up full screen for you. You can see his view of it right now. He's currently straight south of that storm, just south of Silverton. So with that being said, hopefully he gives us a better angle of it if he pans his camera back up.
But look at the rapid rotation.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Right now, there's no report yet.
Okay, let me get it back. Let me call it in.
Up here in a second. Wait on that to start happening. But seeing a significant lowering.
We're 14.6 miles south of Silverton. So
not putting a tornado down right now. No discernible funnel being seen here currently, but could be seeing some large hail. I mean, that's $half sized hail. You can see that little bit of a lowering there. Could be seeing some heavy rains and some strong winds out of this storm. So we're keeping tabs on that. If that decides to put out a tornado or anything of the like, we will be giving you a look at it. There's a live shot, like I said, from our storm chaser, John Daugherty, right now. Bringing things here back to radar here, looking around the rest of the region. We're going to zoom out a little bit, and we're going to start to kind of move our way up more towards Union County. This was one of our severe thunderstorm warnings earlier, just straight north of Clayton. You'll see it's not terribly impressive right now. It's not severe warned anymore either. It's just they're skirting there just close to Cimarron County, over towards Texas County there in the Oklahoma Panhandle. That's kind of migrating southeast. It's weakening just a little bit here as of right now. We did have some activity up in Beaver County, but that's pretty much moving its way on out of the region. And then this right down here, as you can see, down around Fritch, Stinnett, Borger area, these have started to become a little more robust here pretty recently. So this is kind of something we're shifting our focus to. It's just to the northeast of Amarillo. As you can kind of see there, there's Amarillo proper right there. We're kind of focusing there up towards the northeast. And we have some good shots of this one as well with our Lake Meredith camera right now. As you can see, it's a pretty robust updraft there as of right now. This is looking off towards the south. So got a pretty good robust updraft on this particular storm. Like I said, nothing severe warned here as of right now, but we're looking at a dry line type event out there. So coming back here to cameras as they're getting ready for the news at 6, which of course when Kevin is doing his forecast, we'll be putting him up on the wall so you can see everything that he is doing. And of course, if you have any questions about the forecast, be dropping them in the comments. I know we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, and of course, newschannel10.com as well. So we want everybody tuned in, keeping up with us. But like I said, this is the activity that's going on around the region. But speaking of this activity right here up around Stinnett, Fritch, and Borger as of right now, I believe that is kind of the focal point of our storm chasing team right now, which is we've got Shelby, Alex, and Caleb out in the Weather Atlas right now who are pursuing some storms. So Shelby, I'm going to send it out to you in the field. Tell us where you're at, what you're seeing out there, and how things have been looking so far this afternoon.
That's a sign.
Yeah, Sheldon, we are out here currently. We are on FM 294. We're just south of White Deer right now. We've got the camera kind of pointed off to the northwest. We're keeping an eye on some storms that have kind of started to pop up. There's one south of Fritch we're keeping an eye on. There's also one little bit northwest of Stinnett. We are watching both of those right now. Some of the storms that have popped up today just haven't had the fuel to take off, but some of them have. So we're going to keep a very close eye on these two. We are ready to go. We are just south of White Deer, so once we get any ideas on inclinations of moving on up there, we will be ready to go. We're going to keep a very close eye on these storms throughout the day. We have been seeing a lot of development with that storm down towards Silverton as well, so we've been watching lots of radar, lots of model runs throughout the day. We're going to continue to keep an eye on these, and we're going to see just what happens, see which one out of these two that we want to take off towards and get a bit of a closer look at. So right now we're just sitting on, again, FM 294 just south of White Deer. We're just looking out to the northwest right now, keeping an eye on two cells, one southeast of Fritch and one southeast of Sunray or northwest of Stinnett. We're going to keep an eye on both of those, and as always, we will keep you posted here at News Channel 10.
Okay. All right. That's a good sign. I feel like
I feel better
going
now about it. I think we should.
Yeah.
Need to go north.
Yeah.
I think we are gonna go up there.
Even look at that right there, the backside of that other one.
Oh, wrong way. Yeah, we're starting to see something there. Okay, so we're kind of starting, we're going to go ahead and head north. We're continuing up 294 towards White Deer. We're going to continue on a northern track as these storms are tracking northeast right now. So east-northeast, so we're going to go ahead and continue heading north so we can see if we can get a better view of these.
Plan our road network too.
Oh, it's starting to look pretty good.
Yeah.
Look at that overshooting to it. It's trying to shoot up anyway.
It's funny, I've been looking for that all afternoon.
There we go.
Alright, coming into White Deer now.
It's getting nice and fluffy.
Yeah. Because all the, even the HRRR and all the models are showing like it just turning right, almost like a southeast, you know?
Seems like everyone's looking kind of stationing in border right now, where they're kind of between these two cells.
Yeah. Switch over here since we're kind of town.
Yeah, that's a pretty one.
Yeah. So we'll record on this, kind of driving through town.
Well, my best friends went to school here.
Oh, really?
I'll wait till we get past these trees.
This is like no stop sign. I guess it's a two-way
I think
stop.
it's these stop.
Just keep
these
right
stop.
around the deer. That's what it is.
Drive around the deer. Yes.
I wonder how many hit marks there's been on that thing. Oh look, Starlink. Look how he ratchet strapped the Starlink to his.
That's awesome.
Ooh, careful. Yeah, be careful with laptops and anything on there.
Yeah. Unless you don't like them and want them to fly.
All right.
I do not particularly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Either a laptop or his DSLR.
we were looking at the Starlink setup in front of us with the bungees.
Yeah, some guy in front of us has Starlink ratchet strapped down to his roof.
First alert day going into the evening hours. Not too much activity so far, but the potential over the next several hours is still there. So the National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch as opposed to the severe thunderstorm watch from yesterday for all of our counties save for the western counties. So if you're under the yellow, you're under a tornado watch that's in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. The strongest storm right now across the extreme southern portion of our region. It is south of Silverton right here, but there is still, for at least a couple more minutes, a severe thunderstorm warning for that cell for the southern, let's say, half of Briscoe County. It is moving very slowly to the east. In Silverton, you're okay. This is going to pass you by. Rain should start picking up, if it hasn't already, in Kittiquay. Then over the next 15 to 20 minutes, when this red and eventually some purple in there starts coming your way, that will indicate heavier rain, pardon me, and the potential of some hail. If you want to go ahead and pull the car in the garage, you got 10, 15 minutes to do that, and then Turkey would be next. The last image or two, it seems like it's wanting to develop south, and that's not a surprise to me, which would be good for Briscoe County and Kittiquay. I'm going to come back with another radar update. We're also streaming on Facebook and YouTube and NewsChannel10.com, so if you want to see the live stream there, you can do that. Again, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes with an update. Let's get some news from Lindsay.
This one's starting to look really nice.
But this one's pretty bad.
This one's promising.
Waiting for you to switch over.
I wondered if we were
free. I was like, okay, well.
I feel like I don't have custody of the camera yet.
See the base of that one? It's pretty high up.
That's beautiful. Signatures in that one as well.
Wait, which one? The northern one?
Yeah. The one between Stinnett and Morse.
The one south of border. Just going through a midlife crisis. See the base to it though.
Kevin also mentioned a dry line bulge near Hereford.
I've been recording this whole time.
That's okay, you just started when we got into White Deer.
game plan once we get to Skelly Town. What we're doing.
Got some friends. That's y'all too, but this is someone else. Maybe that's Starling guy.
That is.
Starling guy. Love that.
Oh, come on, dude.
Whoa. Change around. I wonder if he's gonna try to set up south of this one.
I think he was trying to wait to see what this one does.
Yeah.
Base.
This Morse one just looks more structured right now.
Pretty LP. Even though there's no P there.
It's a VLP.
Yeah, we're just south of Skelly Town.
Yeah, we're still on 294.
I can't hear you, what? Yeah.
Yeah, we're about to come up on that intersection of 294 and 152, just south of Skelly Town.
I'm trying to figure out what to do in terms of roads.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Well, yeah, you can see hang on. That's the one that you see it's dying.
Yeah.
That's more
Yeah, this
Morse.
one looks good. This is the Morse.
Should we go after this guy?
Yeah, this one looks more structured. It's starting to get some lightning in it too.
All right. 10-4. So, from here, we need to
I'm gonna put it back on that one, or
get two options. Let's see.
we can take 152 to Borger, but then I feel like we'll get too far behind it.
Can I go border? We just shoot north and go to 281. Oh, okay, I know.
Okay. You said pull up the 20Z?
Would I need to go 70 then? Just go with 136, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, Sheldon, did you hear Alex? You think
I'm
70?
sorry. Do that again? 70? Yeah. Because take 136, it just turns right, done. It's a pretty storm, that one.
Yeah, this latest model, the latest run of the RRR is showing some.
Tell me if there's a FM between 152 and 70. slamming the brakes.
Oh, you're good. We're 70.
Pull off right here.
Turn right to go left. It's like cars.
Yeah.
It smells good out there.
Hey, it looks like the Sheldon. Seems like the French one's trying to regain strength. The last scan I got.
Oh yeah, it's getting a little bit more.
Very high based.
Oh, looky there. It's always Silverton. Tornado warning. Moving southeast at 20. That's a slow one. God, I hope that doesn't go towards Matador.
All right, what y'all are seeing right there, that is now south of Silverton. That's closer to just to the southwest of Floydada right now. That is a tornado right now that we're seeing. That is outside of the News Channel 10 viewing area. So that is down around Floyd County here as of right now. That is a tornado warning for that storm right there. And as you can see, I mean, obviously that is a tornado on the ground. This is from our chaser, John Darty, is on this storm right now as it is currently putting down a tornado on the ground right now. Like I said, outside of the News Channel 10 viewing area, but still, nonetheless, that is a tornado that he is seeing there. Right now looks to just be to the southeast of, or no, Floydada. I got that way wrong on you guys. I'm going to make sure I get this right. South of Silverton, rather. South of Silverton, not Floydada here currently. Let's see if you can point back there towards it. What we're seeing right now is the core of that storm being right now about 11 miles south of Silverton right now. Let me correct myself on that. That's not the Floydada storm. That's the Silverton storm. That's currently about 10 miles south of Silverton, tracking to the east-southeast here as of right now. If it continues on that track, should miss Kittiquay. They're just to the, I would say, the southwest of town, but we are keeping a very close on there. Yeah, right on Highway 207 right now. They're just straight south of Silverton right now. Looks like our chaser's not currently pointing at it. So we're about to see Kevin go on live. What I'm going to go ahead and do here is we're going to pull this up on radio. Oh, there he goes. There he got back to it. That's from our storm chaser, John Darty, right there. Great shot of that tornado on the ground right now. They're still technically that warning. Right now, that's a very southern tip of Briscoe County there into northern Floyd County. So it is still technically kind of grazing the News Channel 10 viewing area, but it is expected to travel east-southeast outside of the News Channel 10 viewing area. We've got Kevin going on live here in just a second. So be ready for that. But there you go. There you're seeing it live. Tornado on the ground there south of Silverton. That is south of Silverton right now. looks to be, let's give you a couple measurements there, about 10 miles south of Silverton, and it looks to be about 14 miles southwest of Kittiquay. So here comes Kevin with an update. Yeah, getting wrapped up in the rain just a little bit. All right, here we go. Here's Kevin's update.
Well, good evening. Once again, we've got a tornado watch until 11 o'clock. Save for the western counties, just a handful of thunderstorms, but just a few moments ago, one of them has produced a tornado. It is just outside the southern edge of our area, but Briscoe County is included in the tornado warning. The actual tornado is just south of the county border. Just a few minutes ago, it's in effect rather until 6:45. The counties included are Briscoe, Floyd, Hall, and Motley counties. This is well south of Silverton and southeast of Kittiquay. The tornado is located right about here. The motion is southeast, and we have one of our chasers, John Doherty, on this storm. Let's go ahead. If we have that video, we'll go ahead and talk about it. Okay, I'll get out of the way. That is clearly a tornado. It again is crossing Highway 207 right now, just south into Floyd County. It's going to stay south of Kittiquay and south of Highway 86, again, just south of the highway border. So in Silverton, you're okay. In Kittiquay, you may get some rain and a couple of hailstones might fall as well. But what we're seeing, and I'm going to show you on radar in just a minute, is a little bit of a southeastward jog. So once again, that's going to be away from Briscoe County, and then into Floyd County as that storm seems to be moving extremely slowly to the southeast. But again, it's right near, maybe just to the west of 207, and that is what John is looking at. Okay, since it's out of our area, let's come back to radar and talk about where it is and where it's going once again. Here's your bearings. This is 207. Silverton's right up here behind the banner. There's Kittiquay right here. The tornado is right there. It is going to move to the southeast. You can see how the tornado warning box fans out there. So again, that's south of our area, and the bulk of that should stay south of Kittiquay. Turkey, I don't think that you'll see any problem with that. Sheldon telling me it looks like it's dissipating a little bit. Okay, it's roping out. So good news there. It's no longer on the ground. Again, out of our area, we're going to keep a close eye on that. Other storm cells to the northern portion of the region. This one's not too much, just south of the border. It's going to cross the highway, maybe enough to wet the pavement. This other one's showing a little bit more signs of strengthening or possible strengthening. It's about to go through Morse here, and the bulk of it will stay north of Pringle. It's not severe at this point, but a couple of small hailstones are not out of the question in Morse in the next 5 to 10 minutes. If it holds together, which I think it might, and it's still a good half hour away, it's going to approach Spearman, stay south of Groover. So just to let you know, that one is there. In the northeastern portion of Beaver County, we had some very strong storms earlier. You can see those have moved away. So most of Beaver County now is going to be in the clear. What we're waiting for the next couple of hours is to watch the dry line. You can kind of see where the dew points drop off. Hereford dew point at 28. No storms there. That's dry air. So the dry line is lined up right about here. What we're going to watch very carefully over the next couple of hours is an approaching upper level disturbance. You can see it a little better on the water vapor imagery. See the little curl, the little arc right there. That's some upper level energy or lift. Once it hits the dry line, over the next hour or two, we'll see if it has enough to generate new storms. The possibility is there. It's not a guarantee. But once again, the dry line right here. So from Spearman, just east of Dumas through Borger, Pampa, Amarillo eastward, west of Shamrock, Clarendon southward, the orange areas, that's the highest likelihood over the next couple of hours of severe weather, surrounded by still the chance for severe weather, and they could be just as strong in the yellow area, but it's a little bit less likely, and again, our western counties are pretty quiet. Tomorrow, we have another chance for storms. Colder air's coming in, though, with a cold front, so the severe threat is diminished for tomorrow. Still some storms. We'll obviously be here to watch those through the day coming up on Friday. Here's the 7-day supercast. 30% chance for scattered showers and thunderstorms again on Friday, but note it's cooler. A high of only 68, so the severe threat is lower. Rain chances higher on Saturday, but severe threat not particularly high with a high temperature of only 66. Small chance on Sunday for scattered storms. We warm back up again with a high of 81, and then into the middle of next week, more scattered showers and thunderstorms possible as we go further into springtime. The news will continue in just a couple of minutes.
All right, there you go. So y'all guys got to see that happen there live. Kevin just wrapped up his forecast. This is a look at John's feed there. You heard us mention that this tornado had dissipated. There's your proof. Looking off that same direction, not seeing a tornado on the ground anymore. So what we're going to go ahead and do then is we're going to come back to radar. And what you're going to be seeing there up in the top left-hand corner of your screen is Shelby's feed here as of right now, as they've got some pretty exciting looking storms up that way. But I'm going to finish up talking about this storm as it's now leaving the News Channel 10 viewing area. There you can see it's still currently tornado warning, of course, as we did see an observed tornado. Right now, that tornado warning is in effect for the next 26 minutes. We're going to keep a close eye on that. It's currently traveling southeast. Probably going to be seeing some heavy rain there in Kittiquay, but you're going to notice right there is your core. That's where you're going to be seeing any potential rotation with the tornado. It's tracking off towards the southeast here as of right now. What you got, Kevin?
Lubbock Weather Service office has confirmed that it is roped out, so no longer on the ground.
Okay, yeah, so there we go. Confirmation, tornado no longer on the ground. That's good news. It's still tracking off towards the southeast. That's going to be working its way there into, of course, Floyd and Motley counties, which is outside of the News Channel 10 viewing area, kind of down towards the Matador area. But right now, if we switch over to our velocity, you're going to notice pretty messy rotation on that. So really not looking at the same tight rotation that maybe we saw earlier. So we're going to continue the news at 6 in here. What I'm going to do is we're going to continue to monitor different feeds in here. And I'm going to go ahead and send things back over to Shelby, who's out live in the field. Shelby, tell us what you're seeing there on your feed.
So right now we are actually keeping an eye on not one but two cells. This one that we've got our camera pointed at right now is that cell just south of Borger. It started to weaken a little bit, but then it started to strengthen back up, so we're keeping a close eye on it. And then we also are looking at another cell. This one is the one that Kevin was talking about just south of Morse. This one is also looking to develop a little bit. We've got a couple of lightning bolts detected in that one. So right now we are right at the intersection of, let's see, we are at FM 294
and 152.
And 152. Just near White Deer. So we're sticking right here and we're going to wait and see what happens with these two cells. We're just kind of hanging out in the middle of them. So again, we've got this one right here on our camera. That is the one just south of Morse that is developing pretty well. And then we will head on over to this other one. This one is the one just south of Borger. It's also looking pretty good. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on both of these, and then we will go towards them as we see how they develop. We're watching radar very closely, and we're going to see what happens with these over the next few minutes and see where to go from there.
There's still rotation to it. Well, that's...
Yeah, there's no velocity in these two at all.
Well, they're so...
Yeah, that one's really high. Is that some scud? Is that what that little, or is that the beaver tail showing on the side?
Oh, right there?
That little tail poking out?
Yeah, that's just kind of the flanking line.
This one's getting a little hail in it.
Which one?
It's the one right here.
Yeah, that one's cycling.
It's starting to get some pink to it.
It's so LP because we're looking right through the precip. You know? Mm-hmm. Because we're looking right through the precip and you can see the base to it. Man.
And that one's starting to soften up on that edge just a little bit. get out and get a couple pictures while we're just hanging out here.
And do it. I mean, that one's kind of strengthening. Hellcore.
Oh, sorry, Caleb.
Which one? This one?
The border one?
Morse.
Oh,
Oh, well.
Oh, I see.
I mean, they both seem... That's 616, that's less. This one looks like a stronger cord, but... I completely lost them.
Yeah, I did too.
Alright. The two storms right there. We're eyeing.
Okay, I'm gonna hop out and see if I can grab a couple of pictures while we're watching them. Can I set my laptop right here on them?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
You're good.
Okay. Oh, it only yells if you open your door.
You don't want a shot of me right here doing this? You still have it in the original packaging and everything.
Yeah, I got this backpack separately, but I kept all of the sleeves.
That's good.
Out here. Yeah, I originally kept this in the bag it came in, but this lens was a gift, and I can't fit both of the big lenses and the small lens and the camera in the bag it comes in. I also have this to attach.
Oh, nice.
And I did get, I tell you the,
Excuse me? We're kind of watching both of them right now. Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
love it.
nice, folks. I'm liking that right there.
Are you looking at that Morse one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's strengthening pretty consistently. Back seat. I might just keep this assembled, honestly. Oh, looky there. Little bitty.
Yeah.
Little bitty.
I don't know if that's just...
No, just a little spot, but a little green.
Usually that smells like gets white, whitish. It's hard to tell sometimes. I literally saw one time where it was a land spout, and when I was shown on the radar, it was literally like almost one dot. Like,
Just one pixel.
Yeah.
This is that thing that I got for the eclipse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Last time I went to Tractor Supply. It was a very last minute decision. I went to Tractor Supply and bought a replacement glass for a welding helmet.
Polarizer.
And held it in front of my lens and took pictures of the eclipse. It was not the greatest setup.
I'm just waiting for this guy to do more of a right turn.
Yeah.
Well, waiting for this guy to do his thing.
Oh,
Go poke it with a stick.
Poke it with a stick.
Throw the moon ball at it.
Throw the moon ball at it.
How about now? Okay, sorry about that. My mic was turned off, and I apologize. We're still fairly quiet across most of the region, but most of the region, all the counties in yellow, continue under the tornado watch until 11 o'clock. The biggest storm by far did produce a tornado just south of Briscoe County into Floyd County, but that storm has weakened with regard to the tornado. It still has the potential to put up some hail. So in Briscoe County, you are under no threat from this tornadic storm, and it is not producing a tornado now. We've got eyes on it. So it is south of Silverton. Here's Kittiquay right here. This is Highway 86. So the bulk of that storm, including the hail, is now south of the county border. So Kittiquay, a couple of hailstones might fall, but you're not under any kind of large hail threat and not under any tornado threat. Same story for Turkey. This thing has started to move in a little more of a southeasterly direction and gone southward, further southward, south of the county border. And so that trend, I think, will continue. A couple of weaker storms, not severe, sliding just south of Borger. This one will stay just to the northwest of Skellytown. You could hear a couple of rumbles of thunder. This one's a little bit stronger. It is trying to strengthen. It's not having a great deal of luck. It's not severe, but a couple of small hailstones are not out of the question. If you're in Morse and still getting rain, that's going to end here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Now, this little part of this cell is going to go towards Spearman. You've got 10 to 15 minutes. There could be a little bit of small hail with that. It could strengthen. We're going to watch it and, of course, keep you posted on it. But right now, it is having trouble strengthening. But in Spearman, just know that you've got a cell coming at you from the southwest. This one's now coming out of Union County into Cimarron County. It is also not severe, but it's going to roll right over Felt with some small hail possible, and then it will go into the northern portion, the unpopulated portion of Dallam County. It may strengthen. It's got a little bit more energy behind it right now. There's not a lot of moisture for it to work with just yet. We'll keep an eye on that one as well, but just note north of Dalhart, a storm will be moving into that area. And then the storms that popped up earlier today in the northeastern portion of Beaver County, you're in the clear. That has moved off into Kansas, and that that trend will continue. The dry line's right here just west of Amarillo, so the potential is still there. What we're watching now is a little bit of upper level energy that's coming out of the northern portion of New Mexico, and you can kind of see it a little better right in here on the water vapor imagery. Once the bulk of that lift or instability hits the dry line over the next hour or two, we could see some new development. That's what we're going to sit and watch as we go on through the next couple of hours. Otherwise, pretty quiet here in the next couple of moments, but the Storm Prediction Center in Norman has outlined the orange area as the enhanced risk area from Spearman southward over the next couple of hours, that if a storm develops, it is a little bit more likely that it would become severe. Keeping an eye on it. Same story for tomorrow with regard to scattered thunderstorms, but with some colder air arriving, the likelihood of severe weather is going to be less on through the day. Here's that 7-day supercast then. 30% rain chance for Friday. It's a little cooler, so more stable. Less likely that we would have severe weather with a high of 68. Then 66 on Saturday. A higher rain chance, but not looking for severe weather. Mostly cloudy on Sunday, 10% rain chance, but the temperature comes back up. Quiet day. We'll get a moment to breathe on Monday with plenty of sunshine, and then scattered showers and thunderstorms become possible again for the middle part of next week. I have another radar update in a bit. We're streaming live on NewsChannel10.com as well as our Facebook page and YouTube, and this newscast will continue in just a couple of minutes.
So the northern one looks like it's trying to split. Well, if that's the case, yeah.
Are we talking about the southern split or the one south of Walker?
That one.
This one.
Are you expecting anything over here?
Just watching for now.
Okay.
Maybe that one, if anything.
I didn't know if I should leave town yet or not.
Oh, you're good. You should be fine.
Right on.
Appreciate it. Which one? The one that we're looking at right now on stream? Oh, down.
Oh yeah, that one's been just... Those look like they're gonna collide too. Oh, look here.
Oh, yeah. Backside. Morse someone reported hail on that one. Dime size hail. I kind of want to go. I really want to go after that one.
The sun's coming right out.
It's trying to... Looks like it's trying to hook.
Yeah. They're on the southwest side.
We're going to just have to... Man.
I mean, I agree with you.
Excuse me. You're good. All right, you got everything?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We're not clear that way.
Yeah. You just look
You're
at
clear.
that
You're
side.
clear over here now.
Clear?
Mm-hmm.
Clear. We may have to push gosh, according to this guy.
Sheldon, we're gonna go ahead and start heading towards those.
Well, man, that one's, I don't know.
Are you looking at that?
Zoom out? Yeah. Am I driving? I'm not straight.
Campbell, what do you think?
It's gamble either way.
Man. Oh gosh, look at that.
Oh.
I mean, I agree that the Morse one looks like it's trying to like come back in.
It just, man, we'll be done for though. Road network though. Man, get into some hell here. I'm gonna need some help with roads.
Yeah, Sheldon, you're pretty faint.
Okay, so we're about to get into Skellytown. What direction do you want to go?
I'm already through Skellytown. About 152 head towards Borger.
Towards where?
Borger. What?
Okay.
This will take you to Borger.
Yeah. It's just trying to find a east road north of Borger is the difficult thing.
There's not much.
For those of you tuning in on Facebook and YouTube, we are currently headed in a northwest direction on Highway 152. We just passed through Skellytown and we're headed towards Borger now. We are looking to start tracking towards this cell set near Morse and Spearman. Let's see, is this?
Nope, that's the other one right here.
Oh,
Right there.
there we go. Okay. Where are we at? Let's find our bearings here. There we go. Okay, so this is the cell that we were watching. This one's just south of Borger. We did have a Facebook comment asking if this one was going to hit Borger. As of right now, it looks like if it does go through town, the just the west edge of it is going to clip Borger. It does not look like the most severe part of that is going to go through town. So if you're in Borger, it may rain. You may see a little bit of some heavy rain, but the biggest part of that cell is not looking to go right through town. Now we're starting to kind of change directions and head towards this one. This cell has kind of started to split a little bit, and then we have a third one here near Groover that's also firing off. So we're going to start heading towards these. This particular cell is east of Morse, so it looks like Morse is in the group for right now. We're down south of Spearman as well and firing up near Groover, so that's where we're headed right now. Go ahead and do the wipers.
353. Alright, get ready. Once again.
We've got reports of some hail in that Morse storm. Quarter inch.
Am I staying on this storm or am I going north? Giving y'all the vote.
Talking to Sheldon and Kevin.
No, I'm talking to y'all. This is too high paced. bigger?
Yeah, it's getting more and more pink with every run. Sheldon, can you hear me? Or Kevin, either one? Okay, we're starting to see some bigger raindrops here. We're on 152. That hail pour with that one south of Borger is getting a little more intense, and I think we might be coming into it soon. We've got that raindrops, and that's it right now, but just letting you know we might be coming into some of that here in a little bit. Yeah, we're on 152 heading northwest. Starting to pick up a little bit. Getting bigger. Yep. Small right now. I don't think we've gotten into it yet.
There's a marble there.
Fog. Got lots of good fog. There we go.
How's that northern one?
Okay, our storm is now severe.
For 1.25 inch.
$50.
Oh, so is the northern split storm. It's warned as well.
What's the...
This one's warned for larger hail. Yes, we're out on, I mean, we're still driving through the rain, but the hail has stopped. We're coming into Borger. Both of these storms have been severe warned, so I think it's a question of which one.
I'm not digging the Morse one anymore. No.
Yes. Can't see. Is that good? Does that work for you?
You're breaking up pretty bad. You're breaking up pretty bad. Well, now you're good.
Okay, yeah, we're in Borger now.
I don't know. Well, the northern one looked good. The southern one on the northern storm looked
It just
good,
got severe warned as well. Now both north and south split cells are severe warned. Yep, all three of them got warnings. Let's see. Of the two that split, this one to the south has the higher hail warning. So it has.
All right, I need to get road, figure it out.
Staying in Borger.
Well, this is a windy road. We can't really, I mean... I need to figure out my road, where I'm going. I need to...
Well, the problem is there's not any really good east routes because they all kind of curve back.
I need to figure out where I'm going, because
Yeah, I think we got.
No one's really giving me directions. Hang on, I can't do anything right now. I gotta figure out where I'm going. I'm just driving aimlessly.
The one that we just came through. Hold on, he's turning. It's so choppy.
See, what's the precept? Usually we show the base of the storm. Where do we want to go now?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So
And
the
just stay
problem,
on this
Alex, is
storm,
that
that's what he
there's
wants.
Nothing really good. I mean, this goes straight to Stinnett. And then, so you don't really have a good northeast.
Again, going to do a little radar tour across the region. We're in first alert mode once again for at least the next couple of hours for scattered showers and thunderstorms, widely scattered at this point. The threat for severe weather is going to diminish over the next couple of hours, but it's going to be there, so we'll watch it for you. I also want to mention we're streaming on NewsChannel10.com, on our Facebook page, and the YouTube channel as well. We've got Shelby Vogel. If we have that video, Andrew, we can go ahead and take that. They're in Borg. I'll show you the storm on radar in just a second, but they just came through it, and there was some hail. It has moved to the east of Borger and moving away from town. And again, I'll show you that on radar in just a second. But we saw a rainbow with that a minute ago, and then we're also looking, and they're, I think, going to target some other storms just to the north of Borger, which I will also show you on radar. Okay, let's come back to me and do a little radar tour here. You can put, yeah, thank you. We'll do a radar tour, but first I want to mention the tornado watch. All the counties in yellow, so that's pretty much everybody, save for our western counties, are included in the tornado watch that at this point is in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. We had a tornado producing storm in our extreme southern counties, and that's Briscoe County, but the bulk of that storm has now moved away. No tornado threat for our area. So Silverton, you're okay. Turkey, you're okay. Kittiquay, yeah, maybe a little bit of rain. There might be a hailstone or two, but at this point, nothing particularly heavy. Now, just south of town, there still could be a couple of hailstones for the next, let's say at the outside, 15 to 20 minutes. But that storm is definitely moving away from you and off to the southeast and out of our area. This is the one we just showed you on Shelby's camera. Just moved just to the south of Borger and went right over the highway. They drove right through that hail core right there. But you can see on the animation here, it is moving northward. So the bulk of that in Skellytown, you're okay. That's going to stay to the north of you. Well, it's some miles. It's probably 15 miles from Highway 70. but that's the direction it is heading. In that last image, it may be weakening a little bit. Yeah, the hail may have already fallen out of that, which is good news. But again, that's east of Borger, so you're under no threat from that storm. We've got two other ones further to the north. Let's go to the northernmost one first, right over Groover. If you're not getting hail right now, you will, or that potential in town could be up to penny-sized hail for the next 10 to 15 minutes, and then it will move away from you and stay north of the highway. That particular cell probably does not make it to Perryton. This one that's over Spearman right now is going to go right up the highway over Wauka and Farnsworth, and I think that will probably hold together for Perryton. So no, it's a minimum of a half an hour away, but know that that one may come in your direction. The one to the south is showing some signs of, well, cycling a little bit, meaning weakening and strengthening, but it has now moved past Morse and Pringle and will continue to move out into open country there. What was my time there, 1 minute? 2 minutes left. Thank you very much. Okay, so those storms will continue to move on to the north and to the east. This one has just been severe thunderstorm warned in the Cimarron County area, well southeast of Boise City. This one's going to be really interesting to watch. It's going to go out in open country, but I want to stick with that one. And again, stay with us on the stream because we're going to watch this one very carefully. The dew point in text line, I think, was in the mid-20s. But then you go eastward towards Stinnett, and the dew point's in near 50. So this one is about to come into a moisture-rich, unstable atmosphere. You can see on the motion it is moving in a southeasterly direction, so it will go for Stratford, again staying south of Boise City, also Conlin, and move across the Highway 54 corridor. That's a minimum of 30 to 40 minutes away. But once it hits that moisture-rich air, and note these counties again are under the tornado watch, it may strengthen and may do so very, very rapidly. It has shown some signs that it wants to rotate. And so if it's already rotating, when it hits that moisture-rich air, the tornado potential is going to go up fairly quickly. So we want to keep an eye on that. Again, for Stratford, it is still a minimum of 30, probably closer to 45 minutes away from you.
Storm up in Hutchinson County, there's reports of hail up to 2 inches.
Up to 2 inches in Hutchinson County as well. So again, we're watching all of these. We're going to continue to watch that one very carefully for some tornado potential. I'll mention our streaming platforms once again, NewsChannel10.com, Facebook, and also YouTube. We're streaming there. The Chaser is out there. I'll be watching during prime time. We'll break in on the breaks and give you some radar updates through the evening. Thanks for staying with us here at News Channel 10. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so as Kevin just wrapped up his hit there, I want to go and hop on real quick and just kind of tell you some of the latest reports. Like we just saw, like you heard Kevin relay that. That's what we're seeing from the National Weather Service is now that severe thunderstorm warning. They're in Hutchinson County. I'm going to start right here on this one down just south of Kittiquay just to show you guys there is no active tornado warning on that storm anymore, so that's completely gone now. Moving outside of the News Channel 10 viewing area, so we're shifting our focus here to these Hutchinson County storms. So it's this particular one in northern Hutchinson County, just to the southeast right now of Morse. That's kind of the one that we're really watching. There you see it right there. There's that report of 2-inch hail, which there's your frame of reference there. That's roughly the size of a chicken egg. So really seeing some pretty large hail right there passing over the top of 207. They're just to the southeast of Morse right now over probably a lot of more open country, well more north of Stinnett and south of Spearman for that to really be a threat. But what I want to do here, so you can see these little storms right here. You can see these kind of 3 little different storms that are kind of going up. I'm going to pull this up.
I'm going to join you too, and my mic is hot, I assume.
Yep,
so,
we got you.
And the one you were just talking about in Spearman, let's give a heads up to Perryton. You're not under immediate threat, but that is probably 20 to 30 minutes to your southwest heading northeast. And so if that maintains its hail core, especially to the southwest and west of Perryton and maybe downtown, let's go ahead and start preparing for that one. You got plenty of time to go out and put the car in the garage if you want, because that one could produce some large hail as it moves toward Perryton. Not there yet, but want to give you that heads up in Perryton because we know the history up there. Yeah, and so Kevin, let's go ahead and talk about this here. I'm going to pull up our downtown camera where you can actually see those 3 cells. Got great views of them, so just kind of looking through a meteorologist eye here on this. Well, there we go. They're recording some IDs here in the studio. Sorry, Lindsay. No, I'm sorry. We're doing News Channel 10 stuff in here. We'll let you knock that out real quick here. But Kevin, kind of talk about some of the things that you've noticed. Yeah, the one on the left, the little hump there that's almost to the far left, we may be looking at an overshooting top. And you kind of see how the top of that storm is flat, but there's that little hump there on the left-hand side. What that is showing you is that there's a very strong updraft, meaning it is a strong storm and easily capable of producing large hail, because what's happening is the air parcels are going faster and higher. And the one on the left is particularly the one we're talking about with
Okay,
that top. There you go, right there. Thank you. That updraft is very, very strong, and so that's a signal that it's going to maintain strength or strengthen and has the potential to produce, you know, maybe we're getting in that golf ball size hail territory as it moves away from Groover.
Yes, I mean, that's the thing you see right there. I mean, you get that, there's that kind of flat part of what we call the anvil, and then that little bit right at the top, that's your top. Like I said, that's that bit you were talking about. That's that really strong updraft. You see, of course, these other two that are flattening out. You know, of course, you got this one here in the middle. But you notice how this one's not flattening out on the top, and I'm going to go ahead and erase and circle just that one. So what do you kind of note of that one that's not flattening out at the top?
That's the one we talked about a minute ago that Shelby drove through, and if we will look at the reflectivity in just a second, but that one has sort of peaked in intensity for the moment and is weakening. So what you see there is not a continued rising air and a real hard cauliflower look to it, but the top of that one may start to look a little softer, and that's what we see from there, because that storm has peaked for the moment and is starting to weaken a little bit. And the reflectivity, if you want to punch that up, and it's the southern storm there, right near coming after Borger.
Yeah, so this is that first
watch
one.
on that one how it's being cut off on the picture there a little bit. Yeah, if we zoom in.
Crash on I-27, it shuts down traffic and catches fire. The latest.
There you go. See the amount of pink and purple.
It's disappearing, you know.
It's disappearing. So it dropped its load of hail right over the highway when Shelby was going through it.
Yeah.
And now it has weakened. Could it cycle? It can. We're just going to watch it. But the next notable thing on the map is going to be Perryton.
Yeah, tracking up that direction. There's about where we could be seeing that overshooting top.
You want to do a distance marker from Perryton to the hail core?
Yeah, absolutely. We can go from Perryton proper down to that hail core.
So we're still 20 miles.
Yeah, 22 miles away.
So yeah, so the timing would work on that. You've got a minimum of 20 minutes, probably closer to 30. If it maintains itself, though, it will bring some hail. Oh, at 40, so it's moving pretty quick. So
pretty fast moving storm.
Yeah. Know that it's there if you're in Perryton. If you know somebody in Perryton who maybe is not watching, just maybe call and give them a heads up. This is the time to get your phone trees working and say, hey, let's bring the car in the garage, get the garbage cans in. There's a potential hailstorm coming in. On the current trajectory, I don't know, what do you think? Maybe stays west of town, but we want to watch it.
Yeah, it could. I mean, like I say, based on that trajectory, I mean, absolutely could miss it up towards, just to the northwest.
Yeah, kind of based on the polygon, too, but definitely there. Sometimes they will start to do what we call right turn or run toward moisture, and the moisture is going to be to the southeast of the storm, and so it wants moisture, and so it's going to go in that direction.
Yeah, and speaking of running towards moisture, I mean, I think that's what we're seeing with this storm right up here in Cimarron County right now, because you were noting earlier up in Texas, I mean, their dew points were down in the 20s.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not an environment that usually would support a thunderstorm. So this is where we're seeing that trough that's starting to push through, that shortwave trough that's pushing through. So the fact it's maintaining and even, I mean, strengthening a little bit. If we zoom in a little bit, we're starting to see some specks of purple starting to show up in that storm just a little bit. Of course, currently warned for, 1.25 inch size tail, so that's just a little bit
Yeah, let's do a velocity split screen on that one.
Okay.
Because the notch has largely gone away.
Yeah, not quite as impressive.
The inflow notch, which is good news. What that, when you see a notch or a hook, that means that it has potential to rotate. When the notch and the hook goes away, where Sheldon has correctly drawn in there, that inflow notch has weakened a little bit, suggesting, okay, maybe we are in a little bit of a downward cycle as opposed to strengthening. But then you look here, there's a little pendant trying to, so we could see that what we call cycle, meaning it weakens, it strengthens a little bit. Yeah, and back here too.
Yep.
That could be the next notch, inflow notch, we'll see.
Circle. A little bit right there.
We will see.
It a little bit. So all things that we're watching, keeping a close eye on right now. So I mean, we've got a few things going on around the area, well outside of the News Channel 10 viewing area. I mean, when I was on it live at 5 earlier before we even started our stream, I mean, this one that's up around Freedom, Oklahoma right now, that was still tornado warned when it was up around Buffalo. I mean, it's still going strong here as of right now. But keeping an eye right there, I mean, in the News Channel 10 viewing area, we have 4 active severe thunderstorm warnings that you see. You got your Cimarron County, you got your Spearman, Morse, and Borger storms right there. Everything tracking off towards the east. Some more northeasterly, some more southeasterly. So up in that neck of the woods is where we have our chase team. Shelby out right now. Do you have some more thoughts, Kevin?
Well, you want to, I mean, since we're killing time, you want to talk about these colliding boundaries here?
Yeah, that's another big thing. So, I mean, you can kind of see it. So what we'll do is...
The line on the left is the dry line, and it was moving eastward. The more dominant line on the right was moving westward, and a couple of things going on. The dry line moving east, and that other boundary is, I guess we're going to call it an outflow boundary from some sinking air this morning in the eastern and southeastern portions of the Panhandle. But the point of bringing up the 2 boundaries is if you've got air moving or blowing from the west over where it says Adrian and Vega, and then air from Amarillo and Lake Tanglewood moving westward, that means the air is coming together. And at that point, it can only do one thing, and that's go up. And rising air is what will create showers and thunderstorms. So we see those boundaries, and we've been watching them come together, and then we look at the visible satellite loop, and there's not a cloud in the sky. So at this point, it kind of makes the point that you need a bunch of different ingredients to come together. And then to have them come together to get storms. We have the converging wind and the converging boundaries, but we're not getting enough lift or instability to allow the air to rise enough to create any clouds.
Yeah, that's a tricky thing. I mean, when it comes to severe weather like this, I mean, there's really more working against these storms than there is really working in their
favor. That was a long way of saying
yeah.
nothing's happening there.
Nothing's happening there right now, but it could.
We're geeking out.
It is absolutely a place where things could fire up, and I think that something that's noteworthy here is as we watch that boundary collision, we're not seeing things fire up right now, but if it does, make note of the simple fact that you'll notice here, that's west of Amarillo. Right here. So if things do fire up there along boundary, that's going to be west of Amarillo, and that could bring some of those storms to Amarillo. So we're going to be watching, just not currently seeing it.
Yes.
Right now. So we're going to still keep tabs on everything. Like I said, we've got our chase crews right now, based on our data, says they're up around Skellytown. So Shelby, I'm going to go ahead and send things back out to you in the field. Tell us where you're at right now.
Before you do, briefly, why don't you punch up max 1?
Max 1, okay.
And we'll look at the dew points. Dalhart's at 27. No storms there. But then you move eastward to Dumas, you've got a dew point of 46. So again, that little short wave that we've been talking about, the disturbance coming out of New Mexico, once it gets past Dalhart, we'll see if it has enough energy and enough other factors for some new development.
Because that moisture will certainly work in its favor.
Yes, that's what it wants, it's moisture.
Yep.
Yes. Break in 3 minutes if you'd like to take it.
I'll pass on that one, thank you.
All right, so we're going to send things out to our chase team now. Shelby, if you will go ahead and let us know where you are at and what y'all are seeing out there right now and where you're headed.
Yeah, absolutely, Sheldon. So we've got quite a few storms that we're looking at right now, honestly. We've got 3 cells. There is one, that one that just passed just south of Borger. We are currently on Highway 152 heading back towards Pampa. We're going to get into Pampa and see about going north to try to intercept that cell that just went south of Morse. That one is headed kind of east-northeast. We're going to see about getting on Highway 70 and seeing if we can get up to that one. We also have that cell that is north of Spearman that's heading towards Perryton. We're keeping an eye on that one as well. I don't know if we're going to be able to get up to that one before it passes over Highway 70, but it's looking to have the biggest hail right now. We got baseball hail at that one.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yes, so the
perfect timing. You just said that.
So the severe thunderstorm warning for the one that cell just north of Spearman just got upgraded to baseball size hail. We're going to see if we can try to catch that one. We're going to look at both of those as we head up Highway 70. Once we get into Pampa, we're going to continue to keep an eye on both of those and watch them and see if we can do. Not really seeing a lot visually right now, but we do. I'm not sure which one of these is going to be the better. That baseball one looks pretty good. So yes, we're heading on 152 right now, Highway 152 towards Pampa, kind of in the Skellytown area right now. Once we get into Pampa, we are going to head north on Highway 70 and
Hey,
see.
look at that. That Silverton storm. See the upper street top?
Peeking out of the top. So we're gonna keep track of both of these. Sheldon, do you see that? The southern cell of those two that split, this one just east of Morse, it just got another severe thunderstorm warning for 2.5-inch hail.
Yes, yeah, so keeping an eye on that one right now. Yeah, so that northern Hutchinson County one, that's the one they're going to be putting, they're upgrading the hail sites on both of those. Oh, that's Kansas.
Seeing me? Oh. Okay. Want to give you a quick update on radar here for the northern portion of the Panhandle just during the commercial break. We won't interrupt your show. But again, want to mention the tornado watch until 11 o'clock. A couple of storm cells to the north of Amarillo in the northern portion of the region. The National Weather Service already had a severe thunderstorm warning on this particular cell that was going through Spearman. It is increasing in intensity and obviously over Walker right now in Farnsworth, but we've been talking about Perryton. They upgraded the warning to include the potential for baseball-size hail. Now, in Spearman, that is possible, but I think the strongest part, well, it's going to be two-part. There's two updrafts right here, so in between Groover and Spearman. So west, northwest, north of Spearman, then along Highway 15. Note the potential northeastward from Waka to Farnsworth and southwest of Perryton for baseball-size hail with this thunderstorm. Not rotating at this point, not threatening a tornado, but very, very large hail, extremely heavy rain. There'll be some strong gusty winds, obviously some thunder and lightning as well, and there is a severe thunderstorm warning on that cell right now. We're going to watch it, and we'll keep you posted, especially in Perryton as that storm approaches from the southwest. Thanks for staying with us here at News Channel 10.
Lots of good information there. We are still headed southeast on 152. We just went through Skellytown. We're coming into Pampa here in just a little bit. Once we get into Pampa, again, we are planning on hitting Highway 70 and heading north. Both of these cells near Morse, one is south, one's a little north. These are both starting to develop pretty significantly. The hail size has been upgraded on both of these. This cell to the south of Morse is looking at 2.5-inch diameter hail, which you said is tennis ball?
Yeah.
Tennis ball size, the southern storm, and then the northern storms up to 2.75 inches, so a little bit larger. We are going to hit that Highway 70 and head north and take off and see if we can catch those and get you guys a good view of both of those. That angle's pretty.
What's our location?
We are southeast on Highway 152. We're between Skellytown and Pampa right now.
Between Skellytown and Pampa. 152.
Alright, what are you doing, dude?
Tiff is in Stratford. outside of our viewing area. But that Silverton storm, they tornado warned it again, and that rotation is looking pretty good.
Roaring Springs.
Coming towards Matador, Roaring Springs. Yeah, they renewed it.
Well, that's the MRO radar.
Yeah, it's got some good velocity.
Go to love it.
Oh yeah, look at that hook. Yep. Looks like it might intercept with this one. Sheldon, that storm heading towards Matador is that's it looks like it's gonna hopefully pass Matador to the west, but Roaring Springs might be. Roaring Springs is about this big.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Hopefully that dies down for it. Yeah,
I could have gone 152. What's that? We're on 152. That's strange. Oh. Map's going crazy. Come into Pampa. Does it look like we're coming into Pampa? Yeah. I'll let you control it.
You're good.
Can't really see. You can see the well, you can't really see it now. Had an overshooting top on that guy.
We did.
That was the one Roaring Springs.
Just lost this one.
Oh, you lost your...
Yeah, lost my AirPod. There we go. Can you guys hear me?
Need to do is find a east option once I go on 70 somewhere between there and Canadian.
Okay, let me get on Google Maps, see what I can find.
It slammed on the... That was a quick yellow.
Let's see. There might be an option in Wayside.
Wayside South. That's strange.
Turn on 282. So go through Wayside.
Okay.
That's a little short though.
Yeah. We can go up. Is that showing some rotation there?
A little bit of green right here.
Some very broad. Not much.
There's a River Road East. Comes off right here and runs. That comes out about Canadian.
He's just on the phone talking to someone. Well, that's loud.
There's also 283.
Maybe 283.
It kind of tracks south. That'll come out around Miami. Cut through Miami.
Let me get on 71st and then we can figure out where the storm is and then we can, as long as there's options, really. Preferably like farm the market roads and pave.
Oh man.
PDS tornado.
Particularly dangerous situation. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Yeah, that's...
Teleport.
Yeah, that's impressive. Look at all the chasers down there.
Yeah. Is that Morse storm speaking up at all?
Moving east at 30. Lights. You're gonna need a new brake job after this chase.
Yeah.
Try to get to the Morse storm. We're trying to get to the Morse storm up 70.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing else we can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. If it was me, I've been down there, but you can't go down there with that stuff blowing up, you know?
Yeah.
It's just...
Good evening once again. Wanted to get you a quick radar update here during the break. Still a tornado watch until 11 o'clock for all the counties in yellow. Very strong storms have moved south of our area and east, obviously, and northeast of Lubbock, but we're going to concern ourselves here as we've been talking about these ones across the northern portion of the region and approaching Perryton from the southwest. The good news is this has become a little more, let's say, disorganized. There is still the potential for easily some dime or nickel-sized hailstones. And the leading cell right there at Farnsworth is going to come into the southwestern and western portions of Perryton, I'd say within the next 10 to maybe 15 minutes at the outside. It'll be a brief heavy downpour. Again, some small to medium-sized hailstones are not out of the question. It is a severe warned storm, so even a couple of hailstones a little larger, maybe even approaching quarter size, are not out of the question with that cell. But the bulk of that in the next 10 to 15, 20 minutes to the outside will approach Perryton from the southwest and west. This one going over Spearman right now. If you're getting hail, you're going to be in that for the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. Again, same story on the sizes. At least dime or nickel size hail. Could be a few slightly larger. This storm sort of out in open country here. This one moving south of Spearman has strengthened, but it's out over open country. I'll just mention that it's going to cross Highway 70 here, well south of Perryton. Let's give that 20 to 30 minutes, but it's producing some large hail right now. Again, out in the open, but do know you don't want to travel, obviously, along 70 going south of Perryton or toward Perryton from the south. This storm, not warned, not particularly strong, but it's going to move just to the north of Pampa and then maybe approaching Miami, but again, not particularly strong right now. A brief heavy downpour, a couple of small hailstones, that should be it. We're going to continue to watch them through the evening, and we'll bring you updates as we need it. Plus, we're streaming on NewsChannel10.com, our Facebook page, and also YouTube. Thanks for staying with us here at News Channel 10.
All right, so there you go. So Kevin covered. There we go. Got my mic on there. So Kevin covered everything there around our News Channel 10 viewing area. So while Shelby and them are getting into a new position, of course, getting up to that next storm, I'm going to focus outside of our News Channel 10 viewing area. So I want to preface this with saying this is outside of our region, but I mean, pretty noteworthy situation currently developing just to the northwest of Matador and Roaring Springs right now. You can see an ongoing tornado warning, but look at that hook echo. I mean, when you talk about what you want to look at on radar in terms of a tornadic looking storm, I mean, this is it right here. So if we switch over to velocity, you can see that is a strong rotation couplet right there. I mean, it is right there. That is a strong, strong rotation couplet. And currently with this tornado warning, something that's super noteworthy about it is the fact that right now the National Weather Service is calling it a particularly dangerous tornado warning. This is something we call a PDS tornado warning right now. And the thing about that, with a PDS tornado warning, I mean, that means that we are seeing life-threatening conditions with this tornado. Very large tornado. We're seeing some pictures of it. Not any coming in from our chasers as of right now. They're currently repositioning as well. But this is one, if you got friends down around Matador, Roaring Springs, around the Doherty area, I mean, this is one, let them know if they're not aware. This is a situation to take shelter immediately because, like I said, PDS, particularly dangerous situation right now. So it's currently moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. Right now, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground with this particular storm. So there you can see it. We're going to measure this out here. It is currently, that tornado should be about 12 miles northeast of Matador. And then let's measure it out from Roaring Springs here, a little bit further away. Looking at about 15 miles as well. But I mean, like I was saying just a second ago, Kevin, I mean, when you talk about what you want to see on radar with a strong tornado,
yeah,
it's that right there. I mean, I'm going to go pull up. Go ahead.
Velocity, let's go to velocity. We can take some measurements there because now I think we've got 70 inbound and 50 outbound maybe.
Yeah, getting close to, So we're measuring the miles an hour inbound and outbound.
We're talking 120 mile an hour winds possible in that storm.
And something I want to see here as well as we look at is correlation coefficient to see if there is a debris ball. Not seeing anything noteworthy right now.
Let's see, loop it and see.
See if there's any debris being picked up by the tornado.
Yeah, let's split screen it with a velocity. I
Okay.
might argue that we do have. Let's do the positioning. No, that's it. Do the pencil and let's circle.
Okay, so there you have that bit right there.
Yeah, I think that's giving us.
It might be getting a little bit of debris with that. So this is all. So if you're just now joining us, this is outside of the News Channel 10 viewing area. It's not tracking towards the News Channel 10 viewing area. It's currently just to the, I would say, just east or west northwest of Matador and directly northeast of Roaring Spring. So if you do have friends, family down that direction, I mean, you want to be letting them know this is a very serious situation.
Yeah, that has picked up some debris, in my opinion.
And that's the thing is what we'll look for. So when we're looking at something like correlation coefficient here that you guys are seeing here with us, this particular one may look a little bit confusing, but you see all these reds and purples and everything. If we see a big chunk of like blue, which we do kind of see maybe a few little bits of that in there, that blue where that tornado is, we'll kind of follow it along. We're kind of right around here. That is where we're looking for the potential of getting picked up by that tornado. So like I said, that's a very dangerous looking storm.
Yeah, there's a new image that came in, but what it's doing is the radar beam is trying to distinguish between raindrops, which tend to be a little bit more uniform in size. They can be different sizes, and or hailstones. But then it can also determine if we've got things that are not of uniform size, like trees. If it hits something like, it's not in a populated area right now, but if you would see a greater signature in that blue area if it was damaging things and then carrying those things like boards, roofs, things like that aloft. So it was clearly getting something. It's kind of converging on when it's going to wrap in on itself now.
Yeah, especially, and another thing I think that's pretty noteworthy too is this little cell that we're seeing, down here. If you get a collision with that, I think that'll probably kill a lot of rotation too.
That will disrupt that rotation for
It'll
sure.
certainly disrupt it a little bit.
Yeah, that's probably 10 minutes away, but it will definitely interrupt it.
Yeah.
Because now if you want to geek out more, you can show them the inflow notch. And then what this thing is doing is feeding on moisture right now that is flowing in from the southeast.
Right there,
but with the storm to the southwest, that one's going to disrupt its food, its fuel a little bit, which is a good thing in that it would help to weaken
that tornado a little bit. So from the spotter network, we did get a report on this particular storm of a cone tornado visible through wrapping rain. And of course, National Weather Service is just saying that, there's probably some very large hail because you've got this right here. If we bring up our inspector tool, we can see in the middle of this storm right here. I mean, 60 plus dBz, which to just basically put that in layman's terms is, that's large hail. That's a big hail in the middle of that.
And it's going to become harder to see. I don't even know if there are any roads there, but it's going to become harder to see because the rain, where you see the red and the darker maroon color, is now wrapping itself all the way around the storm, and therefore it may become what you might hear often is rain wrapped, and it's harder to see at that point.
And that makes it even more dangerous because then you don't see the tornado anymore.
Yeah, it's just spinning so hard that the moisture has wrapped all the way around it. Yes, ma'am.
We have about 2.5 minutes to the next break. Do you want to take that?
Okay, so we got Kevin game planning to see if he's going to be doing anything on broadcast. Of course, we're not going anywhere here on stream, so we're going to
pass on that one.
On that.
Thank you.
We're still going to monitor things over here. We'll let Kevin get to work. Okay. And so zooming out a little bit, and then another I want to kind of draw your attention to as well is we're going to go back up to this one in Oklahoma. Like I said, right now we're looking at things outside the News Channel 10 viewing area, things that are not threatening our area right now. So we're going to zoom in on this one. This is just to the west of Alva, Oklahoma, just north of Freedom, Oklahoma. So this one, it is still tornado warned. Let's see what the latest information on this one is. It's radar indicated. So right now with this particular storm north of Freedom, Oklahoma, not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but you can see a pretty large hail core in the middle of that. I mean, you can see 60 plus dBz in that particular storm. So we're seeing some very large hail in that one as well. But just want to reiterate, these are not storms that are threatening our area right now, nor are we expecting them to move into our region. So like I said, of course, keeping an eye on these storms here in the News Channel 10 viewing area. Right now we have 4 active severe thunderstorm warnings in our region. One of the bigger ones there just straight east of Morse. Currently just kind of tracking over some open country. Currently tracking towards maybe north of Canadian, the Glacier area. Spearman, looks like you guys are probably next in line here. We're going to go ahead and animate this in here. Seeing that hail core, looks like it's kind of a little bit messy there as it's rolling into town, but if you're kind of on that northwest end of Spearman, you're probably seeing some pretty sizable hail come your way. This is currently rated for 2 3/4 inch hail. I mean, that's baseball-sized hailstones falling out of the sky. You don't want to find yourself outside in situations like that. So if you are in Spearman, of course not tornado or anything like that, but I mean, hailstones that size, baseball-sized, I mean, you want to be taking cover for sure. You want to be making sure you're not outside. Bring those animals in, give them a safe place to be as well, because baseball-sized hail, I mean, that is certainly not something you want to find yourself outside in for sure. Like Kevin was saying, we're also shifting our focus to Perryton. Perryton currently outside of that severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like the strongest bit of it, if we kind of follow that along that path there, that looks to kind of take it just to the north side of Perryton as it tracks along Highway 15 there. Probably seeing some good rain showers starting in Perryton. North side of town might catch a few stray hailstones, so we're going to watch that. But right now, Perryton not included in that severe thunderstorm warning. So if they stretch that severe warning to Perryton, they may change the terminology. Maybe they bring the hail sizes down. Maybe they bring them up. That's going to be the thing that we currently watch as that system gets closer. Let's see what the latest from the National Weather Service is saying. Okay. Okay, so latest from the National Weather Service in Lubbock, just going back to that Matador storm, they're saying that the forward motion of the circulation looks to be turning more to the east and slowing some. So I think that's certainly noteworthy for sure. Of course, that's going to be, if it does take it more of an easterly direction, that does point it towards Matador. So folks down in Matador should definitely be taking shelter in this situation. But we are seeing signs of maybe some weakening rotation. Still a strong couplet, but maybe a little messier than it was earlier. Let's see what the latest on these storms up here in the Panhandle are looking like. All right, what have we got here? Lots of reports coming in. Okay, so the storm north of Pampa here. So they just issued a warning on that storm north of Pampa there, Kevin. They're going to issue that one for quarter-sized hail.
Yes, thank you. Fortunately, out in open country right now.
Yeah, passing to the north of town right now. It does have Miami, though, in its crosshairs next.
Yeah, next chance would be Miami.
That Miami will be the next town that it gets closer to, but it is passing north of Pampa right now. So if you're in Pampa, you got a good view of it up to the north, but you're not too worried about it coming your direction here as of right now. Quarter-sized hail and 50-mile-an-hour winds with that one. We're seeing several big reports around the area.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, several reports of some pretty large hail of an inch, inch and a half. So with that in mind, oh, there we go. Check out our chaser stream there, Kevin. How's that for a good low precipitation supercell that our chase team has? Shelby, we're going to send things out to you in the field. You got a beautiful shot of a good low precipitation supercell. Tell us what you're seeing out there.
That's this one.
It's the one north of Pampa.
So that's the one that severe thunderstorm warning that we were just talking about with that 1-inch hail. That one is currently kind of behind us. Because we're heading north on 70. We're going to try to intercept that Morse cell. That one is still severe thunderstorm warning for 2.5 inches of hail.
Yeah.
So the damage threat's a little bit higher on that one. So we are still headed for that Morse cell. We're headed north on Highway 70 right now. So that one again that we are looking at in that shot is that one north of Pampa that was just severe thunderstorm warned for that inch hail.
Let's just do this.
Yeah. What's this one?
What's that?
This is the Morse one?
Yeah, right here. Right in front of us.
Yeah, the Morse one is not as pretty. You can't see it as well. It is in front of us, but right now it just looks like you've got nothing but blue in vision.
Right over there.
Yeah.
There you go. Let's see.
So we have a little bit, there's that Morse cell, there's the base of it right there. So that is the one that we're going to try to get to. We're currently, once again, we are north on Highway 70, just out of Pampa. We are trying to head up 70 and see if we can intercept this one just east of Morse. watching that Spearman one as well. I just don't know if we're going to reach it before it crosses Highway 70.
That one would be smack dab between
the two.
How's the velocities looking? That one's messy up there, Spearman.
Yeah, it looks like it's splitting into several. So we're taking a look at radar and velocity right now, and the cell just north of Spearman is looking to split up. That one that's currently moving into Perryton, it's starting to look a little bit more disorganized. So we're still going to keep our focus on that cell just north of, we're heading north towards it on Highway 70. That is that one east of Morse. That's the one that we're going to continue to keep an eye on, as it's been rated for some fairly large hail. I think tennis ball is 2.5 inches, so that is what we're going to keep our focus on at the moment.
Yeah, Shelby, if you can hear me right now, we just got a report of 3-inch hail south of that storm in Spearman. So that's extremely large hail right there. I mean, for
the northern one?
He said south of
on the one just south of Spearman, yeah.
I think it's this one.
For frame of reference for folks, I mean, 3-inch hail right there.
The Morse or no? The one in Spearman.
The one south of Spearman.
You said that one south of Spearman. That's the one east of Morse.
So Morse. Okay. The middle one.
Okay, yeah, that's the one. Cool.
That's the base of it right there.
Yeah, that's a mean hailer for sure. Right now, National Weather Service is working on that far kind of Perryton down to Miami and right around Canadian for the really large hail threat right now. What's that? Little.
Showing 65 dBz. Thunderstorm warning just changed. Polygon just changed. Up to 3-inch hail now. Sheldon, that severe thunderstorm warning on that one, the Morse one that we were talking about south of Spearman, that severe thunderstorm warning did just get reissued, and the hail has been taken up to 3 inches instead of 2.5 inches.
Destructive tag.
Yep.
Oh, does that bring back memories? I bet it's a way. We're between the southern one and the middle one.
We're south of the one east of Morse right now. We're coming up 70 trying to intercept that one.
We're near the 70 and the 283 split. Want to go back to that overlook area so we can look back into it. What's that?
I'm just saying that was somebody pulled over. Oh, it's Sterling guy.
Hey, Sheldon. Sheldon.
Trying to find your dot. Okay.
Gary Sheldon, Alex has a question.
That's alright. It's not really a question. It's more of a...
I wondered if you guys are wanting to go into the core or if we're going to stay.
Oh, I just got a spotter report from Spearman. It looks like golf balls. Weather Network. It's golf balls. I'm gonna find a place. There's a gate there. I guess I could. No. Trying to find a clearing. Can you tell me where 283 goes at ghost time?
Talking about Highway 83 that goes to Perryton?
Is that where it is? 283.
That one kind of goes south and comes out. I think it comes out in Miami. Yeah, it intersects with another 99 and they come together and then come out in Miami.
Well, good evening. Once again, wanted to get you a quick radar update here during the break. We continue with a tornado watch, and that's until 11 o'clock for all the counties in yellow, save for our western counties. But let's do a quick radar tour on things that are affecting our area. We had a couple of cells here in the Spearman to Perryton area. Spearman is likely now getting probably some tennis ball, baseball size hailstones, especially from right center of town and off to the north. The problem with that, if you're watching from there, please just stay where you are. Don't go near the windows, because what's happening is the updraft continues to build on itself in the same spot as opposed to moving away. So if you're getting it right now, the odds that it will last for another 5, 10, maybe even outside toward 15 minutes is fairly high. So wherever you are, you want to stay there. And even if it loosens up, please don't go outside and look around at this point in time, because it's staying right over Spearman. Eventually, it will start to weaken. The good news from Perryton, as you can see, is that cell has weakened, and so we don't have to worry about that one. The one further to the south is out in open country. It is heading for Highway 70. It has probably got some even larger hail. I would guarantee some tennis ball or baseball size hail in that one, so clearly don't want to travel on 70, as that has the potential to go across that highway over the next couple of minutes. The one just north of Pampa, showing some signs of weakening. Could it make it to Miami? I would be surprised at this point. It is no particularly threat. Again, it is severe warned right now, but showing some signs of weakening. It's right over Highway 70. So Miami, just know that that's approaching. I do think it's going to weaken. We're going to continue to watch these and update you as needed. Thanks for staying with us here at News Channel 10.
All right, so switching back here, going back to what we were talking about, saw some folks asking about this tornado warned storm. They're just currently to the west of Matador. They're on 6270. They're just west of town. Good news is there are reports that that tornado occluded, which means that it has now lifted. They have downgraded that particular tornado warning to just radar indicated. So the best of our knowledge right now, still there's not a tornado on the ground with that particular storm that we know of, but still obviously something to take seriously. So friends in Roaring Springs, Matador, don't be going and dropping your guard here just yet, as we're still seeing. I mean, you can see this right here. I mean, that is a pretty noteworthy rotation couplet. Maybe not as strong as it was earlier, but good news is it's been downgraded to radar indicated, which means that somebody did see that tornado lift, and we have not seen it touch back down just yet. But one thing I think is noteworthy with this that I want to bring your attention to is this storm is currently warned for 4.5-inch hail. That's grapefruits falling out of the sky. That is ice chunks the size of a grapefruit falling out of the sky. So even though there's not a tornado threat, there's still a very significant giant hail threat. It's still not something you want to find yourself outside doing. Yes, we do. That's okay. That's his stream right over here. Yeah, we can just, well, let's see. Let's go ahead and just pull up. If he can get us, if you can text him back. Just tell them to get it the best shot possible. This is it right here. So we'll monitor. I got a few chasers out and about right now. I'm monitoring that particular storm, so we may have one that might get us some eyes. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's a pretty good one. Where does he say he's at? Is he just west of Matador? So he's near the Matador storm. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and pull this up. This is Scotty Vandeford that we're pulling up right here. That is currently a live shot from him of that particular storm that is tornado warned. That's what we're watching here that you see on radar here right now. So we're going to go ahead and pull that up. You notice the hook echo not quite as strong as it was, but I mean that's a pretty clear shot that we have right there. So we're going to be watching for a possible development of another tornado outside of that. Again, this is outside of the News Channel 10 viewing area. It's currently tracking south, but currently looks to be, I mean, the hail, I would say that Matador is definitely in play for some of that large hail, but the main part of that rotation looks to be passing well to the west of town, tracking towards Roaring Springs, though. So your friends in Roaring Springs, tell them to take cover on that. But that's pretty spectacular imagery we've got there, Kevin, that you're seeing from Scotty's feed there. Agreed.
And let's jump back into our area for a minute and go to the northern one, because the middle cell, I guess we've been calling it, is it's out over open country, but just want to make the point it has got some very large hail, and the reflectivity returns have increased a great deal. We're still on Lubbock radar there.
Yes, you are correct. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Get an even better look.
We're going to see a lot of pink and purple in that.
When that pink and purple starts turning white, that's just...
Yeah, it's out over open country right now, but it's about to, and it's going to cross. In fact, if you want to take Max 1, we can look at it there and look at our mapping software. Let me freeze it. So we're talking about this storm here, but let me do a little measurement just to get you some bearings. It is, oops, hit the wrong button. Come on.
Yeah, the vertically integrated liquid on that storm there, just east of Morse, is unbelievable.
It's almost 30 miles south of Perryton, just to give you a bearing, but you don't want to travel in between Perryton coming southward, or you obviously don't want to come northward out of Pampa, because that's probably 5-10 miles, the hail core west of Highway 70, but that is some big hail as well. So there's probably easily some tennis balls, some baseballs in there.
It's
so
currently
just a point
rated
of information about travel over open country.
I mean, it's currently rated for 3 inches, which from the National Weather Service, their frame of references that they use, that's somewhere between a baseball and a softball.
Yep.
I mean, so that's pretty extreme. So this is what we call vertically integrated liquid. This just helps us find those hail cores. I mean, as you can see right there, that bright white is just pretty noteworthy. For sure. You can see that Spearman one, thankfully, look at those latest scans on that.
Yes.
That white has started to disappear a little bit. That's good news. That hail does appear to be weakening a little bit up around the Spearman area, because I mean, that hail core was just sat over Spearman for a little bit. So if you've seen some,
it's rained itself out now,
pretty impressive hail there in Spearman, go to newschannel10.com, submit your pictures if you got to see any of that crazy hail. Of course, we don't want you to risk anything going outside and getting yourself near that, but that is, I mean, some pretty large hail, but it looks like if you're up in Spearman, you're starting to get a break, which is very good news. So take a look. Oh, yeah.
73, I think we can beat that. 75 dBz, so that's going to verify.
That's large.
That hail in there.
That is very large hail.
Thankfully out over open country, but like we've said, at this point, we're just kind of geeking out.
Yeah. And that's part of the fun of what we get to do on these streams here, is keeping an eye on things like that.
Jump around and look for pretty pictures.
Yeah. And Lizzie on our YouTube comments, I don't want to make it to seem like we are ignoring you, but we are based here in the Texas Panhandle, so I'm afraid we're not going to be spending a lot of time focusing on any weather in Indiana here with this particular stream. But do find local outlets there. If you are well outside of our viewing area, we encourage you to find your local stations, find your local meteorologists. Those are always going to be your best authority on local weather for sure. Looks like we got a beautiful shot of that storm up around. Let's take a look at our Lake Meredith camera here real quick. Get a good shot right there. Those are the storms that Shelby is following. Yeah, Shelby's got a pretty good view of that.
If we get a long, there's
way off in the distance.
Bushland, way
yeah.
off, and then from downtown.
Shelby, we're gonna go ahead and send things back out to you real quick. Yeah, you've got a beautiful shot out there, so just kind of tell me what you're seeing there on the ground.
Yeah, so we've kind of parked here on Highway 70 just north of Pampa. This is that storm that Sheldon and Kevin were both looking at that is east of Morse, that's tracking across Highway 70. That one is the one that they were looking at that had that pink and purple inside of it, some pretty significant sized hail. We are parked right now, and that is this storm that you are seeing right in front of us. It's got a beautiful structure, and it's looking pretty good. So I think we're just going to wait and see with that one coming across the road. I mean, this structure is beautiful. It looks great. So we're just gonna sit here and we're gonna take a look and see as that crosses across Highway 70. We got some lightning in it now. Beautiful, beautiful shot. We're gonna take a look and see that hail as it crosses across. So we're gonna stay right here and monitor this one. Looks like we've got some 3-inch hail, maybe even a little bit bigger. So we're gonna stay right here on this one and keep an eye on it as it moves a little bit closer to our direction.
Yeah, Shelby, I think that's a good call for sure. I don't know if you heard Kevin and I talking about it a little bit. We were looking at that hail core earlier, like I said, out just deep purple. We were getting returns of up to 75 dBz on that particular storm, so that's some major hail inside of that.
Well, you can see the precip right there.
Yeah, that looks funky.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can get some pictures of it. I'm gonna set this right here, Alex.
Okay.
That storm's beautiful. Sheldon, I'm gonna hop outside and see if I can get some pictures of this storm with my camera right now, since it's clear and good at the moment. Since this is planning on moving over the road fairly soon. Some lightning in this one.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some lightning.
Man, look at that's gorgeous.
What's that?
Look at the shelf.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can just hold the shutter open and see if I can catch something. Come on.
Gorgeous.
No, that's rapid firing. does not like that. I'm about to set up my phone. My camera's not being nice. All I can get is a time lapse. I can't video while I'm on Unity.
Stop tempting.
We're near, I mean...
Caleb, have you ever done a whole lot with a Canon? I can't. To keep the shutter open.
What?
I want to just be able to just hold it down and leave the shutter open to try to catch the lightning.
Yeah,
And I haven't done it forever and I can't remember.
Know how to do it on the iPhone.
I know I was going to just do a video on my phone, but since I'm on Unity, it's not letting me film. Wait, I may have found it. Let's see. Quit lighting on me, come on. My camera hates being inside of this car. Truly, I don't know why. I think the only one in that row of counties is Caudle. Y'all have Paducah, but I think that's it. If that map I have on my desk is right there. so green. Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, they just extended the warning. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's it. You're looking at right now. It's really weird, this highway where we're at right now. We're like the highest point of this stretch of highway. So we don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell if it's like high base or lower. I mean, there's some. I mean, it's not super, but there is some.
Ooh, that was pretty.
Hey, Sheldon. They added a tour possible in our storm.
If this does produce, I might cry. So good. Did you see that
the lightning's ramped up, so yeah, come on.
Did you see this? Matador one looks like it's weakening a little bit. Somebody from Paducah just texted me. Oh, in Borger.
That's confusing. Okay. Hello, everyone. Sorry for the little technical difficulties, but we are watching this storm. We are on Highway 70, kind of between Pampa and Perryton right now. Let's see what the hail size is. What's it? Warn 4 still?
The last warn was for 3-inch hail. Also got some pretty lightning going on.
Yep, 3-inch. So what you're looking at right now is kind of the base of the storm. And as I zoom out here, you can see this is the base, and then to the right of that is where all the rain and hail is, right here. And that's crossing Highway 70 right now.
It's got some beautiful lightning in it.
I want to stop this.
Okay.
I wish I could. So just kind of sit with us, just kind of watch the storm with us.
There's some good lightning. It does look like the storm is trying to recycle to the west of Highway 70, so that's what we're going to keep an eye out for and see if it gets some more energy behind it.
We'll go back to the base here. Is there any comments?
No, Sheldon was addressing them a little bit ago, and then the last ones were asking about the stream itself.
Oh, yeah.
I do see that we have a comment on YouTube from Sam. He's asking where we are. Sam, we are currently, our location thing went away when we had some technical difficulties there for a minute. We are currently on Highway 70. We are facing kind of a north-northeast direction right now. We are
Northwest.
Northwest. And we are between Pampa and Perryton. So
if you're familiar with that area, we're right just south of 283. Yep, I hear you. It's starting to get kicked up here. I may have to shoot south.
Yeah, because
we're getting to where. Well, no,
it's starting to move towards us.
That's fine. Yep, take it wherever you want.
Look at the motion.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where it's starting to get
closing
in on us. Look at that right there. It's gonna be right passing right over us. All right, the storm's kind of passing right over us right now. We're probably gonna have to move south just a little bit. Caleb.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, we've been here before, haven't we? It's 2 for 2.
Look straight up. Man, look at that. We need like an ultra wide camera.
Did you try turning it on and off again?
I'm looking right here.
Yep.
Hang on.
Let me know if you want to move. I'm gonna try to get a couple.
Go quick. Okay, right there.
Hello. Hello. Oh. They're dipping.
Yeah, I'm about to too.
Alright, she's
All right.
Sheldon, we're gonna head a little bit south since this is looking to track right about where we're at. We're gonna head a little south.
Hey, Sheldon, can you hear me? Yeah, so we're, just a little bit.
There's Cajun.
We're like right in the between where it's red and green. So, it's very broad, but no,
No,
we're in the
underneath the rotation.
the broad.
Broad rotation.
Where it would have been rotation. Could have been what it should have been. I really don't want to go all the way back down to Pampa. So I'm sort of down a few
Hey,
miles.
Shelby, make sure that camera stays pointed back so I can keep an eye on it as we drive away.
curvy roads.
But this should be pretty good.
It's dark back there.
So there.
Come on, baby, give us something.
Oh, come on, dude. You're a Lincoln Navigator.
Oh, dang it. Wish I would have gotten that on video.
Lightning's picking up.
Here.
hit our flashers on since we're on top of a hill.
Yeah.
Look at that motion though.
What's the...
Gorgeous.
Okay.
Oh, that is moving.
What's that?
Well, we're keeping an eye on this one right now. It does look like it's got some good hail in it. That part kind of passed over down that way.
Yeah.
So we're just keeping an eye on this movement right here to see if anything comes on
But
out
do you
of
think
that.
between here and Perryton it's clear, or is it past?
Where's that coming from?
It's coming out here.
Oh.
So this is our radar right now. It looks like the heaviest part is right on 70 right now.
That's
This
what
dark
I'm thinking.
pink, yes, it's currently right on 70. So.
I think it's moving out off the highway.
So this storm is moving. Let's see, it's moving
Southeast. I know. We're probably gonna have to
east
get
at
out of
20
here in a
miles
little
per
bit.
hour. So it's moving a little
So
slow,
it's gonna take
but
about 20 minutes or so. to get there.
it's going to take a little
If you
bit
take
for
south
it to.
down to, if you're going down to Pampa,
going
you
this
should be
way.
good.
No, I'm headed to Perryton.
Oh yeah,
turned
I
around.
wouldn't go.
We turned around.
Yeah.
I don't recommend it. No, this
Yeah,
one's pretty.
That's what I'm thinking is wait until it passes the highway.
Right. Yes, I would highly recommend that.
I've got the home version, if you will, on my phone. That
Right.
It looked like it was right there, so I was waiting for it
Right.
to pass. All
No,
right.
you made the right choice. You
Another
did.
20, 30 minutes when it passes, we should see it.
Right. Most of this dark.
Yeah, it's once it passed.
Right. No, you made the right call for
If
sure.
you need to go back to us, that's fine.
I'll let you guys get back on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We're about to come out
Okay.
straight away. We are. All right. Hello.
Alrighty.
Still monitoring the storm between Pampa and Perryton. Looks like this. Thank you. All right. Looks like it's developing another inflow notch.
So for those of you that are just joining us, we're having a little bit of some technical difficulties, so we don't have our locator with us right now, but we are currently on Highway 70. This storm is currently in the process of crossing Highway 70. We are just about in the middle between Pampa and Perryton, right at that Highway 70 and 283 split.
Yeah, we got to move. We're in the notch.
Yeah.
We are about to move a little further south. We're keeping an eye on this one though. Let me follow you, let you guys see this as we're heading back around. There we go. This one's looking really good.
We're seeing a lot more, it's a lot more turbulent than it was about, say, 10 minutes ago. So this storm could be cycling. It's almost, I mean, it's moving pretty slow right now.
Last storm report was moving 20 miles per hour.
Man, I really don't want to go much further because you can't really see it, but at the same time.
Right, all of this over here.
Yeah.
We're going to try to get you guys a little bit of a better view. We've got some...
We're trying to get a better view while also keeping us safe.
Right.
So
this storm's kind of taking a little bit of a turn and heading a little bit more south, so we're trying to stay ahead of it so we don't get caught in something. It was originally tracking east, now it's looking to go a little more southeast.
Which that's kind of what the models were showing.
Right.
That's when it really got kicked going good. I'm going to stop up here.
Okay.
Kind of rather go on the other side.
Can we zoom out any further than that? I don't think so. Yes. Right.
Yeah, we're right underneath that inflow notch.
Yeah, if you guys watching on the stream, it's kind of a little bit difficult to see, but this dark curtain of clouds right up here, you can see it moving a little bit, so that movement is definitely there. We are keeping a close eye on it because this storm does look like it's starting to develop a little bit of some inflow to it.
Correct.
That's
yeah,
kind of west.
Kind of.
Dark clouds. We do have a comment on Facebook as well asking which way this storm is moving. Initially, this storm was tracking almost directly east, but it's starting to take a little bit of a turn. And this storm is heading southeast right now. It's kind of tracking towards Miami at this time. Keeping a close eye and see if that track changes again. But as of right now, it is heading southeast, heading in a pretty good path towards Miami right now. We just don't have any rotation, anything like that. We've got some very broad stuff, but we don't have anything confirmed as of right now. Just keeping an eye on those clouds there.
Okay. Hey, Sheldon, are you there? Hey, Sheldon. Hey, what's the storm looking like south of Perryton? Looks like that one's trying to get... no, not Perryton, Spearman. Spearman, I mean. Okay.
Okay, so we got a new core. That looks like it's coming this way too.
Let's just look at see if there's any rotation or not. It looks kind of messy.
There's a little bit of blue in it, but it's not very...
Very messy.
It's not very structured.
Rotation. Kind of hard to see.
Okay. For those of you on the stream right now, we are currently taking a look at radar. We have that cell that has just passed through Spearman, and it's kind of headed in that same southeasterly direction as the one that we are on right now. So we are looking at some radar, seeing if we have anything indicating in that. It looks like it's trying to rebuild another hail core, so we're looking at radar right now to see what exactly is going on with that particular storm.
They have a new warning for that, our storm. It's taking more southeast.
Just this one.
Still 3-inch hail radar indicated. Issued 2 minutes ago. Man, I just got the new radar scan.
I know, I'm seeing rotation.
That would be right behind us.
Love it. We love to see the honks and the...
It would be directly right there.
Whoa. Getting some great lightning out of this.
Oh, man. We're right underneath that inflow notch.
Hail. Big hail.
Big hail?
Big hail.
All right, it's hailing.
That was a golf ball.
Oh. All right, we're moving south. We're getting hail. No, Pampa. Oh yeah, there's a big hail.
Large hail.
I didn't even explain. Hail.
Well, I saw one. I saw it.
It's coming.
Hen egg just burst.
Did you hear it coming before you saw
No,
it?
I saw it running down the street.
Well, I saw it splatter right in front of me.
It was like, it shattered and it rolled. It looked like a bunch of... It was like, someone throwing something? Then went, uh-oh.
That's why that guy
Hail.
probably left.
Hail, big hail.
Big hail.
Big hail. Okay, so yeah, we are back on Highway 70. We're back heading south back towards Pampa. Caleb in the back seat saw some large hail, so we're going to get out of that. And we're also seeing some rotation that we're going to keep an eye on.
I'm getting some feedback. Looks like someone may have their speakers on.
Oh yeah, you can see some hail splatters on the road. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh.
Big hail.
We're coming into some hail, guys.
Big hail.
Big hail. Yeah. Oh.
Wow, those were
large.
Those were like at least tennis balls. Well, I can't believe, man. Wow, how did we not get hit?
I'm waiting for the jump scare with the hail, really. I had one ear plugged. I was ready.
Oh, y'all saw it? Yeah, it was like just hitting everywhere but our car. They were at least tennis ball size. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a miracle it didn't hit the car. Do have some rain, but that's about it right now.
Yep.
Heads up. Guy on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh.
We need to book it. If you can find me an east option.
East Road.
Preferably, yeah. Preferably before Pampa.
Let's see, road heading east.
Oh, there's...
Looks like there's an Antelope Hills Road, and there is a... Looks like the next one until... Let's see, this one doesn't have a name. I'm trying to find that one that tracked back towards Miami. That would be...
Yeah, the 282.
There's one, if we make it to Wayside, cut straight across. That might be the next one.
Yeah.
That one on Wayside. I can start this if you want.
Let me take it. Me battling, racing that thing to Miami.
Unfortunately, I don't think I see a road any sooner that isn't sketchy.
What do you mean? Like... Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out road network.
We were thinking about trying to turn off at Wayside and cut across to Miami.
282.
But then we'd be going directly east. Yes.
Yeah, but we're going to take a road just before Pampa.
Let's see. There's a 282.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Yeah, that's you turn off at Wayside on FM 282. That cuts almost directly east.
Yeah.
To Miami.
I'm just worried that car.
And we're gonna get caught trying to race it. Gotcha.
You may want to zoom in on that. Zoom in. You gotta look at the screen here. I know you're trying to.
Yeah, it's got a little.
Here. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, you. Yeah, you're gonna be my eyes on here because I got to find the road here.
No, yeah, you're good. Do you want me to turn
Just
on where that
focus
turn
on
is?
that. Yeah, I got the road.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. That's why I'm glad I got to come with you guys. I knew that y'all would know what to do.
The rotation is tiny. There's a definite hole. So keep looking at there.
Come on, dude.
We're still north of Pampa. Still on 70. That
282.
282 that we were talking about. Looks like that turns in about 5 miles.
Focus. Just keep an eye on that.
Oh, left side. That's all right.
Hit. Is this a dirt road?
Sheldon, I also sent my location to the weather team earlier. That can.
Well, good evening. We're continuing to watch some stronger thunderstorms. Now, I have Max 2 behind me. We need to switch if I can. I have Max 2 on this monitor. There we go. Okay, now we've got it. Thank you. Continue with the tornado watch. That's until 11 o'clock tonight. Most of the area is fairly quiet, but we're particularly concerned right now about a storm just to the northwest of Miami. It is showing what we call a pendant and trying to hook. There's several things going on here that are suggesting it's wanting to produce some rotation and possibly a tornado. We don't have a tornado warning just yet, but we wanted to break in and let you know. I'm going to give you just a minute or two of an update on this and the other storms. If we get a tornado warning after we go off, we'll come back and let you know because we're concerned about Miami at this point. That storm is clearly heading toward town. The rotational part right there, or at least the inflow notch, the potential tornado, is about, let's say it's inside of 15 miles northwest of town, heading southeast at about 20 miles per hour, maybe closer to 25. So it's going to approach, well, first we'll get some hail, and that's going to be within the next 10 to 15 minutes at the outside. So in Miami, not under a tornado warning, officially not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but that may be coming. But I want you to start paying attention. Keep the television on. check with your neighbors. People maybe have gone out for a walk or they've turned the television off. But in and around Miami, this is serious enough that I want you to get your phone network going and say, hey, let's turn on the television. We're also streaming. We've got our chaser out looking at this one. So that's NewsChannel10.com, also the Facebook page, and also the YouTube channel. But if you want to get your friends and neighbors to turn on the television carefully, not a tornado yet, but it is looking like it wants to produce one. From Miami northward, we'll eventually get under this, which is going to be easily the potential for golf ball size hail or even somewhat larger. So again, watching that storm approach, it's about, the rotation area is probably still 20 minutes out, but we're going to watch it. Some rain may pick up, some hail will maybe pick up as well. Other storm cells that we're watching are lesser in intensity, but a new one is developed just west of Groover. That's going to go southeast, so in Morse, you may pick up that one. The bulk of this will go to the south of Groover, but still some hail is possible. And then this storm as well that is out in open area. Okay, thanks very much. So that one right there. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so maybe that one's coming. New severe thunderstorm warning because of the hail potential there. Also hail potential out in open country south of Spearman, south of Farnsworth, and then south of Wool Creek. West of, or if you're west and southwest of Groover or in Morse, there may be a hailstorm coming in your direction as well. So let me back up and take a look at our Miami storm. Again, still showing what we call an inflow notch right there, showing the rotation potential. The Weather Service is watching it. If they need to issue a tornado warning, and there's several chasers watching it as well, they will do that. So once again, right now, for the moment, in Miami, you're still 10 to 15 minutes out from the heavy weather and the possible rotation. We're going to go back to programming in just a second, but in and around Miami, stay with us. If we get a tornado warning, we'll come back and we'll walk you through that. Thank you for staying with us here at News Channel 10.
Get back on 60.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty, so now we are headed east on, you said 282?
Yeah.
We are trying to cut directly east over to Miami. We're keeping a super close eye on this storm. The rotation is starting to come up, so we're keeping a close eye on it. We have not seen anything at this time. We have not seen a funnel. We're watching it, and we're gonna try to shoot across over to Miami, and so we can get there if we have a warning of some sort.
So there's a road right here. It'll take me to 60. Right, just take 60.
Okay. On the base of the storm, but right now we're not seeing
How
any.
fast is it going?
This severe thunderstorm.
I don't know if to stay on this road or take 60.
Moving southeast at 20.
Should I stay on this road to Miami?
If you do, you just need to be careful because we're headed straight for the rotation.
I don't know if it would be better just to take Miami.
Here. I can see better.
You can see?
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything right now.
Speakers.
Wow, this is unbelievable. Sorry.
No, you're okay. I'm just trying to help you focus on, or help however. Sheldon, this structure is gorgeous.
Okay, I would say let's slow it down.
Alright.
So it's going to be this way.
Because the base is right here. And I want you to be able to have a...
We're getting fairly close to that base, Sheldon. We're starting to slow down a little bit.
escape route. Okay, Shelby, pin ends. A little bit over. No, other way, other way. Right there.
Yep, zoom in.
Ooh,
All right.
okay.
I think there's a driveway right here, Alex. It might be a good place to pull in. It's tightened up quite a bit.
Here, let me see. Yeah. That could be a wall cloud.
It looks like a wall.
Hey, Shell.
We might have a wall cloud, Sheldon.
Or take a look at our. You have to look at the lightning when it illuminates, but look at the. Hang on. Wait.
Oh.
Right there. You see the funnel?
I saw it.
Funnel.
I saw it.
Funnel. Yep. Yep.
It's coming to the ground.
It's coming down. We may have a tornado. I'm looking for.
We might have it.
Yep.
Oh, yep. We got it.
Okay, coming back to break in with a potential tornado warning. Our chasers, Shelby and Alex, have seen a funnel cloud on the storm that we were talking about just a couple of minutes ago. Again, to get your bearings here, this is just to the northwest, maybe about 10 miles northwest of Miami. It is continuing to drop off to the southeast. So we're going to stay on TV for a couple of minutes. We do expect a tornado warning to come with this. We're letting the Weather Service process and see what they're going to do. But again, we've seen a funnel. It was lightning illuminated from the chase vehicle. And so we've communicated that to the Weather Service. They're obviously looking at the radar as well. All the signatures are right for the rotation there. And it may be a fairly tight one there. And so I think we're going to get a tornado warning. So we're going to stay with this for a minute, despite the fact that there isn't one yet. But if one is issued, it will include Miami. So stick with us, leave the television on, call your neighbors, let them know as well. And a couple of things I also want you to do right now is think for a few minutes where you're going to go in your house if a tornado warning is issued. And so, I'm sorry?
Our chasers are saying tornado on the ground.
Okay, they're saying they have a tornado.
Tornado on the ground.
And we're going to go to that.
Yep, take our feet.
Stream. Okay, they're going to go to that stream. We'll be looking for that. But what I want you to do yeah, we can see it right there. What I would like for you to do in Miami right now, there it is. That's on the ground for sure.
Oh!
Wow. And it looks like a pretty stout one. Okay, so let me go back to the preparations. I want you to think in Miami, in the building that you are in, your safety plan, and start to put that into effect. What you need to do is think about being in the center of the building that you're in your home. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. That will protect you from flying debris. Hopefully that would be a small room in the center of the house, like a bathroom, a hallway, a closet, no windows in it. Bring along something to cover up your head. This is the time where you want to get the pillows off the sofa. You're not going to get the mattress or anything like that. If you have helmets, then you want to bring those as well. Bicycle helmet is good, football helmets are good, anything to protect your head from flying debris. Also, it's well into the evening. Maybe you've kicked off your shoes. What I'd like you to do is think ahead and go ahead and put on some sturdy shoes so that you may, if we get any damage, not have to walk across broken glass or nails or anything like that, splintered wood. Prepare for being in an area where there could be some damage once the storm moves by. Get a jacket as well because it's going to be kind of cold. Let's go to Shelby Vogel in the chase vehicle. Shelby, go ahead.
Alrighty, Kevin, we are here on this storm that we've been tracking. This is just northwest of Miami. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. It is kind of hard to see. It's a little dark out here right now, but when that lightning illuminates in the background, this is a pretty stout looking tornado.
You can see it through the lightning.
Yeah, you have to wait for the lightning to strike back there in the background, but we have confirmed, we have seen it. It is heading in that general direction towards Miami, so if you are in Miami, have your tornado safety plan in place. This is not a drill. This is a serious situation. Be sure to have your tornado safety plan in place. Get in a basement, an interior room of your house. Make sure that you are in a safe area. Get some protection, like Kevin was saying, maybe a bicycle helmet. Get underneath a mattress in your bathtub. All interior rooms, no windows. Be sure this is a confirmed tornado. Yes, we do have
It's a good sized tornado too.
It is. This is a pretty good one. So we pretty sizable one. We do have that tornado warning issued. And it does not include Miami, but that is it's just barely outside of Miami. So if you live in the Miami area, I highly recommend that you go ahead and take all tornado warning cautions. You need to make sure to be in your safe place, interior room in a home, make sure that you are away from windows, and be sure to have that tornado safety plan in action, because this tornado it's a pretty large one, and it does not look like it is going to be going anywhere for a little bit.
All right, Shelby, I'm
going
to take over from you for a minute. Let's come back to me and Max 1 if we can, please, and get a better look at that warning. And Sheldon, I might ask you to navigate for me here in just a second. So here's Miami, the tornado polygon, the warning. Whatever notification system you have may or may not go off, because the polygon goes right up to the edge of Miami. Take that as a sign that you need to go ahead and go to your safe place, because Miami, you are included in the tornado warning with that approaching storm. We got those lightning enhanced pictures from Shelby and Alex showing clearly that funnel, and there seems to be nothing at this moment that would want to slow it down. We got a really stout, what we call inflow notch right there. This is the hook echo, so that storm is going to be right there. Sheldon, why don't we zoom in just a little bit if we can and maybe do a measurement, because now we need to talk about how closely that's going to be. I think it's probably about 10 miles out. It's moving to the southeast. Do we have a number? It's at least 20, 25 miles per hour. At 20 miles per hour. So that's not super fast, but there's his, that's going to give us an approximate arrival time. So the current time is what? 9:10. Yeah, that's going to be a little quicker, I think. Yeah, so let's say within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Can you use the ruler and try and give me a distance measurement on that one? That'll give us some time, an idea to exactly how far out it is. Okay, so we're just coming up on 10 miles from Miami, and it is moving from northwest to southeast. That movement is going to continue. It is a confirmed tornado on the ground, and we see nothing to suggest that it is going to weaken at this point. We had been kind of looking at some signs that maybe some cold air might get out ahead of it, but it has overcome that. And so that's why we're getting the tornado. What he's showing right now is the velocity product here. And the latest image is looking a little bit dirtier, but the one before, in fact, if you want to stop and just back it up a hair, we can kind of explain what's going on here. So again, we're about 10 miles northwest of Miami right now. It is moving southeast. Yeah, right, back up one spot right there. Well, one more if you can. Right in here, what the radar is looking at is raindrops moving toward or away from the radar site. So the green is toward, red is away. And so from right in here, you can interpret rotation. The brighter the color, the faster those raindrops are moving. We watch each individual image for the trend to see what it is doing and whether it's going to strengthen or maintain or maybe possibly weaken. There is nothing suggesting right now that it is going to weaken before it gets to Miami. So Pampa, you're okay. Canadian, you're okay. You could get some rain, but Miami, you are definitely in the path of this storm that is about 10 miles to your northwest and moving to the south. So once again, for people who are joining, let's put your tornado plan into action anywhere in and around Miami. First floor, lowest floor of the building that you're in, obviously storm shelter if you have one, but first floor, lowest floor of the building you're in, you want to be in a small room toward the center of the building, like a bathroom or a hallway or a closet, and no windows in it. Grab something to cover up your head, put on some sturdy shoes. If you're going around barefoot, you got your flip-flops on, we want to take those off, because there's been a lot of research suggesting if you're not prepared for that, for some damage, now you've got to walk through some things that might cut your feet up. And that's a danger that we've seen over and over again that has been realized in some places. So get the sturdy shoes on. Also get your phone tree going. Even if you're not in Miami and you know somebody who is, call them right now and have them turn on the television. We're going to watch this thing until it either dissipates or goes through Miami, and we still got a couple of minutes, but we want everybody to know where it is and what is going on at this moment in time with regard to that storm. So again, it's about 10 miles northwest of town. We still got a few minutes to go ahead and prepare, and so I want you to continue to do that. Sheldon, why don't we back out and just get another a wider view of the entire environment, just to see what because there were other storms that we're strengthening a little bit. Let's go to the Groover one. Still the tornado warning for Miami. But the Groover storm, the bulk of that one, the hail core right there in that purple color, is obviously southwest of town. That is going to move off to the southeast. So in Groover, other than a little bit of small hail, I think that you'll probably be okay. Let's go east a little bit further and see some of these other cells. Most of this is out in the open right now. So this one obviously south of Spearman, there would be some hail in there. Perryton, you had a little bit of rain come through, you're okay. South of Wauka and Farnsworth, you're okay. And then this cell has probably got a little bit of hail, maybe pan a little bit further to the east, right over the Interstate 70 corridor, and that will follow our main storm cell. Why don't you go wide to the entire market? Let's just make sure nothing else is developing. But I think we're pretty quiet. We've been talking all night and all afternoon about the dry line kicking off some storms. The dry line is not going to do that anymore. It has stopped moving eastward. It is retreating to the west. And so the tornado watch still remains in effect for all of the counties currently in the yellow until 11 o'clock. But we don't expect any new development outside of the cluster of storms that we have been talking about. Just for a point of information, we might as well go west to Paducah and just if you want to warn some folks down there. But we've been watching a lot of severe weather just out of our area in and around Matador and then east of Lubbock. But that's a flash flood warning right there for heavy rain that has moved in. There's another tornado warning that is further to the south. So obviously heavy rain, very strong storms in the Lubbock markets. If you know anybody there, you might want to have them punch up our sister station down there, KCBD. Okay, let's go back to our Miami storm, please. We're just going to walk this right into town with you. We have any information from the Weather Service on chat, Sheldon? Okay, let's zoom in real close on this one now. We've been talking about this inflow notch. What I'm hopeful for before it gets into town, go ahead and stop it on the last image there if you can. See how it went from a little bit arcing to a little bit more spiky. What I hope for is that this rotation will start to kind of wrap around itself and maybe start to weaken that tornado. I'm not saying it's happening right now, but I'm hopeful based on this latest radar image in this presentation, what's happening is the air is flowing this way, and if the rain can wrap around, it will almost try and cut off the fuel, that warm, moist inflow that's coming in that the tornado needs to survive. Hopeful that will happen again before it gets to Miami, but you can continue to see it is moving to the northeast. Let's not travel or try and get away from this by going to the northeast of Miami on Highway 60. That's not going to be a good idea. You will run into some hail there. That's approaching from those heavy rain there now, and these little pink areas are probably some hail. Do we still have Alex and Shelby? Can we get a report from them? Yes. We're going to crack.
Yes.
Yep.
We're trying to get to Highway 60 right now.
West of Miami. It's moving to the southeast at about 20 miles per hour. So in the next 10 minutes, if you are not in your safe place, I would really love for you to be there. Go ahead, Shelby.
Yeah, so we are trying to get back to Highway 60 right now. We are still looking back there at that cloud, but right now we are just trying to get back to Highway 60 and get a little bit better set up.
We're on 2391, heading south.
So far, we aren't seeing it. So
Very difficult to see.
yeah, we don't know if the funnel is weakening or if it is getting hidden by some rain. We've been looking around, but I have not seen it as of right now.
Are you traveling right now? And where are you in relation?
We're traveling.
We're repositioning right now. We're on 2391 right now, trying to get back to Highway 60 to shoot north to Miami.
You're trying to go north from Miami?
Yes, we're going to Highway 60 first, and then after we get to 60, then we're going to try to shoot towards Miami.
So you're coming in south of Miami. Okay, I just want to make sure you weren't going to go north of Miami because that's going to be some big hail.
Right.
Gotcha.
Careful.
Hang on.
Okay, thanks for that report. Continue to be safe. Keep me posted. Okay, let's go back to me and the next one, please. Okay, so we're just going to watch it come in. Again, live coverage now on News Channel 10 and streaming on newschannel10.com, our Facebook page, and our YouTube page. We have an active tornado warning from Miami to the northwest for this storm cell right here. It has changed its dynamic or shape a little bit. Again, this is the inflow notch. The tornado would be right in here. The inflow notch has changed enough to make me hope that it's going to wrap in on itself and perhaps weaken. I'm not saying it's doing that. Don't take that as any sign that it's not going to happen. But again, in Miami, need for you to be in your safe place. Small room toward the center of the house, lowest floor, bathroom, hallway, closet. No windows in it. Grab something to cover up your head. If it's the sofa cushions or sofa pillows, that's okay. Don't try and drag anything like the mattress in the bathroom or anything like that. Don't worry about opening the windows. That's an old, outdated thing. Just go ahead and go to that safe place and bring something to cover up your head. If you have a football helmet or a bicycle helmet in the garage, you got a couple of minutes to go ahead and get those and put those on as well. Let's put on some sturdy shoes. Let's grab a jacket. It's going to get cold once this thing comes by, and if you want to go out afterwards, you are going to want to look around. You want to have sturdy shoes in case there's any debris around. You want to stay away from any puddles that are formed by the heavy rain, because some power lines may have gotten down into those, so stay away from that. We prefer for you to wait until the storm gets by before you go out and look. We don't want to see any pictures from it as well. I would rather you stay safe. Even if you get some hail, you can wait until after the storm moves by and the rain ends to give us those kinds of pictures. But right now, that tornado threat is real enough, since we did have confirmation of it about 5 minutes ago and visually saw it from our chasers on the ground. We need you to go ahead and take that action to protect yourself and your safety. So it's getting a little closer to town. Want to do another measurement there, Sheldon? Oh, yeah, okay, good. So you see the polygon, that's the red box there, went right to Miami. Now they've extended it past the highway, a couple of miles past the highway southeast of 60. So if you're south of town and your tornado warning apparatus, your app or whatever is going off right now, that's why they extended that warning a little bit further south. So slow down a little bit, which is kind of interesting. That would speak to our thought that maybe, I'm going to step out and just let you look at the loop. I'm going to see this on radar scope for a minute here on my computer, because I'd love to see what that velocity signature looks like.
Overall rotation does look a little bit weaker.
Right, that was my thought. Okay, so once again, we're doing live coverage of a tornado warning for Miami. That storm is approaching from the northwest, and I'm just doing a little bit of analysis on the fly to see what it is doing. Still plenty of rotation signature there, still plenty of speed on the velocities, but I think our hope and our suspicion that maybe it's wrapping up on itself and going to kind of choke itself off and weaken is in fact happening. So we're going to continue to watch that. This is Shelby and Alex, by the way, the little inset there. So this is good news in that we still have that inflow notch, warm, moist, humid air rising up, flowing up into the storm and then rising and starting to rotate. But if we can get this heavier rain to wrap all the way around, it may choke off its ability to continue to rotate before it gets to town. We're continuing to watch the National Weather Service and the National Weather Service chat. That's sort of our behind-the-scenes information portal that includes media and emergency managers and whatnot, and we're looking for information from them. There's a lot of lightning, as you can see, and it's giving us a chance to work on that storm. To see that storm, what Shelby and Alex are doing is trying to cut over from, they were at Highway 70, and they're trying to cut over to Highway 60 so that they can then move back to the northeast and toward that storm. Okay, very good. So Sheldon says, again, what we were hoping for is that maybe this thing is choking itself off. Now, let's not think that that's going to lessen the damage, especially from the hail. I would say at this point, the hail core is increasing. We've got a large area of that pinky purple color. That's also moving southward. So that's we're probably already getting some hail on the highway northeast of town, but that's going to come down really hard and do some damage. We've had some history of baseball-size hailstones in our area. Where was the grapefruit?
Grapefruit-sized hail was on that storm that was down around Madison.
Okay, so further south out of our area. But the potential for these storms to produce large hail has been realized. We had one that was about a grapefruit-sized hailstone. Baseball size in Spearman, yeah, thank you for reminding me of that. So in addition to the tornado threat in Miami, now the hail core is going to get a little closer to you. In fact, now seeing the reflectivity hit Miami, what you may experience is a gust front first. That would be a blast of colder wind and a hard blast, 40, 50, 60 mile an hour wind gust coming from the north or northeast as the storm gets in. Then the rain will pick up in intensity very, very quickly. It will be wind-blown rain and hail, which brings up another good point about hail. Don't want you near the windows. I know you want to go out and see and take a look, but once the wind picks up and that hail starts to come in at an angle, that's when we get broken windows, that's when we get siding peeled off, but we clearly don't want you to get hurt by any kind of broken glass. So let's stay away from the windows, and for anybody just joining, especially in Miami now, let's review the plan. First floor, lowest floor of the building that you're in. Obviously storm shelter, if you have one, you have a moment to get there. That would be the first priority. If you're staying in the building that you're in, you want to be in the center of the building, like a bathroom, a hallway, or a closet toward the center of the house. The idea is a couple of things. The smaller room provides more structural integrity, holding up the roof, and it has the 2x4s around you to provide you protection. Then you also want to be away from the outside of the house, because if things start flying around, they can more easily come through the windows or the outside walls. So as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Get something to cover up your head. Helmets are great, sofa cushions are great, sturdy shoes, grab some warmer clothes or at least a jacket, because again, once this moves on through, it's going to get really cold and it's going to be really dark if we start losing power. Grab your flashlights if you need to. Grab your eyeglasses or your reading glasses if you need to. If you have any medicines that you want to keep with you, if things start blowing around, think for a moment about what you want to have with you, especially your prescriptions. You don't want to have to be looking for those later. You can just put them in your pocket, keep them with you in a small bag. But again, at this point in Miami, in and around Miami, if you're not in your safe space, I'd like for you to go ahead and go there. Keep the television up loud enough so that you can continue to hear us, because we'll report and eventually we'll give you an all clear. But don't turn it up so loud that you cannot hear the tornado approaching. The old adage about hearing the freight train coming, that's valid. If you hear that, don't wait for me to tell you to go to your safe space. You go ahead and go. So you want to be aware of your outside surroundings in addition to listening to us. So once again, status report here. We're at 9:25. We are in a tornado warning situation for Miami, just to the northwest of town and the Highway 60 corridor. This storm is moving to the southeast. It may have shown some signs of weakening with regard to the tornado, but the hail threat, the large hail threat, is still absolutely there. So we're probably closer to 5 miles outside of town now. It's moving to the south at about 15 to southeast rather, at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. So once again, in Miami, please go ahead and go to your safe place. You may expect to be there for, I'd say, at least 30 minutes at this point. Now that we've made that update, Sheldon, let's look at the other cells just to get another perspective and to let other folks know around. We'll go to that west one first. We're south of Groover, north of Morse. Okay, let's go into that close on that one, because that one's got a pendant on it now too. And there we go. There we go. Okay, so this storm, and go ahead and pause it. Groover, you're okay. The rain is going to move away from you if you're getting some right now, but this is another, this is the way the Miami storm started, okay? So what we look for first is this little pendant, this little notch coming out right here. We'll watch for the inflow notch to tighten up, and then we'll see what it does. If it can do it, it will. If it doesn't, it won't. But the point is, go ahead and run that in motion again, if you would. This one's also moving to the southeast, so this one's going to go toward Morse. So it's still about, if we get a measurement on it too while you're looping, that's fine. That's probably, what, 10 miles outside of Morse. So you've still got time, but in and around Morse, let's start to prepare to go to your safe place. So we're right at 10, 11 miles. Anybody you know in Morse, let's give them a call, let them know that this one has the potential to rotate too. That is not a tornado-warned storm at this point, but as we're seeing, it might yet be. Okay, let's go east a little bit, check on our other cells, see where the biggest hail is. Let's mention in Spearman, you've already had a couple of rounds of hail. I think you're easily going to get a little bit more, possibly to golf ball size. You're not near the core, but what this thing is doing is producing hailstones here, and then it's going to throw them out to the northeast. So another round of hailstones. I'd almost say likely at this point in Spearman. Say again? Okay, let's take their video and see what they're looking at. We can hear from, oh, there's another, no, before we do that one, just to let, here's another notch. This one's out in the open, okay? But that one's west of 70, so that could be another potential rotation signature there. We'll watch that one develop. Okay, now let's get a report from Shelby and put the back up on Miami. Okay. There we go.
Yep.
We're just on the Roberts County, we just crossed into Roberts County line. We're south of
we're on Highway
Southwest.
60.
Highway 60.
Yeah. So we have, it's kind of hard to see, you got to wait for that lightning to backlight it, but we do have some lowering. We do not see a funnel at this time, but we do see the potential for some lowering. So the storm is still rotating, it's still very violent. So as Kevin was saying, if you are in Miami, this is very serious. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, because this is still tracking towards Miami.
Yep.
Almost looks like there's 2 areas.
Yeah, we've got some spots of some potential lowering. We have to wait for that lightning to light it up for us. Let's see what we got.
Analysis on the side here, and we're now probably inside of 3 miles just to the northwest of Miami. We're just waiting for those lightning strikes to see. You can kind of see them adjusting the camera there. But now we're about 3 miles or less from Miami, so you definitely want to be in your safe spot with the tornado or potential tornado working toward your area. That's again Miami, also to the northeast of town on Highway 60. Any residences there that you're going to want to watch out for some large hail to come through. That'll be in the next 5 minutes. Okay, so again, approaching Miami in the next couple of minutes. Do we know they're not in town, right? They're just southeast. Oh, okay, so they're a couple miles south, so that's good. All right, so again, we're just going to kind of stick with it and walk you right up to this thing going through Miami. We don't have a visual confirmation at this point, but the signs from radar are pretty good that we still have certainly some rotation, if not a tornado on the ground. Okay, I'm going to give them another minute or two or a couple seconds here to see if we see anything on lightning flashes. Sheldon, what I'd like to do afterwards on Max 1 is put up the velocity display and get close to that cell, right close up on Miami. So once again, we're watching here at 9:30, tornado warning for Miami. And just to the northwest of town, we have our chase team, Alex Ricarte and Shelby Vogel, watching the storm, looking for a funnel or a tornado. It's obviously harder to see at night, but the flashes there are giving us a few moments of light to see. And they're looking right up the highway there. That's looking back right up 60. And we'll see if we get any, there's a lowering there. No clear evidence of a tornado. If you've just joined us in the last couple of minutes, it did produce a tornado. There's no question about that, and it was a fairly large one. We had that confirmed, and we could see it from the lightning flashes. So it clearly has the potential to do that. We're just wanting to see if now it has weakened a little bit, or maybe the tornado has wrapped in on itself, or the storm has wrapped in on itself, and it's coming through Miami here in the next couple of minutes. Okay, let's keep them, let's come back off of them, come back to Max 3 with me, and we'll go back to that in a minute. Go ahead and pause that at the end if you would, Sheldon, please. Thank you. So here's Miami. Now we're less than 3 miles from town. This on the animation was clearly rotating. We're looking for bright green next to bright red. If you get these individual pixels, we call that gate-to-gate shear, and we have it right there. This might not necessarily be a super tight rotation at this moment. So the storm is rotating above the ground, trying to decide if it's able to produce another tornado and have the funnel come down. That's a new image that just came in. Now that looks worse, okay? Right there, we've got that gate-to-gate shear, bright green. That's raindrops moving toward the radar, which is over here in Amarillo, and then away from. So we can interpret our rotation there. So even if we don't have a visual confirmation, the radar presentation is such that we would say, if it's not on the ground, it could have a tornado on the ground at any minute. So in Miami, you're 2 miles away, and so within the next couple of minutes, we're going to have that storm come right over town. It'll then move across Highway 60 and move to the south and southeast of town, thankfully out over open country. There are other storm cells around. We've been watching the presentation on those. They are not showing good signs of rotation at this moment, but they are showing signs that they might want to do the same thing that this one did, and we'll go and look at those in just a couple of minutes. Here's back on the reflectivity presentation. I would say that's wrapping up again. Sheldon, what do you think?
I definitely think we're seeing signs of strengthening rotation.
Yeah.
It looked like it was flattening out a little bit, but that hook looks like it's getting a little bit stronger now.
Why don't you freeze it there, and we'll talk about again what's going on. This thing needs warm, moist, humid, unstable air rising or flowing toward the storm and then rising up, and that's what's happening right here. This is the point where it starts to rise, and then it rotates and creates this hook. This inflow notch, as we call it, flattened out a little bit, suggesting, okay, maybe the tornado had lifted, and that would sort of verify with what they were trying to see from the chase vehicle. But now that inflow notch has increased again, suggesting a more or a greater likelihood that the tornado has reformed, certainly a rotation there. And now, as you can see on Sheldon, in fact, you can zoom right in on that thing, and we'll see with regard to town. But that thing is right on the doorstep of Miami. So last chance effort to go to your safe place. Please, it is dark. Do not try and stand out front and get a look at this thing. Even though there's lightning going on, it's going to be better if you go ahead and don't risk it and be in your safe place right now. Listen for the roar. You will hear that coming, but this is going to be our rotation signature right here, right on top of Miami now, so within a mile or two from the center of town, and next it will go to the southeast of town. I also mentioned don't try and run away from this thing in Miami at this point, like jump in the car. If you tried to go southeast, you might pick up some rain and some hail. If you tried to go to the southwest, if you tried to go to the northeast on 60, you still have the potential for some strong winds, but then you're going to hit a potential for some hail as well. So wherever you are, please stay there. We've mentioned a couple of times, people will be coming in and out of the coverage, that if you know anybody in Miami who's not paying attention, please get on the phone and let them know. This rotation is imminent. It is there right now, and you need to go ahead and go to your safe place. Can we check in with Shelby and Alex, please?
Okay, so we are looking at it's a lowering spot that we are, once again, we're still on Highway 60. We are heading northeast, a little bit more towards Miami. We do see this lowering right here. We don't see a funnel at this time, but the lowering and the rotation is still there. We're watching the radar, and that rotation is still very, very tight, so it is still very possible. As for right now, we don't see a confirmed funnel, but we do have this wall cloud that has lowered a little bit, so that is what we're keeping eyes on as of right now. Again, no confirmed funnel at this time, but this rotation is looking to head right towards Miami, so we are, if you're in Miami, better safe than sorry. Even if we do not have a tornado on the ground, this is still a very dangerous situation. So per the usual, have that tornado safety plan in place and be prepared for this, because it is knocking on the door of Miami. It is on its way into town.
Back to me, are we set? The rotation's right on top of Miami right now. In addition to that, prepare for some large hail. If we zoom back down, if you can, Sheldon, once you can, want to look at that hail core. It's the red, but more so the pink, and we're going to get some very large hailstones, easily golf ball or larger, in addition to this tornado, or at least this rotation coming over town. So do prepare for both things. Please stay where you are. We're going to stick with you until this thing moves on by, but we probably got another 10 to 15 minutes at least before this can move
they're looking at hail
out of the
3
polygon.
inches with this particular storm as well.
3-inch hail with the storm. That's what we were just talking about there, the hail core. So that's from downtown right up to the north. That's going to move on to the southeast and go across the highway just on the northeast side, including town and the northeast side of town.
Any tornado on the ground would be rain wrapped.
Okay. Well, what we talk about there, saying that the tornado would be rain wrapped, what we've got is we got our inflow notch that's feeding the storm, but the precipitation is wrapping around because the rotation is like this. And so what I mentioned a few minutes ago, please don't stand outside and try and see this thing, because it's going to be almost impossible to see, in that it's doing what Sheldon said is rain wrapped. Right. You're not going to have a clear view of it, even with the lightning. And so we don't want it to sneak up on you from there. So please definitely stay in your safe location right now. Another review of that, if you're not there, small room, lowest floor of the building, toward the center of the house, bathroom, hallway, closet, no windows, something to cover up your head, sturdy shoes, some kind of warmer clothes, because it's going to get cold once this thing moves on by. Now, so we're starting to see that rotation has probably gone right over town and is crossing the highway. So the good news is, if you can hang on for just a few more minutes, we're going to get to, I'm good, thank you. We're going to hang on for a few more minutes and watch this get by town and let it get past the highway, and then it'll go out into open country. But maybe, Sheldon, let's go a little north. I'm interested in this hail core. Yep. Just widen out a little bit. That's great. Yeah, keep going.
Good news is key part of rotation, of course, I mean, still one of those things not to take lightly, but that key part of the rotation right now does appear to be just on the northeast side of Miami right now. But of course, still, if it's a large tornado, can still do lots of damage there in town as well.
Absolutely, and throw things some distance from it as well. Let's go to the other cells and see those, check on those two pendants if we can. Still the tornado warning for Miami. We're checking on our other storms. Let's get close up on the western one. This is the same behavior that the first one did. So we saw this tiny little pendant a few minutes ago. That has clearly grown in size.
Small broad rotation.
I'm sorry?
Small, broad rotation on that pendant.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's confirmed by somebody?
Well, not tornado.
You're seeing it.
There's some rotation.
So there is some inflow there. We've got some rotation. So now that puts Morse under the gun there. So that's going to head for you. Maybe do a measurement. Can we do a measurement on that? I'd say that's probably 7, 8 miles northwest of town, maybe 9. So it's inside of the 10-mile. There we go, right at 7. So it's inside of 10 miles. It's moving southeast at probably 20, maybe close to 25 miles per hour. So in Morse, let's go through the whole drill again. Small room toward the center of the house, first floor, lowest floor of the building, storm shelter, obviously, if you have one. There's no tornado warning on this storm yet, but I would be prepared at this moment in Morse to go there very quickly, because you've got maybe 10 minutes before, 10 to 15 at the outside, before it gets in there. So be prepared to move quickly. And please now go ahead and do those things like bring something to cover up your head, decide where you're going to go. If you've got a small hallway closet that's full of the vacuum cleaner and other things, let's go ahead and move those out so that you can move into that storm shelter, your safe spot, as quickly as you possibly can.
It's moving at 25 miles an hour, so that's about 10 miles an hour faster than that storm.
Okay, so that one's moving a little quicker. So yeah, it's going to be inside of 10 minutes before that approaches the northwest side of Morse. Okay, let's check on the middle one, maybe move to the southeast a little bit. That one's out in open country. It's some very heavy rain. It's got some hail with it, certainly.
Not seeing a severe thunderstorm warning on that one.
Yeah, no warning. Oh, there's a new image came in, so we've definitely got some hail. We're going to watch this one and see if there's some sort of a pendant possible on that one as well. There's only 3, right? Can we see a wide view once again? And just for everybody else watching, why don't you just go real wide? Let's make everybody calm in the rest of the region. There are no other storms except this cluster here in our area.
Yeah, it's just that northeasterly cluster right now.
Yeah. Okay, let's quickly, before we go back to Miami, let's go to Canadian. I saw some development there.
We may be getting a visual from our... Might have visual from the chasers out in the field.
Yeah, let's go to the chaser. Alex and Shelby, go ahead.
Okay. All right, here y'all go.
I just saw a skinny, not super skinny, but just a cylinder cone.
It's so hard to see out here.
It's very hard to see. Let me see here. Right there, yep. Looks like it's right on Highway 60 right there.
Okay, that's clearly a tornado on the ground there. That's right over the highway, so that means it's right near town. We've obviously given you plenty of warning, so there's no time. I'm sorry, there's no more time to prepare. You need to be...
These people wouldn't move. I smell smoke.
That is a very well-defined funnel. It is very clearly on the ground, so a tornado warning for Miami will continue for at least the next 10, 15, maybe even 20 minutes. We're just kind of waiting on the lightning for those flashes to give us an idea if it's still there. You can see other traffic ahead of them has paused and obviously seeing the same thing. Might be some other chasers as well. But it is so very difficult to see these in the dark.
It's starting to get wrapped up in rain again.
Yep, getting rain wrapped.
Yeah, we got a pretty pronounced inflow notch on there, so radar obviously confirms what we're seeing with our eyes is that we did have a tornado there. Now, it looks like maybe it's crossed the highway. I'm going to wait for another lightning flash or two to confirm that, but I think now it's going to go, it's going to be, if it's not now, it is south of the highway. In fact, I'm going to call that, I think that it is. So the north and northwest and western side of town, if you're still getting some rain and some hail, give it just another couple of minutes, but please stay in your safe spot. We'll do our best to call all clear for any of those areas, but everybody in Miami, even on the west and northwest side of the highway, go ahead and stay in your safe location for another couple of minutes, please, and obviously right in town. I think it may have moved with a 20-mile-an-hour forward motion. It's probably now moved outside of the highway. If they can hear me, I don't know what you guys can see off to the right, but I think it's probably moved to the right of the highway.
If you guys can pan right.
So once again, confirmed tornado on the ground in Miami with a valid tornado warning in effect. This is Alex Ricarte and Shelby Vogel in the Weather Atlas chasing the storm. That's good. They're getting a little closer toward town so they can see a little bit further to the east of town and east of the highway. But that was a pretty well-defined funnel there and tornado on the ground.
Yeah, that was
I would say that was confirmed on the highway and in town. And what they're trying to do now is confirm and see if maybe it has moved or if it has weakened a little bit. They will see that and be able to know that before us, because what you're looking at on radar, those images come in every couple of minutes. So what you see on radar has, quite frankly, already happened. So this is the value. Go ahead. Oh, okay. Well, let's give that another minute. I mean, if they get to something, they're moving, and we can give it another minute. But there is obviously some, the value, rather, to having chasers on the ground, and the Weather Atlas there is we can see actual real time, as opposed to what's on the radar, which is delayed a minute or two. The lightning frequency maybe has gone down a little bit, which is a good sign. And they're still looking at the highway. I think it's whatever you guys may have seen is probably to the east of the highway.
Yeah. It's just this area of the
I don't know exactly where they are.
Hilly. So this is kind of the highest point.
But again, anybody joining us now, it's a tornado warning currently in effect for Miami. That storm cell, the rotation, the tornado looks like it has gone right over or near town. In fact, that gives me a point. Can somebody communicate with the news department? We need to get in touch with any officials there if they're available, and we probably need to send somebody there as well. At least get them going in that direction, because we'll have our newscast coming up at 10 o'clock, and if we can get some reports from there, because something has clearly gone through Miami. We don't know of any damage reports. Anything on the chat at this point?
Nothing new yet.
Okay.
No.
So we're going to start looking at it through that lens as well. Okay, let's come back to me, and we'll do a check on all the cells. Again, I do think that the rotation has now moved through Miami. Let's go way in close if we can, Sheldon. There is still a fairly pronounced inflow notch. There is a hook right there. Oh, there's the new image that just came in as well. Inflow notch is still there. We'll watch this to see with the next image, which will come in about 2 minutes, to see if that is a suggestion that maybe it has weakened. But the good news for Miami is it is moving away from town. Give me another 5 minutes tops before you come out. Even if it has quieted down, let's just be extra safe. Stay in your safe place. Still listen for any roar, listen for any hail. Let's give me just a couple more minutes before we call the all clear for town. Fortunately, ahead of this, and if you could pan south a little bit, there's nothing out ahead of this other than open country, and it's going to go to the county border next. But
the National Weather Service, Kevin, we're getting that storm just north of Morse. It is getting a better hook on it as well. No tornado warning as of right now, but
okay. Yeah, these two are on the same exact path that the one in Miami went on. So what he's saying is now we've got that inflow notch right there. That's north of Morse. This is probably inside of 10 miles now. In fact, I'd say it's probably closer to 5 miles. That one looks like it's going to want to strengthen as well. It may very easily. There's nothing to disrupt or inhibit this one from producing a tornado as well. So in and around Morse, let's prepare for that storm to come through. Don't travel north trying to get away from it. I would say please stay in your safe place at this point. It is clear to the south of town, but I would rather not have you in the dark moving outward toward or trying to get away from this thing. But that one's looking more and more likely that it is wanting to produce a tornado, and could be. We're going to have a little less confirmation on that because we don't have any chasers in that area. We had the visual confirmation from Alex and Shelby. We're not going to have that in this case. So again, in and around Morse, this is approaching from the northwest. It's going to be there within the next 10 minutes, and we don't have a tornado warning yet, but we could at any minute. We're looking at the velocity product. We're in communication with the National Weather Service, but in Morse, if you know somebody there, give them a call, turn on the television. Let's go through the steps again. Small room toward the center of the house, bathroom, hallway, closet, no windows in it, something to cover up your head, first floor, lowest floor of the building, storm shelter if you have one. Again, no tornado warning on that particular storm at this moment in time. Rest of the area is pretty quiet and really should stay that way. We've been kind of watching this, what we call a shortwave or an upper level disturbance, come out of New Mexico, and we're kind of waiting for that to hit this moist, unstable air east of the dry line. We waited all day, and finally that upper level support has come along and helped increase the instability and lift the atmosphere, creating these thunderstorms and then giving them some rotation. Let's check the middle storm if we can. Now, we didn't check on Canadian too, but if we can check the middle storm, that one's starting to get a notch on it as well. It's out in open country. It's near the county border. It's well east of Pringle, but that one may have another opportunity to rotate as well.
Kevin, just wanted to interrupt here real quick. Hearing reports from emergency managers in Miami. Latest reports right now is that the city is okay.
Okay, good.
There were 2 confirmed touchdowns near the city, but latest from the city of Miami right now is that it is okay. They're trying to get folks into shelters, but yep,
new
see that
tornado
new tornado
warning
right
okay,
there.
so that's good news. Reporting from Miami, no 2 confirmed touchdowns, no reports of damage yet. If you're in Miami, stay in your spot. Now, if you need to call somebody, you can do that, but let's not go out looking around. If you want to check on your neighbors, that's okay. We're going to go check on that storm in just a minute, but this is a new tornado warning, so this is just what we were talking about here a minute ago. That's going to be for Morse. So that one's going to come rolling into town here in the next couple of minutes. Let's go back to Miami, and if we can call the all clear, we will go ahead and do that. It sounds like we can, but I don't want people staying there all night in their safe spot. Okay, in Miami, right now, going forward, there still may be some rain. There could be a little bit of small hail, but the rotation has moved away from town. It's a couple miles southeast of town now. So, with caution, in Miami, it is okay to come out of your safe spot. There is still some hail on the highway just to the northeast of town, but in Miami, you can come out of your safe place. Be prepared to go back if you need to. And I see a little new development there. That's not going to be a big threat at this moment, but we'll watch and see if anything comes of that. But once again, in Miami, we're going to call you a cautionary safe to come out of your safe spot. Don't go out looking around any length or a distance from your house. If you need to get a flashlight or anything like that, you can do it, but don't go too far from the house. Look around, see if there's any damage. At that point, you can get on the website if you have your phone and give us any pictures or send in any reports on newschannel10.com. But again, in Miami, technically still under the tornado warning, but I think you're safe to come spot.
Here's live footage
Shelby
from inside
again.
Miami right now.
Okay,
still
perfect.
Hearing sirens.
All right.
Not hearing any reports of damage, so this is live footage from the inside of Miami right now from our chase team. Shelby, out there, are you seeing any damage so far?
No, we haven't seen any so far. We did hear the sirens as we came into town, but we have not seen any so far.
What? Are those dead trees or stripped trees?
Turn up a little. Back to me?
Yes.
Okay, so I couldn't hear them. What were they? They said no,
reports
they
of
didn't
damage.
see
Did
any
hear tornado
damage?
sirens, but no damage seen.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good. Now, it's obviously dark. You can only see a few feet. They're going to look around and see what else they can find. But oftentimes it will take a few minutes for anybody who was involved in any damage in their house to kind of gather themselves, to get out, to make contact. We don't know what their cell phone capability is. So again, safe to come out of your safe place, but let's not adventure too far other than maybe checking on your neighbors, your immediate neighbors, to make sure that they are okay in and around Miami. We have a new tornado warning for Morse. That's the expiration time is 10.
Let me double check that. No, so that is going to be right around Morse at 10 o'clock.
Oh, well, that's the arrival time.
Warning
I'm sorry.
is in effect until 10:15. It's moving southeast at 20 miles an hour right now.
Okay, let's zoom in on that one, and then we'll do a distance measurement as well. Tornado warning currently for Morse. That is just a couple miles away from downtown. Here's our inflow notch. Our rotation would be right here. Hopefully, based on this, we can get that to move a little bit further to the south and miss the town. but we're going to need to watch that. It's 4 miles away, so we're within 10 minutes of the arrival of that particular storm. So that tornado warning now for Morse in effect past 10 o'clock tonight. We're going to continue to watch these and give you some reports. We're checking on Miami as well to see if any reports come in there. In addition, for Morse, now we're going to have to deal with some hail as well. That's over the highway going north out of town. Clearly, nobody should be traveling there at this point in time, but just to confirm, there's going to be easily some golf ball size hail or larger. So we're going to have to stay with this one for a little while as well. It's basically the same situation. This is the velocity product that Sheldon is showing right here. So we're looking for bright green next to bright red. I don't know, what's your analysis? I'm going to let you comment on that for a minute. I want to look on radar scope on that one if I can. Sheldon.
Yeah, that's right. So still seeing some rotation on that. The good news is with this particular tornado warning, it is for radar indicated. Of course, that does not mean drop your guard or anything like that. If you're down around Morse or Morse Junction, still be enacting that safety plan for sure. But good news, this is just radar indicated. We don't have currently any reports of a tornado on the ground here as of right now. But of course, like I said, that's still something very much to take serious. Latest from the National Weather Service on that rotation now passing south of the highway there just outside of Miami is for maybe some slightly more messy rotation, which we can verify on radar as well. So that's the good news on that, is that rotation is weakening as it's passing below the highway here as of right now. So that is some good news for areas to the southeast of Miami here as of right now.
Perfect. Okay, what I'm looking at, I was doing some additional analysis on a different radar product, but this one looks like the reflectivity is weakening a little bit, which is a good sign. Again, we don't have any eyes on that one, but the signals on the radar are, one, a very broad rotation. We're seeing the rotation in the storm back here, but it's not tight. We need a tighter rotation or constricting rotation in order to produce that funnel and eventually the tornado. We don't see that at this moment. We'll watch the trend. So I would say at this point that tornado warning is precautionary based on radar. So you need to prepare for that in Morse. And again, we'll go ahead and put your tornado plan into effect because you are officially under the warning. Any news from our chasers in Miami?
Not hearing anything yet.
Okay. Well,
no, we're trying to figure out a game plan right now. We're on 748 right now. The road that heads east, or excuse me, yeah. Let me see. I'm trying to get our bearings right now.
748 heads south out of town.
Yeah, south out of town.
You'll see no damage, is that correct?
We did not.
Very good, thank you. I might give it, and you guys call it, but I might give it another minute of looking around for some damage there, but then you may want to turn your attention to the Morse storm and see what your intercept opportunities are with that one, because the Miami storm has obviously moved on by. It's out in open country, but you may evaluate Morse because that is a pretty well-defined inflow notch. It's a pretty well-defined pendant or hook. We don't have confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but a tornado warning. So if you guys want to evaluate that, but please do. We want to know if anything has happened in Miami. So if you can do a quick analysis there and then maybe evaluate that other storm, guys. Okay, they're going to do that. That information from the chaser, the weather atlas, was just invaluable because at night it's so hard to see, but we saw with those lightning flashes that was clearly a very strong tornado on the ground just northwest of town. May have lifted just a little bit before getting to town or right near town and then probably touch down once again. But once again, this is our storm in approaching Morse. We're going to watch that one come right in. It is 3 to 4 miles tops outside of town right now, so it's coming in within the next minute or two, or say, well, I shouldn't say 5 to 10 minutes. So reviewing that plan, if you know anybody in Morse, call them and wake them up, get them to turn on the TV. Your plan, tornado shelter, if you have one, first floor, lowest floor of the building, small room toward the center of the house. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can. That's going to slow things down. If debris starts flying around, more walls is going to have a better opportunity to protect you. Stay away from the windows. We don't want any pictures of the storm coming through at that moment. We'd rather you be safe, and then bring something to cover up your head. Baseball, football helmets, bicycle helmets, something like that. It's later into the evening now. Put on some sturdy shoes. There have been a lot of problems over the years with people getting damage They had their flip-flops on or in their bare feet, and then once you start to go out and make your way out of the damage, there's broken glass, there's splintered wood, there's nails. So sturdy shoes, and then grab some sort of a jacket to put on because it's going to get cold as the rain comes through and then behind the storm. Any news on the chat?
Nothing new in the chat real quick, but here in just a second, if you hold for just a moment, we do have a still image of that tornado that passed over the highway in Miami. If you want, we can put that up behind you.
You tell me when you got it, and we'll go to it. Okay, yeah, let's see it. Oh, there it is.
There we go. That was from our weather atlas.
Okay, well, that was clearly a tornado,
Yep, so
and
Shelby
a big
Vogel,
one.
Alex Ricard,
And on the
Caleb
ground,
Wesley on that storm.
lightning illuminated. That was northwest. Again, this is history now, but that was northwest of Miami before it got through town. So an amazing, amazing picture. All right, back on the radar if we can. We'll talk about Morse once again. I am hopeful, based on this presentation, maybe you could just freeze that at the end for just a second. We got plenty of moisture coming in, so it doesn't necessarily look like it wants to weaken, but the rotation is going to be right in there, and I think we can say that that might be, don't want you to come out of your safe place, but the good news is it might go just to the west of town. So we hope for that. Again, we don't have any visuals on this. We don't have any chasers specifically on this, so we can't confirm. But based on this presentation and the motion on the radar, that is going to move just to the west and southwest of town, which may actually prompt the Weather Service. Can you turn off the reflectivity for just a half a second? We'll see the
yes,
actual
absolutely.
polygon.
Also new, just came in the tornado warning south of Miami. It's pushing into Hemphill County, has been canceled.
Okay, good.
So that tornado warning that just passed over Miami, that is now no longer in effect. It's been downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning.
Good news. So again, for Miami, you are in the clear with regard to the tornadic activity. There could still be some lightning. There could still be a little bit of small hail, although it's unlikely. So extra caution. If you don't need to go outside, please don't do that.
Next big update coming out of, just real quick before we move on there, out of Roberts County, we will be getting a flood advisory for 1 to 2 inches of rain.
Oh,
so
okay.
keep an
Heavy
eye on
rain.
flood advisory.
All right, well, let me finish the thought on this polygon. That rotation is right on the southern edge of this polygon. What we might see is the Weather Service, based on their analysis, extend that polygon further to the south. So it's right on the edge there. So don't be surprised if you are or you live south of town on the highway there, that you might go under a tornado warning for you, because there's probably going to need to be a little bit of an adjustment. In fact, that's the border. If you run it, if you loop it 1 or 2 more times there, we'll see kind of the motion on that and see that it may, and hopefully will go just to the southwest of town.
Yeah.
We got a good picture from the chaser, right?
Yeah, good
That's
news.
well illuminated. Let's go ahead and take that.
They're still continuing. They're still continuing through Miami here as of right now.
And while they're looking around, we'll make the point, you said there was a flash flood warning coming?
It's going to be a flood advisory.
A flood advisory
Flood
coming.
advisory. So far from Shelby Vogel out in the field, so far they've just seen some leaves blown off of trees.
Okay.
But no significant tornado damage.
That's all a blessing and all great news. But they're looking around, and they'll do that for the next couple of minutes. There's a few leaves.
Yeah, I see a few leaves on the ground, but nothing really too significant, which is great news.
Okay, on the flooding, let's go ahead and make the point. I hope you're not going to travel around this evening, but these are very heavy raining thunderstorm cells, and so that water will pile up and run off very, very quickly. So we need to do the reminder that we always do. Please don't ever, ever, ever drive through any area, any roadway that is covered by water. You don't know how fast it's going, and more importantly, you don't know what that rushing water may have done to the roadway underneath. If it has washed out even a couple of inches, then you're going to be in trouble with regard to going through like a pothole or something like that, and then that you become more exposed to the speed of that water that could move your car off the road. The green box that Sheldon is showing right now, that's the flood advisory. So once again, from Miami to the northwest, that's where we see, and that's going to be on 70 for most of the county. That's where we've seen that heavy, heavy rain. And
serious training over that area with those storms. Just
that's where we've seen that heavy rain, which would cause that runoff problem. We got a new updraft, though. Let's go back to Miami. Okay, no tornado warning on this one, but there's a new cell that's developing right here. It's north of town, and based on, let it loop a couple more times, I think that's probably going to go east for a minute or two and then probably hook to the southeast, follow this other one, and go across the highway. But this is another opportunity if you are north, northeast, or east of Miami, just even a mile or 2 or 3, that another round of hail might be coming through. Okay, let's go back to our Morse storm, please. Oh, did we check on Canadian? We never did that. Was there some hail going through there? Okay, it's
Maybe we're not
gone.
seeing a
Yeah,
little
there was
bit,
probably
but
a little bit there, and
not
we
so bad.
apologize for that, but that's moving toward the border. Okay, back on our Morse storm. Again, this is a tornado-warned storm
Significant hail
approaching Morse with a large hail potential. There's a great inflow notch. We've got a heavy reflectivity wrapping around that rotation is going to go right on the west side of town. And we'll continue to push
Still
on.
radar indicated.
No confirmation of it. Okay, so that's good. And we got a bright picture there from Shelby and Alex again. Let's go. I mean, as long as we got good pictures, let's go with those. Seeing there, they're just looking around for damage at this point. Again, if you've been in your safe spot in Miami, it's okay to come out. Do be careful for looking around the house for any downed trees or any downed power lines or anything like that. We're so far not seeing any evidence of any damage, which is fantastic news. They will continue to look around there, and then they will also kind of evaluate whether or not they might need to go in toward Morse. Okay, all good news and all good pictures there. All right, let's come back to Max 3 and me. We're on that Morse storm. This one is showing almost the exact same behavior as the previous one. We got a great inflow notch. Now, as this reflectivity core tries to come around, hopefully that will weaken the storm. That may have been what we saw in Miami to the west of town, clearly on the ground. It may have lifted a little bit because that inflow was cut off a little bit and the storm wrapped around itself. So we hopefully will be seeing that as well. But again, the polygon, again, if you have some sort of a notification like our News Channel 10 app or anything else that is notifying you, or a NOAA weather radio, and it didn't go off and you are south of Morse, it's because you're right out of or outside that, that polygon. So it may not have triggered, but the storm is riding along the southern portion of that polygon, which will obviously be a problem if you're just to the now, let's say southeast or south of town, and that will go crossing the highway. But that new image there, it's a pretty sharp inflow notch. What's your analysis, Sheldon? Do we have a reflectivity on that? I mean, I'm sorry, velocity? Let's see if the rotation is either broad or if we got any good gate-to-gate shear on that. My gut is telling me that it is, if there's something there, it may or may not have lifted. Well, yeah, I mean, it's there. It's clearly rotating. I wouldn't call that high velocity, right?
I wouldn't necessarily call it high, but one thing I think we also can glean from it too, as well as, I mean, you can see that tornado warning polygon. It does appear to be actually going south of that line. I mean, we're seeing a pretty sharp southeasterly curve out of that, which I said, which is good news in the sense that it might make it just give a glancing blow to Morse if there is even something on the ground, but that's something that's noteworthy.
And maybe pan just a little bit to the south. I'm not familiar with Pringle, but that's the next spot on the map.
Basically running parallel to 136 at that point.
So in and around the area labeled as Pringle, you're not under any immediate threat, but based on the current trajectory, that storm would be in your area next, but that's still going to be 15 minutes away or so. What is the end time on this Morse tornado warning?
Currently, it is going to be through about 10:15.
10:15, so another 10 minutes on that one. So we need that to go through past town, rather, excuse me. But the rotation is either over town or just on the southeast side and getting ready to go to the south side.
By the time that tornado warning is planned to expire.
Yes, agreed. If the rotation continues, they'll extend it, or they may not, but we'll just have to wait on time on that. Any information on the chat? Any damage reports or anything like that?
Nothing new as of yet. No new words. We've been seeing a few still images from other outlets. Other still images similar. I mean, we got ours in a few minutes ago, so still seeing just past images of that tornado being illuminated by lightning, but no new information.
Yeah, I think that one's probably trying to wrap itself and cut itself off, which is good news for the town of Morse right now. But as we saw with the Miami storm, it did that same thing and then sort of regenerated itself.
I mean, latest radar scans, I mean, we'll go ahead and zoom in here. I mean, latest radar scans, I mean, have it extremely close rolling into Morse here as of right now.
Okay, very good. How about we put the watch back on, and just for everybody else watching, the rest of the region, it was a first alert day, and most of the region had been under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock, but most of the region is now not under any threat. The severe weather threat has diminished, say, for areas from Dumas southward through Amarillo, through Canyon, and through Tulia. You're still officially under the watch, but no severe weather threat there, and we don't expect anything late night or overnight. That would be the same for places along 287 like Clarendon and Claude and even Shamrock. I'm not going to say you're completely out of the woods in Shamrock or Wheeler, but no immediate threat right now. So
Yeah.
we've got
Latest from the National Weather Service, northwest Roberts County is going to be pulled out of that severe thunderstorm warning as that overall intensity is diminishing right now on that northern Roberts County storm.
Okay, the center of the three. Yeah, go ahead and zoom in on that, and then we'll talk about what's going on there. That one has dropped its hail core. It's out in open country, but that's the one Sheldon is referring to right now. At the leading edge of it, there would be some gusty winds, but the good news is
gone.
that had shown some potential signs like the other two of producing what we call a pendant and then a hook and a tornado, but that has really, really diminished, and that is certainly good news. I guess maybe it probably got some outflow from the other storm, and that weakened it a little bit. They want warm, moist, humid air, and that's not getting it anymore.
A lot of cold straight-line winds come out of those storms.
Right, I was about to say, yeah, we'll get a gust front out ahead of it, but it's still, again, out over open country. Okay, well, let's go back to Morse, and I'm sorry to keep repeating, but we know that people come in and out of the coverage, and they're paying attention, they're calling their neighbors, they're letting them know, so we want to keep bringing this information to you, and we're just going to keep doing that as long as the warning is in effect. At this point, it is scheduled to go until 10:15. We're now at 10:08. Based on this latest picture, let's drill down really close on that. I think I'm going to say that the rotation, or the tornado, if there is one, has moved past town. So it's gone to the west,
just to
southwest, and south of town. Now it's going to make its move on the highway. In Morse, you're going to get, you may have even stopped the rain being in that inflow notch right there, but another batch of rain and some hail is going to pick up again. So this is not the time in Morse to come out, but let's give it another 5 minutes or so. We'll give you the all clear, but you may yet get a little bit more hail. Could be large hail, up to golf ball size hail in and around town, banging on the roof, making itself known. And so we want you to go ahead and stay in your safe place in Morse. And hopefully it has moved just to the west and southwest or south of town, and then we'll move on and kind of clear. Just for the news department, if we cancel this warning or it ends within the next 5 minutes or at 10:15, we'll go ahead and go to you folks. You can pick up where you want, and we'll continue to watch it. We'll jump back in if we need to. So just given the news department, they're all waiting to get on TV and do the newscast, and so we appreciate them letting us kind of take this time and keep you folks informed. We're also keeping in touch with Alex and Shelby, looking for any potential damage in Miami. The good news on that middle storm, it's weakening a little bit. The storm, well, okay, let's go ahead and talk about
that's that one involving Briscoe and Mobeetie.
It's
right
trying
there.
to notch again, yeah. So let's zoom in on that.
Yep.
It's still Briscoe. If you're not getting hail yet, you might hear in the next few minutes. But this is the area, the next area of concern. This is the one that produced the tornado in Miami. We got another inflow notch there. We got what we call a pendant. It's going to try and wrap up as well. And there's nothing really inhibiting it from doing that with regard to the inflow. So we need to keep an eye on that. The motion right now is about southeast. So that would stay north of Mobeetie. We'll watch it. It's still 7-8 miles north of town. But in Briscoe, heavy rain and some hail right now. That will last for another 5 or 10 minutes, and then we're going to watch and see if this develops into anything that looks like it's going to be rotating and perhaps produce a tornado as well. So once again, in Miami, we're keeping an eye there. Our storm chasers are looking around. They're trying to see if there was any damage, any confirmation. I guess we talked about that new updraft. Let's talk about that. Go back to Miami once again. That looks like it has sort of peaked and weakened, so that's good news for any potential new hail in Miami. I don't see that happening. That updraft has weakened, has moved south of Highway 60, so some good news there. There's on the new image another updraft starting, but that would not be a direct threat to Miami. Flood advisory, the lighter green color. We've had some extremely heavy rain. If you can stay wherever you are in these areas that are affected by these storms, that's great. If you have to travel, we would prefer that you not, but please go slowly, extra caution, and do not assume that any water on the roadway ahead of you is standing or not moving and that the road is solid underneath. You cannot assume that, and especially in the dark, it's going to be particularly.
But the rotation.
Sorry, that was my mistake on that.
Yeah, well, let's see. They're looking
okay,
around.
So we do have
let's
a new
see what they've
downstream
got.
tornado warning.
Oh, okay, so they've extended.
Downstream tornado warning. Let me get the latest for you on that.
Okay.
That new downstream tornado warning,
okay.
That's in effect for another 33 minutes, 2.5-inch hail. Another 33 minutes on it. Still radar indicated.
So until 10:45.
It's in effect until 10:45.
Okay, so what we were talking about 5 or 10 minutes ago, this potential tornado was riding along the southern portion of that red box, the red tornado polygon. And we saw it moving south, and we said, okay, well, maybe the Weather Service is going to need to extend the tornado warnings coverage area a little bit further south. They have done that, and so that is the new warning. They've also extended the time to go until about 10:45.
And continued the severe thunderstorm warning along with it.
And the orange box underneath it is a severe
2.5
thunderstorm
inch
warning.
hail.
So that again, okay, 2.5-inch hail is their reporting on that. So, okay, that latest image suggests, okay, in Morse, the rotational threat from the tornado has diminished.
Yeah.
If it goes across the highway, we may still go to the news, folks. But zoom in on that new core there. We've got that purple color. So in Morse, if somebody's out looking around, please don't do that, even though the rotation has moved on past you, because we've got that new hail core that could drop some 2.5-inch hail from that portion of the storm and then along the highway as well. So we'll continue to watch it. We'll stay with it just because it's a live tornado warning. But in Morse, stay in your safe place for another 5 minutes or so, please. Leave the TV up loud enough that you can hear us. We'll go ahead and try and give you an all clear. But I think with regard to the tornado threat, we can say a conditional all clear, but the hail threat is going to remain. The heavy rain and runoff problem threat is going to diminish as well. That's the velocity product that Sheldon's showing. So we had some broad rotation, green and red, but it has clearly moved south of town. Would you agree, Sheldon?
Say that again?
The rotation signatures clearly moved south of town.
Yeah, that's the good news. I mean, that main rotation signature for sure. I mean, really, when we switch back over to reflectivity, I'd say Morse's biggest concern next is going to be any hailstones.
Right.
Some strong straight line winds that may come from that as it's passing over.
Okie
But that
dokie.
main rotation looks to be south of Morse, still pretty broad.
Yep. So let's give it a couple minutes. We may not stay with the tornado warning continuously and do some news here in a couple of minutes because the rotation area has moved south of town, and that's going to be out in open country. Now, the spot marked Pringle may come under threat, but that's still a good 20 to 30 minutes away. So in Moore, rotation has moved south of you. Potential tornado has moved south of you. If you feel comfortable and don't hear any roaring or any hail, you can come out of your safe spot, but let's not go outside and look around just yet because the hail potential is still there. So please stay away from the windows and stay away from the doors and be ready if you feel threatened, you hear the roar pick up again, to go ahead and go back to your safe spot.
Yep. Yeah, so really our main concern after it, of course, is passing over Morse like this, is you've got, of course, Highway 136 right there and then 207 beyond that, but thankfully no larger communities. I mean, of course, lots of ranching, farming communities, things like that. Yep. Certainly need to be aware, but we have no actual, like, you know, towns in between, you know, that next set of polygons there, which goes until about 10:45. So 207, 136, those roads are going to be what we're really watching closely here.
Okay. Based on the current situation at this moment, by 10:20, we'll come and do a little bit of news, and then if we need to come back and increase our weather coverage, we'll go ahead and do that.
And for our friends tagging along on the stream, what we'll do at that time is we will switch back over to, we'll send things over to Shelby and Alex. We'll keep an eye on radar, but of course be keeping tabs on what's happening there out live in the field, and then when we have breaks in between news, we'll be breaking in to talk about what we're seeing on radar.
Do we have a signal from them? I just see a black box. Have they moved out of town?
Very kind of faded signal.
Okay, so
coming from them right now. They're just kind of out in the middle of nowhere.
Okay, I was just going to see if we could get a report, but
I'll work on
we
getting,
won't.
Anything from
That's
them.
okay. We've been kind of saying that we've got some great news from Miami in that there appears to not have been any damage. That tornado that we saw appears like it might have lifted. It'll be interesting to do a little bit of analysis tomorrow and then hear from folks in Miami if in fact it did come right through town, but the radar signature suggested that it did. So another minute or two, we'll do some news and do some analysis on this storm in Morse, but the tornado threat for Morse has decreased. The hail threat remains for a couple of more minutes, and it may yet recycle. If it's not producing a tornado right now, it may yet recycle itself and go ahead and do that. But we're going to continue to watch it. So stay close to your safe place in Morse. I think it's okay to say you can come out, but be ready to go back in fairly quickly, either if we give you the notification to do so or if you feel threatened. We got some pictures again from Alex and Shelby in the Weather Atlas. Let's punch that up and just see what they're looking at. We know they're in Miami. We got some lights ahead, so let's give them a minute to see what that is.
Yeah. Tell us what y'all are seeing out there.
Blocking some flooding. Go ahead, guys.
So we are currently headed north on 283 right now. We are coming up on Quarter Horse Road. Yeah, we do have some police lights. Looks like we have an accident and there's some damage. Power lines. I'll swap back over to this camera.
Look at the fence.
We do have some damage, Sheldon.
Capture what y'all can out there. Tell us what you can.
So we are currently on 283. We were northbound, but we did have to stop. There is police law enforcement out here currently blocking off the road. We do have some damage to some fencing, some power lines. Looks like we have a snapped power pole there. And then we also have a vehicle. Looks like they're kind of off of the road right here. I don't know if they were in an accident or if they're just stopped, but we do have confirmation of some damage for sure right here. Damaged
in relation
fence.
To downtown?
We were headed north on 283. We are, let's see, how many miles? We are northwest of Miami right now on highway or FM 283.
Okay, about how many miles? Do you have a sense of that? Just trying to get a sense of where this damage is in relation to downtown.
I'm not sure.
I would say we're not very close to town by any means. We are
Alex, how far are we away
probably
from town?
what, 10 miles maybe? We're asking the law enforcement official here. I don't want to give you guys an incorrect report.
Okay, well, some damage. It doesn't look particularly bad. We're grateful for that. Some power pole damage and a little bit of debris on the ground just on the northwest side of Miami. They'll continue to look around and continue to show us some great lightning pictures and a lot of activity, but no rotation signatures, no evidence of tornado now in Miami. Okay, let's come back to our Morse storm. I think that is going to have moved south of town.
Something I want to say real quick,
yeah, please.
Kevin, of course, you know, still getting information, gathering it as it is coming in. We do currently have an unconfirmed report right now from a viewer as they're trying to assess reports, unconfirmed right now, of damage to the Methodist Church in Miami and homes on the east side of town by the museum. Again, unconfirmed report, but that is something that a viewer has passed along to us here as of right now.
Okay, very good. This current rotation right here and this hook echo is showing the same signs as it did about 10 minutes ago, where it was riding along the southern edge of this tornado polygon. So I think what we're going to maybe see, and if you see the chat is doing anything with regard to that from the Weather Service, this tornado warning is going to have to be extended further to the south, and probably at that point would be near the spot marked Pringle. So south of Morse, north of Pringle, right along the main highway there, which is 136. I would suggest that the rotation is right there, or maybe just on the west side of the highway, and moving pretty quickly south now. That may have a forward motion of 25 or even 30 miles per hour, which would bring it toward Pringle even sooner. So it's moving out of the polygon, but I think we're going to maybe see that that polygon is extended. So again, for the news folks, we're going to stay on for just a couple of minutes and see if that tornado warning is extended or expanded further to the south. In Morse right now, if you're getting heavy rain, you're going to get that for another 5, maybe 10 minutes at the outside. There may be a little bit of hail as well, and then things should start to clear. The rotation signature, the possible tornado, has moved south of Morse. So if you want to come out of your tornado shelter, your safe location, that's okay. Stay in the house. Stay close to the house, the front porch. It's dark. We don't need you to go out looking around right now, but if you need to get the flashlight out and just look around the yard, I think that's okay to do that in Morse. So not a confirmed all clear, but a cautionary all clear for you to come out of your safe space. I don't know, this one's kind of wrapping up again, Sheldon. What's your analysis there? We got a pretty good inflow notch. Maybe put on the velocity product again and see if maybe that has tightened up a little bit, because that's kind of what I'm seeing based on the reflectivity signature, is that this thing may be wanting to move toward Pringle and put in and drop another. There's a new image coming in right there. Real good inflow notch. So I think that we've got clearly some good rotation there. When you get a second, Sheldon, if we could do the velocity product and just see what that looks like there on our Morse storm. Again, south of town, but continuing to move south along the highway. That's 136, and still some hail still possible for the next couple of minutes in town. I'm going to let you comment on that while I look at it on radar scope.
Yeah. So
and we got pictures from Shelby.
Yeah, so what we're seeing right here, what they're zoomed in on here, so they are on 283 northwest of Miami. What we're currently seeing right here, those are power lines that are down on top of that car. And so what we're seeing there is a person trapped inside of that vehicle. They're waiting on Excel Energy to get power shut down to those power lines so they can safely get that man outside of that, out of that vehicle. Okay,
and he's moving there. That's pretty interesting. But we could see when they zoomed in, there was clearly some sort of a line. I don't know if that was a guy wire or a power line on the car, but they've obviously cleared him to move, and they must be trying to get out of his way now. They can.
Yeah, Alex, if you can give us,
But that's pretty interesting because whoever that was, he may have been there for, what, 20 minutes or more.
Yeah, with those down power lines.
Yeah, and he made the right choice. You don't want to get out at that point. You want to keep your, I mean, not that it would ever come close to happening to you, but the advice there would be to stay in your seat if there's no immediate threat. Keep your hands off of any metal on the car and the steering wheel as well, because you don't want any of that electricity moving through that vehicle. So he made the right choice in staying there because there was no flooding threat there as well. So they're trying to reposition again. This is just on the northwest side of Miami. There's a little bit of debris on the ground. Oh, look at that. That's a road sign, and on the right-hand side of it, you can see that was bent. That was not broken off, or that was not laying there. That was bent, and you can see it on the right-hand side. So we obviously had a strong wind interacting that side. Those poles are pretty thick. But you can see the coupling there where it's attached to the ground. So that was a pretty strong, a very strong and interesting wind there. Once again, thankfully, it appears not to have gone through downtown Miami. Still watching our Morse storm. I have not seen the tornado polygon extended. Although it looks like Morse has been cleared. Have they been cleared? Let me check the chat. They've taken the north end of the polygon to more sort of south.
Let's see here. We'll switch off the. Yeah, it does appear tornado warning has removed Morse.
Yep.
Out of the north side of it, so Morse looks to be in the clear from the specific tornado warning right now. Still, obviously, some severe weather over that, but the tornado warning now extends through Morse Junction and off towards the southeast, just to the northeast of Pringle right now.
Okay, so we'll make the official all clear in Morse. The storm has moved south of you, and you've been removed from the tornado polygon, so that's good news right there. Let that run for a minute. What I'm watching, and I'm hopeful of, and I'm watching on a different radar product, but right on the highway north of Pringle, I think we're seeing some signs that the outflow of the storm is going to take over that rotation and weaken it. So that would allow them to cancel that warning a little bit early. It's officially in effect until about 10:45, I think. It's 10:25 right now. But it still has clearly a hook on it. But see how the notch is decreasing? It's becoming more flat right there. I think what's happening is the cold, heavy air from the storm is coming down, hitting the ground, and spreading out ahead of it, thereby inhibiting its ability to ingest new, warm, moist, humid air and keep that rotation or that tornado going. So good news at the spot called Pringle, but it will continue to move on to the south. It's about moved out of the polygon right now, so anywhere on it's north of the interchange between 136 and 207. But the fact that they haven't extended the polygon yet is a really good sign. And I was going to look at the velocity product. Yeah, there's no tight rotation on that thing at all. Let me go ahead in real time and ask the news. Do you all want to just do a couple minutes? Do you have a headline or thing to do? Because we're safe in Morse, but we're coming up on 10:30. We can keep going. We'll take it till 10:33. Okay, thanks for that. Okay, so we're going to just stay on live for another couple of minutes until 10:33, and just watch that storm move south towards Pringle. Okay.
Yeah, and latest information here, Kevin, that we do want to pass along is that the Roberts County judge, we have gotten in touch. They said they are seeing power outages around town. Currently, from what they have seen, they have not confirmed any damage there around Miami. So that's the latest there from the Roberts County judge, that they have not confirmed any cases of damage, but there are some power outages there in the town of Miami.
Fantastic. Okay, great news from the news department. Thank you for doing that and getting in touch with them. Again, confirming some power outages there. Not a ton of damage. Again, it's dark, and so people will continue to look around in Miami, and if we need to send somebody up there, we will do that. And then on light of day tomorrow morning, everybody will be able to get a better picture of what's going on. As far as the forecast is concerned, we should talk about that. Once this does end, and I think we're getting closer and closer, obviously, to the end, but the basic idea for the forecast tomorrow is we continue to have scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast, off and on, hit and miss, really for most of the day. But through the morning, we'll have a cold front arrive, and that will bring some cooler air, which is much more stable, so we can produce rain showers, we can produce some thunderstorms, but the severe weather threat for tomorrow will be greatly diminished because of the arrival of that colder air. Now, here's something.
That colder air, and also just, I mean, we're sufficiently working over the atmosphere.
Yes.
Tonight, that's something that's worth noting as well, as we're really zapping that energy.
Well, and here's an interesting point. This, see the line moving through Borger and Dumas right here? This is an outflow boundary. These thunderstorms are made of heavy rain-cooled air that comes crashing down to the ground. When it hits the ground, it goes out just like dropping a big blob of jelly. It goes splat. It has created a new outflow boundary. And go a little further to the east, Sheldon. That has created a new updraft right here north of Pampa. So we're not necessarily done. The threat for severe weather is going to slowly diminish. But I think what's happened here is this outflow boundary has come from these storms. It's now reached Skellytown and Pampa, and it has created a new updraft. That'll do a couple of things. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for this area right here. That's going to be some strong straight line winds, okay? Out over open country north of Pampa, but that's going to create a shelf cloud. You've seen the storms approach in that low kind of hanging cloud that looks like a shelf, and a very strong gust of wind. That's why they just issued that severe thunderstorm warning for that area north of Pampa.
Yeah, that severe thunderstorm warning is currently warned for 1.5 inches hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Okay, very good. I see a pretty good hail core east of Miami. Let's move to the east and see that, and then look at the other areas. We talked about Mobidi and then Briscoe as well.
Briscoe looks to be next in line as well.
Okay, yeah, that come a little further east just so I can get a little, right in here. That's the next little pendant right there. So that would be south of Briscoe, north of Mobidi, but then would move toward the highway. That's Highway 83 there. So that one again, we've got this process. We see a little bit of an inflow notch. We see a pendant right there, that little part hanging down right there, and then we wait and see if it can wrap up and create a hook echo. It's not doing it right now, but south of Briscoe, we're going to watch that one as well. I think what we'll do is go to prime time here in just a couple of minutes, another 3 to 4 minutes. We'll go ahead and go back to programming. Clearly, we're going to stay. If we get any new tornado warnings issued, we'll come back in and let you know. And we'll even come in on the first couple of breaks in the Stephen Colbert Show and give you an update as well. Most of the region is going to remain quiet overnight. Until 11 o'clock, for about another 30 minutes, is the expiration time at this point for the severe thunderstorm watch. In fact, if you want to put that back on there, Sheldon, let's talk about the rest of the region for the late night or the overnight period. These orange boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado watch will go until 11 o'clock, but I feel pretty confident in saying from Dumas southward through Amarillo and through Canyon, those areas will be allowed to be expired from the watch at 11 o'clock. The Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma will decide if they want to continue or extend for the northeastern portions of the region a new watch.
Here we go.
At this moment, I don't think we'll see anything like that for Amarillo or for Canyon. Yes, sir.
All right, stand by on this Hutchinson County. We're going to watch that one here pretty quick. Watching one thing I noticed here, Kevin, that hook is really falling apart right there.
Okay, good.
It shows signs of weakening rotations.
And they did not, let's zoom in on it, because they did not extend the tornado. Oh, did it just disappear? Did they cancel?
There it goes. Yep, tornado warning has been canceled.
Okay, we're going to stay on for another minute just to meet the network. But now we're currently, correct me if I'm wrong, there are no active tornado warnings.
No active tornado
in
warnings
our area. So what I was saying about the watch is that goes until 11 o'clock tonight.
Yep.
Most of the western, southwestern, southern portions of our region will be allowed to be expired from that. But as we made the point a minute ago, north of Pampa, there's a new cell popping up. So let's say anywhere from Stinnett, Borger, Pampa, Interstate 40, northward through the northeastern portion of the region. Still some thunderstorms, still the potential for some hail. The rotation opportunities are going to be limited but not gone. But the rest of the region will be quiet for the late night and the overnight period. So once again, no tornado warnings. That's real good timing there. To the spot marked Pringle, there is going to be some heavy rain and some hail, but we don't see any signs of rotation or increasing rotation in that storm. So we'll continue to keep tabs on Miami. Our chasers will be there looking around. We'll report on in the morning. We'll come back in a break during the Stephen Colbert Show and give you a radar update. Thank you so much for staying with us here at News Channel 10.
No, what happened?
We lost camera. We're working on it.
Fade to black.
We're working on it.
Hit fade to black.
There we go.
There.
Okay, there we go. We got that feedback. Okay, so we are here in Miami right now. We are not seeing a lot of significant damage in town. Thankfully, most of any of the damage that we have seen so far was out of town. We did see some down power lines. We did see a couple of road signs folded over, some general debris, branches, leaves, different things like that, but we have not seen any significant damage here in town. We're currently pulled over. We have lots of first responders moving through the region right now down this road, so we're scooting over to let those guys go and do what they do best.
There's several emergency vehicles. We've
Yes.
kind of probably maybe
We've seen
close
a
to 10.
lot of law enforcement. They're all headed in the same direction. So as for damage here in Miami, we are not, of course it is dark, but everywhere that we have looked so far, we have not seen any significant damage here in town. Now we have had some experience. We've also seen some Excel trucks. We had some down power lines. We've seen some crews out in the area already working to either cut the power to be sure to protect people as those lines are down. They're going out and working on those, so those crews are out doing what they do best as well. So as for town though, all tornadoes, all damage, all anything like that for Miami, the risk of a tornado is gone for right now. We do see first responders out starting in cleanup efforts and starting to move through
especially on the north side, since there's a train that stopped on the tracks, the main road that takes you to that highway that we're talking about, there's trains stopped. So all the emergency vehicles has to take the, I believe it was called the railroad road
they
or
did,
something.
yes, they did divert and have to go under that bridge. There was a railroad bridge that they were all going under. So, yeah, that train did kind of throw things off for them a little bit, but no significant damage here in Miami. Tornadoes warnings have been canceled for the area, so thankfully we are seeing pretty good outcome here in Miami. A little bit of damage, but thankfully it could have been a lot worse. So they were very lucky tonight, and we're continuing to look around and see if we can spot any more damage here in the area.
Just right along with us.
Lots and lots of lightning.
Get to the airport and then we'll turn around and head back.
Yeah, they did. Sheldon, we are heading to the airport. Since we talked about some damage reports out there, we're just about to come up on the airport. We're going to look around and see if we can spot any significant damage there. Wow. There's the airport.
He said between that and the blue beacon, he said.
Okay. Okay.
Well, not necessarily. I don't know if it's damaged. She said that's where another tornado touched down there.
It shows that we're running right alongside it. We might have missed the turn in, but I didn't see it.
Oh no, he said something about.
Google Maps just shows we're past the road.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
He said something about the blue beacon. See anything. Some big old fat drops. Yeah, I want to go back.
Yeah, Sheldon, we're not seeing anything out here. We drove past the airport. We're looking along the road. We are not seeing anything, so we're turning around, headed back towards Miami.
Salt to the moon. Well, not really. It's just rain. Hey, what are your thoughts on the one near north of Skellytown? North of Skellytown. As soon as I said that, the rotation is nice. Makes a world of difference.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I think that one's just going to be a rainer. Because I think it's going to get absorbed by the other one.
I was just driving with their brights on.
We do have a question on our YouTube stream about are any of the wind turbines blown over? We haven't seen any damage anywhere close to that substantial. Most of the damage we have been seeing is minor, so no, we have not seen any damage to the wind turbines.
I'm sure the National Weather Service will be out here tomorrow to survey some, you know, any damage.
Right.
And whatnot.
Do their official report.
Yeah.
Rate the tornado.
You had power lines down. You had, we showed a street sign that was bent over completely. So,
A lot of fence damage.
Yeah, we went out to the airport. We heard like possible reports of some damage out there, so we
that's
went to check it out.
A tornado touchdown out there.
Let's see, Methodist Church.
Is that the one we
That's
passed? It's this way.
on Main. It's this way.
And the people were coming out of.
Okay, we're headed that way. Okay, it shows the Methodist Church is right there.
Are y'all okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did y'all put that there was damage?
Uh-uh.
Oh yeah, they said News Channel 10 said that there was damage to the Methodist Church.
That's what we were getting reports on, but I don't know.
Yeah, what's it saying?
I don't know.
I mean, like,
That's what we came to look at to see if y'all had some damage here.
no, we don't. But what is y'all's stuff saying? Like, is there something coming from Spearman or what?
Oh, you're talking about
the
radar.
Morse one?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like any of them. Like, is there anything to even think about or worry about?
Looks
or
like
be
it's
concerned
going
about?
more towards Pampa
Yeah.
area. And Pampa and Borger.
Yeah, they're still severe warned, but they're not seeing any, there's not any active tornado warnings right now anywhere.
Yeah, it's more south turn.
Cool.
So was there damage here?
Nothing. No, like we even went around and looked. Yeah, like somebody said, News Channel 10 said there was damage to the church, and we were like,
I had no, I mean, they said city official may have said something.
Oh.
Told us.
Something about houses
Because
east of
they were
town.
talking to the, I forgot who was the source. The city manager or something.
Sheldon, we have no damage at the
Chad,
Methodist
Louise,
Church. We have confirmed no damage to Methodist Church in Miami.
Yeah.
But there's some power lines down.
Yeah, North
on
River
car.
Road.
Yeah.
Awesome, Shelby. Thank you so much for confirming that. Like I said, getting those eyes
so
on the ground.
glad
So
I guess they just,
good looking out on that.
went over us, huh?
I guess so.
Like coming right towards town or something.
Yeah,
and then
we
went
saw
just
it
like,
twice.
Wow.
Yeah. We saw 2 touchdowns and, oh, man, I'm so glad everyone here is okay.
Yeah, for real.
So, good to hear.
Yeah,
Thank
very
you.
cool. Hey, God bless y'all. Y'all
Thank
be
you.
safe.
Okay. Did they hear you?
Yeah, I told Sheldon and he said okay. So we have that confirmation. Damage to the church. You couldn't make it?
Oh, man.
You okay?
Yeah.
We're all tired. We are all tired.
Cherry limeade went down the wrong tube.
Alright,
Well, I think I can safely put up my camera.
Yeah, that thing's has a mean hell core to it.
Yeah, that was the one that he was. Its rotation still looks pretty broad.
That's got a TPS on it.
Oh, what?
TVS.
What's that mean?
Tornadic vortex.
Signature. Gotcha. Caleb, I'm gonna put this back.
Yep. You got it.
Thank you.
Not on the chips. There you go. Okay.
That's looking interesting too. Yeah.
What? It's confusing me, honestly. It's like traffic or something. Earlier. All those lights.
Yeah, that's what I thought was that car earlier. Like up there by that car, and then it got more. I was like, what's that? It was like a driveway.
These look like they're about to collide.
Okay, as promised, want to get you a radar update. Let's talk about the tornado watch, though, for just a minute. The yellow areas are tornado watch until 11 o'clock. More comment on that in just a second. And then we still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Those are the orange boxes. We've been in touch with the Weather Service. This watch goes until 11 o'clock. They have been in touch with the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. At this moment here, at 12 minutes until 11 o'clock, we think it's likely that the watch area will be reoriented. I don't want to say right now which areas will be cleared, but I think likely the southern portion of the region, some of those counties will be cleared. We don't know yet. We will know within the next 10 to 12 minutes or so. Keep you posted on that. Let's put the radar back on and drill down and watch a couple of more storms here. This one that's just glancing or just going right by Pringle is obviously moving southward. It is showing similar signs to some of the other storms today, where we get a little bit of an inflow notch, we get a little bit of a pendant echo, and then we see if it can rotate from there. It's not rotating at this point. It is showing signs that it is possible, but there's no tornado warning on that one. But I want to bring it to the attention of Stinnett because it's about 8 miles north of town. Forward motion is due south, probably about 20 to 25 miles per hour, so it's a little quicker than some of the other ones. So in Stinnett, no tornado warning for you. You are still right on the edge of a severe thunderstorm warning, so some rain and some hail will come. If they issue a tornado warning, we'll come back on and let you know. But in Stinnett, let's go ahead and start to pay attention, start thinking in your area if we get a tornado warning issued in your home where you're going to go. Small room toward the center of the house, bathroom, hallway, closet, something to cover up your head, put on some sturdy shoes, get something a little warmer in case there is some damage around. It's going to get cold once that storm moves by. It's not a guarantee by any stretch at this moment, but that's one of the ones that we're paying very careful attention to. This other cell's out in open country over Highway 70, so we're not going to talk too much about that. But here's another one showing similar signs of maybe trying to create an inflow notch, maybe trying to create some rotation. There's rain and heavy rain and hail in Briscoe right now, but that's the area of concern. It is also obviously moving southward. So in Mobeetie, it's closer to you. I'm going to say that's going to be in your area in the next 10 minutes. No tornado warning at this moment, but it is not out of the question, and you're still in the tornado watch as well. So we're going to continue doing updates. I'll come back in the next commercial break at least and give you an update on these two cells. If we get a tornado warning, we'll break back in. We're also continuing the stream, right?
Yes.
Yes. On newschannel10.com, YouTube, our page there, and also on Facebook. So we'll continue to keep you posted. No tornado warnings. We're watching for any redevelopment, and we thank you for staying with us here at News Channel 10.
Yeah, so you heard everything. You heard everything that Kevin was saying there. Something we want to talk about, if you want to talk about it here, Kevin, while we're still seeing our chase team is still kind of out and about.
Yeah.
We do have this. I can go ahead and pull up here. We'll pull up here on Max 3.
Yeah.
That's still image.
That's earlier.
I mean, that was
Let's confirm that. That's northwest of Miami.
Yeah, that was earlier.
That was
not
earlier.
Super recent, but that was the image that our weather atlas got of that tornado. Did see, of course, those down power lines. We were talking about that sign that was just, I mean, bent in half. I mean,
yeah,
amazing images.
That was amazing. And this was clearly a very strong tornado. We're very lucky in Miami that at that phase was just to the northwest of town.
Absolutely.
And so they're obviously very hard to track at night. You have to kind of dependent upon two things: lightning flashes or transformers, power lines flashing. So they're very hard to see. So that the fact that they were able to see this, Alex and Shelby, is quite something. And we're positioned just to the south of town on the highway, looking as it approached. And our hearts were sinking a little bit because we knew how close it was to Miami. So,
I mean, it was a very close call.
Yeah, so
Absolutely.
The fact that we didn't get any more damage than we've heard of, which is very limited, is certainly a blessing. Did you point to something in the chat?
Yeah, so latest from the National Weather Service, the tornado watch will be allowed to expire at 11 o'clock. That is in about 8 minutes. They will be issuing a severe thunderstorm watch for our southeast 9 counties. That will go through 4 a.m. So they're going to be shifting things to the southeast. So let's go ahead and bring up here. We're going to switch through this. So there's that image there. We're going to come back to radar here. Let's go ahead.
And while you're doing that, I'll just comment. So the good news there is they let the tornado watch expire, which means the tornado risk, as the Storm Prediction Center has evaluated it, will diminish.
Yeah.
The thing that will continue is the chance for strong straight line winds and some hail that at this time of night, and given these current storms, could still be, I would say, you know, it's not out of the question to get some golf ball size hail. But
Absolutely.
Their analysis and their reissuance of this watch is good news in that they're suggesting that the tornado threat will decrease.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing worth noting as well, we'll have to see, let me double check, see what is being said out of Lubbock as of right now, because here's the thing. Okay, so same from Lubbock as well.
Say again?
11 be your next cut.
Okay.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Perfect, because that's when.
Yep,
So latest from Lubbock and from Amarillo is that the tornado watch will expire. The new severe thunderstorm watch, so when we say the southeast 9 counties, something that's worth noting here is that that's the southeast 9 counties that belong to the Amarillo National Weather Service. So that's going to be kind of somewhere, I would assume, right around this line, right in here is going to be where that severe thunderstorm watch. But from our friends down in Lubbock, Childress County will also be included, of course, in a severe thunderstorm watch as well. So we're right now about 6 minutes away. Like I said, good news is, I mean, you can actually see there's a few tornado warnings on into Oklahoma. Thankfully, not working their way into the Texas Panhandle region. It's just barely glancing Ellis County there in Oklahoma and moving off towards the southeast. So
And I'm looking at the storm north of Stinnett that we were talking about a few minutes ago. There is no clear sign of any rotation, and the other good news is rather than going due south, which it had been, it's taken a little bit of a south-southeast trajectory. So the bulk of that storm, based on the current track, would stay to the east of Stinnett. So there's some good news there. And we'll have another TV update coming up in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And hopefully the new watch will have been issued and can get into our system so we can show it to you visually.
Yeah.
But again, there will be that change from tornado to severe thunderstorm.
yeah, I mean, that's really good news for, folks, planning on, it's one of those deals. I mean, it's very nerve-wracking when you have a tornado watch. We've had, several confirmed tornadoes in the area so far this evening. A lot of folks, maybe they're wanting, they're wanting to go to bed.
Yes.
So it can be a sigh of relief that the tornado watch is going to expire in about 5 minutes. But like Kevin was saying, I mean, it doesn't mean that the tornado risk is entirely gone, but those conditions are a lot less favorable. Still some large hail, some strong winds, some heavy rains are still absolutely to be expected with anything that we're going to be seeing out there. So still going to be a lot of things to be weather aware about. If you have that weather radio, don't be going and turning it off. Anything like that, of course, keep that on, keep it close to you so you can know what's what's going to be happening out there for sure. But this is, yeah, like I said, right there might miss Stinnett off towards the east right now based on its current track.
Yep.
But still bears watching for sure. But
let's check the other one to the east in Mobeetie, because there is some good news and less good news. The good news is there is no rotation signature in that storm right now.
Yeah, that's good news.
It's got some wind with it, but the bad news is it's got some hail, and it's about 3 miles north of town, and it is moving due south.
Yeah,
so
and that hail
Mobeetie,
core is,
your hail potential of 1 to 2 inch hail, or maybe even a little bit larger, is going to increase here over the next 5 to 10, well, 10 minutes, 15 minutes at the outside. So in Mobeetie, I think for the most part you've been pretty quiet tonight, but now we're going to enter a point where you're going to have some heavy rain, some thunder and lightning, and there will be some hail there. So if you need to make some preparation around the house here in the next, I'd give yourself less than 5 minutes to go ahead and do it, but know that that storm is approaching fairly quickly from the north, Sheldon.
Say that again?
That storm is approaching from the north to Mobeetie.
Yes, yeah, it's not coming straight from the west. It is coming from the north, as you're going to see right there.
But no rotation signature, again, that's the good news, but 2 inch hail, I would say at this point, is absolutely possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's the thing, too, is another thing we're keeping an eye on is we're now, you know, T-minus 3 minutes on this tornado watch expire. Oh, there we go. Look at that. They've already pulled the trigger on it.
Okay.
There we go. So there you have it. Tornado watch still in effect for our southern 2 rows of counties. That is thanks to the Lubbock office. That's their jurisdiction. That's so they may be letting it actually go to 11 here as of right now. But you'll see those southeast 9 counties, like we talked about. Those are now under a thunderstorm watch until about 4 a.m. So we could still see several hours of severe thunderstorm activity. But the tornado watch is gone. That's the good news. Overall, National Weather Service does agree that really seeing the more, significant tornado threats really dropping off. And like I said, that those yellow bottom 2 rows of counties, we do anticipate those to either turn pink or to disappear altogether here in probably just a little under 2 minutes. So good news there. There's the latest on that. Tornado watch for the northern Texas Panhandle is now gone. It has been canceled.
Okay. Whoops.
2 minutes, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right, so Kevin's got about 2 minutes till he pops back on here. He's going to be joining our broadcast, so you guys are going to see that. Of course, he's getting ready for that here.
I'm sorry, when is that new box until? 4?
That should be for, yes. Let me double check my facts on that, but that should be in effect until 4 a.m. That was the latest I heard, but let me just...
That makes sense. Oh, okay. So those southern counties, I guess, we think are going to drop.
Those should. The Lubbock National Weather Service has said that they will allow them to expire.
Okay, good.
But the official expiration time is at 11. Okay. So maybe Lubbock is just going to let it just naturally run out, where it looks like
right.
Amarillo may have just pulled the trigger a little bit quicker. 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. Friday morning.
Man, I can't believe that Mobeetie thing is not rotating, but I'm glad it is not.
Glad it's not. So we got Armstrong, Carson, Collingsworth, Donley, Gray, Hemphill, Hutchinson, Roberts, and Wheeler counties under that severe thunderstorm watch.
And we're running the bug, right? So people will be able
Yes, we
to
do
see
have that going. That is active on News Channel 10 on broadcast right now. And like I said, what you're going to see from Kevin here in a little bit is what's going on broadcast on News Channel 10 as well. So we're going to stand by for that. Been a busy evening, but we're glad y'all stuck around. Okay, so it looks like right there we just lost it. Tornado watch is now out. Does not look like it's been replaced with a severe watch. Oh, you hot button or something.
Stand by. Here we go.
Okay, good evening once again. We've got some motion here with regard to our watches and still a couple of strong storms. The tornado watch has been allowed to expire here at 11 o'clock at the top of the hour for the entire region. So tornado watches are done. We still have, though, a new severe thunderstorm watch, and that's going to be all the counties in pink here. So not the northern tier of counties, not our southern tier of counties, but these 9 counties colored in pink, Amarillo is not included, are in a new severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning. So places included in that: Canadian, Borger, Pampa, Pampa, Panhandle to the east, Clarendon, Wellington, Shamrock. This is Interstate 40 right here. That again is a new severe thunderstorm watch. So the primary threat there, tornadoes not out of the question, but lesser threat. The primary threat will be strong straight line winds and some 1 to even in some cases maybe some 2-inch hail will remain possible here. The counties to our south from Tulia through Kittiquay and Turkey and over to Childress again have been cleared from the tornado watch. 2 cells, technically 3, but 2 cells that we're watching very carefully. Got some good news for Stinnett. Even though this is showing a little bit of an inflow notch and a little bit of what we call a pendant, which we've been watching several times tonight, which is oftentimes the precursor to a tornado, I don't see on the velocity product any rotation in there. So that's great news for with regard to any tornado threat. The other good news is it's taken a little bit of an east-southeastward jog. So I think Stinnett, for the most part, you may hear some thunder, a little bit of rain, but the heaviest rain and the hail is going to stay to the east of town. Then we're watching this storm just north of Mobeetie. Big wide inflow notch there, a pendant as well. No rotation signature there, so that's real good news. But there is a hail core in here. So in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the outside in Mobeetie, expect some 1 to 2 inch hail likely coming through. That will last about 5 to 10 minutes at the outside and then move south of town. So once again, tornado watch has been canceled. Eastern County severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. We're going to continue to watch it. We've got the stream going as well. We'll keep you posted here at News Channel 10. I'm going to the restroom.
All right, so here we go. So as you just heard from Kevin, severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for those southeastern 9 counties. Keeping an eye on our chasers right now. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, they do look to be heading back. All right, so if y'all stand by here real quick, gonna let y'all see our radar right now. All right, y'all. So just kind of keeping an eye on things. We're just, checking back in with our chasers and everything. You're seeing their feed up in the top left-hand corner of your screen. We're going to be checking in with Shelby and Alex here in just a little bit, but I figured we'd kind of talk about what's going on. So now that every tornado watch has been expired or canceled, so that is great news. So let's go ahead and walk around here on radar, see what's going on around the region. Okay, so we got a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay. Okay, so you heard Kevin talking about this Mobetti storm a little bit. So something noteworthy here. Look at our most recent scans of this right now. So here's something significant. Look how much that hail core has dropped off in just 1 hour. That's really good news because you can see right there that nose of it is now dipping down into Mobetti. So that's noteworthy. So probably getting some pretty strong winds, probably some pretty heavy rains with this as it does roll into Mobetti right now. Good news is that hail core has really significantly weakened. That's fantastic news. You can see that hail core right around Briscoe is pretty light as well. Still a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. You can see both of these cells. This one just to the north of Pampa. I mean, you can see it's almost just holding still right now. It's just about stationary. Pretty significant hail core on that one right now. Let me double check my latest information on that one. So currently rated for 2-inch hail. So 2-inch hail on that. That is some pretty large hail in that particular storm that we're seeing there. That's straight north of Pampa. Of course, we've been talking about this one and Stinnett. So let's zoom in on it a little bit here. Currently, Stinnett is not included in that polygon as it's migrating its way south. Right now, based on that track, it may just be a glancing blow to Stinnett here as of right now. Here we go. So we got somebody here asking about Borger. So obviously, Borger going south. With the way this one is tracking south, it's not out of the question right now. Good news is the overall intensity of these storms are generally dying out. Most of our hail sizes are kind of shrinking as well. So that particular storm over Stinnett right now is rated for 1.5 inches hail, which the good news with that is that could be a lot worse. It still can do a lot of damage, so don't take it lightly. But this is, of course, looking at that storm tracking in from the north. If it starts to take any easterly turn, it's probably going to miss places like Borger. We got Lori here asking about Pampa. Of course, got this storm just there to the north of Pampa, but I mean, it really has just sat there here for most of this evening so far. It's just stayed north of town. I'd be really curious to see how much rainfall they're getting on that just stretch of 70 right there, because that's a place that's been hit several times just this evening. But does not really appear to have much of a southerly trajectory on that, so worth monitoring. Christian here asking if it's going to make it to Panhandle. I would say that's a bit of a stretch at this point. As you can see, we got to go all the way down here to Panhandle. Not impossible. Don't want to necessarily say that it's completely out of the question, but I do believe that that is just barely included in that thunderstorm watch. That's just barely there on the edge. So looking at that, still got a few thunderstorm warnings still in parts of the area. I'm going to circle this real quick.
The forward motion on these is really seized up too, so we're going to have some runoff problems.
Yeah, I mean I think that's a good point there, Kevin, that you raise, is that the flash flooding risk is really going to start going up with it, because this places that have been hit by several rounds of thunderstorms, and now they're starting to sit and just dump rain on it. In terms of tornado warnings, that looks to be the only ones that we can actually see on our screen right now, and that's just to the east of Ellis County in Oklahoma. So good news, no tornado warnings there. And you might see this dark red and think, well, hey, Sheldon, what is that? So that darker red is actually a flash flood warning right there. You got the bright red and the dark red. Dark red is flash flood, bright red, tornado warning. Jackson here asking about Amarillo. I would venture to say that Amarillo is going to be in the clear for the evening. Wouldn't you agree, Kevin?
Yes, sir.
I think Amarillo is pretty much in the clear of anything today. And you heard Kevin talking about earlier when we were doing our full forecast, talking about the possibilities of this cold front coming in overnight. I think that really diminishes our severe threat going into tomorrow, which is good news.
Thunderstorms, yes. Severe, much less likely.
Much less likely. Okay, so let's actually look at our latest model data here. See how everything's handling it so far. Because so far our models for today really handle things pretty well. Thankfully, we had a pretty good grasp on what there was to expect, and it's pretty much played by the way we thought it was going to. So fast forwarding through our high definition model, and cloud cover builds in as you go into tomorrow morning. And look at this here. You just get some scattered light showers, like I said, maybe a few thunderstorms that try to start to pop up late tomorrow afternoon. We're gonna scroll through a couple of our models here since we've got the time to do so. You'll see right there, clouded over, maybe some dreary wet conditions. Like I said, maybe a few little scattered thunderstorms, scattered showers at times. So really keeping a close eye on that. Might have a couple of days of, like I said, weak thunderstorms. You can see over my shoulder behind me. I'll pull that up. Our SPC Day 2 outlook has just a marginal risk. So there's what's left of today. Tomorrow, general, just a marginal risk. And then Friday, then Saturday is going to be a marginal risk as well for that southern half of the area. So weak thunderstorms here and there. I don't know, Chelsea, I don't know if I would necessarily clear Pampa or Stinnett here as of right now. We're still tracking some storms that are very close to each community right now. So I'll go ahead and zoom back in here. We're going to focus in on Stinnett, Pampa area, just kind of everywhere around there. So right now it looks like Stinnett is kind of maybe seeing a glancing blow just to the east, but if you are on the east side of the city right now, I mean, that certainly, you can see right there from Pringle down to Stinnett here as of right now.
Yeah, they got trimmed out.
Yeah, they are trimmed out. Stinnett is not technically included in that severe thunderstorm warning, but that maybe that little finger sticking off the left side of it there might catch the east side of the city. If you live further off towards the east, you might catch a weak piece of that, but good news is the strongest part of the thunderstorm not going to be passing over Stinnett.
And there's zero rotation in that. And in fact, I think there's probably a good shelf cloud maybe trying to come out now. So the cold air may be taking over.
Well, and another good thing that we're seeing right here, Kevin, if you look at this cell here north of Pampa, that core is really, really weakened on recent scans.
Oh,
here.
yeah, big time for sure.
We're going to switch over to our Doppler scans here.
Yep.
Let's make that disappear. Yeah, just in the past hour, that core has really, really dropped off in intensity. So Pampa, like I said, I don't know if I would necessarily just say all clear for Pampa, but it's looking better and better. That anything you do get would probably just be your standard thunderstorm activity. That extremely large hail threat is really going down here as of right now.
Completely agree there. We've seen several cycle, like the earlier ones that did produce a tornado, like Miami. We saw them cycle with this inflow notch that we talked about, and then what we call a pendant echo, and then it hooked. But we've seen a couple of notches, but they don't go anywhere past that. And I think that's going to be indicative of what we can expect for the rest of the night as well.
Yeah, we got some folks asking about Perryton. Perryton, I think you're in the clear.
Yep.
I mean, I think you're too far north of anything, so I wouldn't anticipate anything down that direction. What did we see about some other ones that I didn't get to? I think Borger or Perryton was the last one, so we talked about, like I said, for Pampa, asking if they're clear on tornadoes. I think pretty much on the tornado.
I would say the tornado threat is really, really low. If you found some hail, that wouldn't surprise me. But if you're wanting to go to bed in Pampa, I think you can probably go ahead and do that, but know that you might hear some hail on the roof.
Yep. We got Linda here asking about Childress County, so pulling up on Childress here. Not a lot going on activity-wise right now. Childress is pretty quiet. I mean, you might see some of these thunderstorms try to push off towards the southeast, but really overall, if they can maintain their strength, they're probably not going to be that intense by the time they get that far south. So I wouldn't.
Yeah, and that's hours and hours away.
Yeah, so I'm not terribly worried about Childress here currently as we're wrapping up this evening. Currently 11:14 on the clock right now. You can see around Matador, of course, an area that has seen a lot of action today and yesterday, or Tuesday rather. That storm off towards the west has really died off a little bit. I mean, this is something that's good to see right here, Kevin. So we have that one tornado warning just to the west of Ellis County in Oklahoma, but down around Lubbock, I mean, there's not even severe thunderstorm warnings down there anymore. Things have really dropped off.
Yeah, that surprised me a little bit. I'm glad, but
yeah, that's good news.
Only just a little flooding area in that lighter green box.
Yeah, well, and that's the crazy thing is, I mean, recapping today, I mean, we started out this afternoon, I mean, we had, one of our storm chasers just to the south of Silverton. We had a tornado touch down briefly, probably on the ground for a few minutes. I don't think it was on the ground long enough to do any damage. Tracked down towards Matador, so that was, something they were keeping an eye on, but and then, of course, we had that tornado touchdown up near Miami, which, like I said, thankfully so far looks to have done minimal damage. So pretty active evening so far, without a doubt, but we're super thankful. It looks like so far that everyone's coming away unscathed, which is fantastic news.
Yeah, I am really surprised and grateful for Miami because there was a large tornado just northwest of town, just within a couple of miles, and thankfully it weakened. Found an atmosphere that it didn't like as much and gave us a blessing in Miami. Yeah,
Matthew here asking about Clarendon. I'd say Clarendon's pretty much in the clear as well. Like I said, if anything's even going to make it down to Clarendon, it's probably going to be a few hours.
Yeah, still, Clarendon's still in the new watch, though.
They are in the severe thunderstorm watch, so we can go ahead and bring that back up. We still have that severe thunderstorm watch. It does include Clarendon. It's just those eastern 9 counties there. That's our only severe thunderstorm watch still in the area with that handful of severe thunderstorm warnings. I want to bring up our camera here. We're getting some great shots from our downtown camera right now. Let's go ahead and pull that up.
The lightning show.
We are getting the lightning show here as of right now. We're getting beautiful CGs, as they would say.
Since we hadn't mentioned it, good news for Stinnett. That cell, whatever's left of it, will stay to the east of town.
Oh, where'd it go? There we go. How's this for a light show? So getting some great shots. I mean, hey, Hodgetown does their Friday night fireworks. You know, God and Mother Nature is saying, how about Thursday night fireworks? That's what we're getting right there. So if you're in Amarillo, you can look off towards the east and kind of east-northeast. I mean, we're getting a fantastic lightning show there from downtown Amarillo. I don't know why a camera just disappeared on our end, but you can still see it on your end, so that's what matters. That's good to see. So we're glad for that. There, it's back. So great images. Would it be frowned upon if we checked the scoreboard at Hodgetown? It looks like everything's pretty much closed up. Do we not think so tonight? We need to check with our sports department on that one. Anyways, coming back here to our graphics here, focusing on weather for the time being.
Yeah, I am really grateful for the remaining cells that they are just not showing any signs of rotation, which confirms what the Storm Prediction Center in Norman did in allowing the tornado watch to expire, replacing with a severe thunderstorm watch, because there is still going to be some hail. But I was going to say some of those are weakening, but really only the ones out over open country. So
our beloved sock poodles fell 13 to 11 extra innings.
Extra innings. Took them down to the wire. I mean, they had 2 wins in a row going for 3.
That's true.
It sounds like it was hard fought.
Final in 10 innings in a game that started late.
There we go. So
let's comment on Mobidi Wheeler for a minute, if you can go there.
We sure can. I'll let you sit in front of the camera there, Kevin. I'll take care of steering the camera. Oh. Switching over to Doppler.
Yeah, no rotation. I just want to make a comment for places like Wheeler, because go.
Shelby, we're still going if you can hear me.
Let's go way in on that notch.
What's that?
Way in on the notch, just northwest of Wheeler. There is no rotation in this storm right now, but if you loop it, what you'll kind of see is that little pendant that's just east of Mobidi, that little red area that is just to the west of Wheeler. As that closes in on the notch, it's not out of the question that you might not see a little very brief area of rotation in there. It would not be a large tornado like we saw earlier, because the overall storm cell itself is not showing any, on the velocity product, any signs of rotation. But my point in bringing it up is not to say that there's going to be a tornado there, but there could be some wind damage there, or even a little gust-nado type thing where something might spin up. But that's not going to do any. That's not going to certainly be anything strong enough to do anything other than pick up the wind, blow a few loose things around. But I just want to let you know in Wheeler that is closing in on you from the northwest, and it's probably going to be there in the next 15 minutes or less.
Yeah, and Kevin, you want to comment on a couple of our comments here? We got Logan and Jonathan. You're asking about White Deer and LaForest. So of course, you got White Deer there up Highway 60, and LaForest just a little bit south of Pampa.
Still under the watch, so thunderstorm in White Deer not out of the question. Some 1 inch or maybe slightly larger hail not out of the question. That severe thunderstorm watch goes until 4 o'clock in the morning. Same story as we've talked about for Clarendon, LaForest, again, all that area that's still in the watch. Not looking for tornado activity, maybe a little bit of small hail, some brief gusty winds as well.
Yeah. And so, Kevin, if you'd like, of course, we can still focus on things, but if you want to do a little bit of a recap of the day, we can go back, take a look at that tornado footage from down near Silverton.
Right.
If you'd like to do that.
South of our area, by all means.
Yeah, south of our area, but we can go ahead and talk about this. Is, of course, from earlier today.
Yep.
Kind of recap things that have happened here. Yep. This was that tornado as it was developing. They're just south of Silverton, of course. This was from our storm chaser, John Daugherty. Yeah. Had this footage here for us.
And he has done yeoman's work today. He stayed on that storm, but he was driving the entire day with a severely cracked windshield from the storms yesterday. He took probably at least 1 or 2 tennis ball size hailstones, maybe a baseball size hailstone, to his car. So there's a bunch of dents, and it really did a number on that windshield. So he was driving under a little bit of a handicap today, but he still managed to find his way to south of Silverton and get that tornado.
Yeah, and that's when, if you were watching the stream, you got to see that as it happened live. You got to see Kevin take that one on air, and then, of course, wrapping up this evening as well. Of course, this is our still image from the Weather Atlas from just a little while earlier that Shelby, Alex, and Caleb were able to catch. I mean, that's one of the most, you know, like I said, what John had earlier, middle of the afternoon, middle of nowhere, you know, you get to watch a tornado touchdown. It's on the ground for a few minutes, but watching a tornado when only way you can see it is when lightning illuminates it is a little terrifying. Yes, very, very, very different. Yeah, those are the one that John was on, that one that's in the daylight there. Those are the ones, if you have to have them, those are the ones you want, because they're not near anything. They're interesting to look at. We learn a lot from watching them, but they don't hit anything. Yeah, this one was heading towards a populated area in the dark.
Yeah,
that's
right.
About as
the dark one. Yeah, that
intense of a situation as you can get.
The lucky component, the blessing component, the God watching out for component was very high on that one because, as we've heard several times, we did not get any damage. Now, people will come out tomorrow when the sun comes up and look around, but we don't have any reports of anything big at this point, and it's not that big an area. And our chasers, Alex and Shelby, drove around a considerable amount of the town, looking around. Didn't see any problems there. Yeah, once the sun comes up, it'll be really interesting to kind of gather those, you know, those said reports and everything. Maybe check back in on Wheeler, because that thing's moving pretty quickly now. Yeah, it's really. So we talked about this. If you're paying attention to Wheeler, and let's go way in on that. No rotation, but the heavy rain's going to pick up, and there's going to be some noise on your roof, especially north of town from what could be some 1-inch hail there. But that one, fortunately, is moving pretty quickly, so I don't think a flooding threat would be a big problem there, but there will be a heavy downpour with that one. Yeah, and we've got, let's see here on Facebook, we got Shilena here asking about Skellytown, which of course we'll just travel a little bit further. Oh, I think I overshot it. There it is, right there. I mean, that's something to be weather aware, but I mean, you're a little bit closer. But I'd say right now, maybe that cell, I'd say that one right up, maybe kind of just, that's glancing Stinnett. Good news is, looking at Stinnett, looks like that little finger kind of died off. So unless you're way east of Stinnett, wouldn't really worry about it too much as of right now. Skellytown, not terribly concerned either. You're not under the gun of anything here currently.
Sheldon, we've got some time lapses that Sierra put together.
Oh, awesome. Great. I love a good time lapse. Let's see what we got going on this. Yeah, love a good time lapse. So let's see.
Is that today? Yeah. We're just gonna watch it first.
Okay.
Oh. Of course, people ask about if Pampa's even going to get anything on the ground. I mean, looks like this one's starting to dive off towards the southeast a little bit, but it is going southeast, so that's going to warrant watching a little bit. But for Pampa proper, still that thunderstorm could end up your direction there, Brandon. You know, sometimes the rain goes around, it feels like, but we'll watch it, and of course we'll be keeping up with it as it happens here. No, I didn't. That's okay. Rainey here thanking us for our coverage. Well, hey, this is what we do. So we're glad that we've got viewers that love to tag along with us on this kind of thing. I said this is what we do our jobs for here, is to keep an eye on these storms. Of course, keep everyone informed. So we appreciate your kind words. We love our jobs, that's for sure. Trying to get one of our time lapses put together here. Okay, while y'all are working on that, I'll just comment too about our other storms that are remaining. There's still a real good hail core just to the east of Stinnett, and that looks like it has strengthened a little bit. So 1 to 2 inch hail, not through Stinnett proper, but east of town, is going to be moving through your area or through that area here over the next 20, really to 30 minutes or so. So Stinnett proper, I think you'll be okay, but just east of town or southeast of town, anybody that may or may not be watching, you know, in a farm or something like that, there's going to be some hail coming in your direction here in the next, say, 5 to 10 to 15 minutes at the outside. Checking on what I'm going to refer to now as our Wheeler storm. That rain and some hail is going to pick up in the next 10 to 15 minutes. We've talked several times about Mobeetie. The storm cell that was threatening that area, especially on the north side, has moved away. So Mobeetie, you are in the clear for, let me check on these other cells. You're in the clear for certainly the next 30 minutes. The rain may pick back up again, but the hail threat for Mobeetie has diminished and ended. Briscoe, there's a hail core just to your west, moving in a southeasterly direction, so you may pick up some hail, and that may be part of what gets into Wheeler as well. Wheeler is going to be the next big impact city area for some hail that's coming in pretty hot from the north. It's only about 2 to 3 miles tops to the north and to the north of town, and it is coming to the south. So you have certainly heard the lightning pick up or the thunder pick up. You're going to probably hear some hail on the roof here in Wheeler in the next 5 to 10 to 15 minutes. And you're under a severe thunderstorm watch, so that stays in effect as well. What are you all working on over there?
Had some lightning footage we were trying to put together there for a second, but
all right.
Following you around on radar. Seeing that thunderstorm warning that does include.
Thank you. I was paying attention to a different computer, so thank you
that thunderstorm warning does now include Wheeler. It's of course pushing in. There we go. See a good lightning time lapse.
There we go.
There we go. I mean, some amazingly active storms with these systems today.
That's
the structure.
Alex and Caleb and Shelby.
This was the storm, I believe, that eventually did put down that tornado near Miami. I might be mistaken, but I mean, you could tell that the striations you see there at the bottom, and that is a very, that's a rotating supercell that we're seeing there right now.
Well, you just pointed out an error on my part. I forgot Caleb was in that car, so a proper shout out and thanks to Caleb as well.
Caleb, Alex, and Shelby. I gotta say, I mean, this was Shelby's first storm chase with the First Alert Weather Team, and she helped us break the news of a tornado.
Yeah.
She does have to.
Yeah. So
that is something us morning shift folk have had to do a couple times, and she's getting a baptism by fire in that one.
Well, if you're still up with us now, plan to get up and watch the morning show, because Shelby will certainly have some stories to tell.
She'll have lots of stories and some great images, I'm sure, and very little sleep. She'll have more stories than she will have had minutes of sleep. I've had times in the past where I've had to come in the next morning and gone home, slept on my couch for an hour, and came back in to get ready for the early show. It's fun of the job. It's the way it goes. It's this storm season. We run on adrenaline from the severe weather. It is what we do. It's not about the sleep, it's about the storms.
Yeah. Hail core increasing in between Briscoe and Wheeler.
Okay. Between Briscoe and Wheeler, yep, we're seeing that on radar right now.
That's coming to Wheeler. I said it a few minutes ago, but I want to reinforce anybody that knows there's going to be some noise on the roof in Wheeler.
Yeah. What is that one currently? Do you have the size that's currently warned for? It's looking like a
2.5.
2.5. That's no slouch. I mean, that's baseball to softball size tail. I mean,
and we'll remember the straight line winds too, up to 60 miles per hour. That can easily knock things down.
So the tornado threat is mostly gone, but that doesn't mean the damaging weather threat is gone. Do we have? I know our computer kind of had some issues for us, but I mean we started streaming what 5:45, 5:50ish.
The computer got really hot.
Yes. As it turns out, we were doing lots of different things, and the computer got hot as it did. So, but we've got some ace engineers, so that's where Wyatt and Kyle deserve a shout out because they kept us going and got us back on the air sooner rather than later. So
yes, indeed.
These awesome guys keeping us going. So
maybe a soup can holding a computer open. I'll leave that to you.
But that's the thing is there's so many moving parts that are happening behind the scenes when we get stuff like this going. And
well, you got the production guys that were behind us, Sierra, Andy.
Yeah. We had Jackie, and you're helping us all night.
They're behind you clipping out all the videos, so the morning crew has all of this to show that audience. So it takes a village. Plus, News was sitting here ready to go at 10. And, you know,
poor Lindsay. We had Lindsay. She was at the desk and ready to go, but we kept going, kept focusing on the severe weather. And, I mean, it's one of those deals where, I mean, like I said, it takes a village. We've got an awesome team here at News Channel 10. So like I said, our goal is to do what we've been doing so far this evening, keeping you guys in the loop, answering your questions, showing you what's happening, where it's happening, as it's happening.
Can't forget Paige. So Paige was on the phone with Miami.
Yeah.
As this was going on.
Paige making phone calls.
Yeah, she was doing her thing too. So thank you, Paige Stockton.
Absolutely. Ace reporter there.
So some strong winds over the next 5 minutes at least in Wheeler. Very strong swirling gusty winds that can knock some things down, but then it's going to be followed by the hail core as well. That's the image that you're looking at, but I'm just looking at the velocity product, and I see a little bit of uptick in the wind speed, so I just wanted to mention that. Excuse me.
Oh yeah. Okay, we're good. Nothing new.
It's a beautiful, beautiful storm.
Yeah, I'm rolling.
Did you mention the ping pong ball in the chat? At 83 and 10:46. Oh, that was some time. My bad. Okay. I just posted a few minutes ago. And did we mention now they've got up to 3-inch hail for Wheeler?
Up to 3-inch hail for
Which we get. Yeah, we just mentioned that. Let's go back to that.
Yeah,
that,
can we
that,
go back
that
to radar
purple,
real quick?
That purple core there that I mentioned just a moment or two ago, the Weather Service has increased that hail size to 3-inch.
Yeah,
so I mentioned there's going to be some noise on the roof. That's there, and that's coming. It's going to be in town here.
I would say that's
if
going to
it's
be a lot
not there
of noise.
now, it's going to be in the next minute or two. New warning coming north of Pampa. Oh, Pampa will not, I'm sorry, north of Pampa. Pampa will not be in the warning.
For Brandon asking about the rain in Pampa, I think that might be as good as it
1.5
gets.
hail.
Is that little green blip that you're getting up around Mesilla Park, up that direction, but generally going northeast. So, is that what you were saying, Kevin? Not going to be included in that new warning?
The Weather Service said not. It doesn't mean there won't be something coming, but that storm's now taken on a little bit more of an eastward jog, which would bring it to Miami, believe it or not.
The Miami's been getting soaked.
Yeah, they're going to get another. Well, we'll see if it holds. It's still more than 10 miles out, but the direction suggests another batch of rain, maybe a little bit of small hail for Miami. I'm sure the folks there have their nerves frazzled already and don't need that. But that hail core on, do we not have radar scope at this moment?
No, no, we do not.
The hail core in between Wheeler and Briscoe is big, which is why the Weather Service increased that hail size to 3 inches. So that's going to be baseball or better. And we'll hope the bulk of it stays just to the north of Wheeler. In fact, I think it might, but if you are north of Wheeler, northeast side of Wheeler, that's going to come pretty darn close. It's going to be, well, now and for the next 5 to 10 minutes. Excuse me. Strong gusty winds, obviously some thunder and lightning too, but I think that one's the storm of choice right now. The other one's staying just to the east of Stinnett, not threatening any populated areas. That one will stay east of Borger, so we're okay there. But yeah, there's a weak and broad rotation just north of Wheeler. We'll watch that and see if it wants to tighten up, but that's right in the middle. That would be rain wrapped, anything there. I think that's just going to be wind chaos as opposed to any rotation. But anybody in Wheeler paying attention, we'll stick with you for a couple more minutes here and see what happens. There's a new image coming in on the velocity.
Caleb.
Yeah, it's an interesting moment of gate-to-gate shear on the north side of town.
North side of a which cell?
Wheeler. It's not tornadic, but it's worth paying attention to. It is, let me get a little distance here. That is about 3 miles north of Wheeler.
If my MacBook was here, I could go get it, but it's not.
I've got it on. It does.
We're almost.
Got a Jarrett Darty here asking about what's going to happen at Miami, south of Miami, at 152 and 748. Let's see if we can pinpoint that.
I would say based on the last scan, it's just rain. The hail core west of town that I mentioned a few minutes ago has come out.
Our graphics here don't want us to get super hyper specific on roadways. But yeah, I mean, if you're south of Miami, I mean, yeah, like Kevin said, maybe just a few lightning strikes, but more rain than anything else. See our chasers making the trek home.
After a long day and a lot of miles.
Oh yes, that weather atlas is.
I wonder if they tracked how many miles.
Well-used weather atlas.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yep, Stinnett pretty much in the clear now. Wouldn't really worry about it.
Yep.
Pretty busy there on 70, down towards 60, just to the northeast of Pampa. I said, not out of the question that maybe LaForest catches a stray shower, but I mean, as based on that current track, you would imagine that it's probably not going to be bad. Also worth noting too, Kevin, that core on that Wheeler storm looks to have weakened on recent scans.
Yep.
So that's...
I hear the wind whistling through the tower a little bit faster now too. That's interesting here in Amarillo.
It looks like a weakening core on that storm.
Not sure why.
Oh yeah, Brianna, we absolutely live for moments like this. This is the reason we do the job, is to get to cover things like this, of covering severe weather in the area. We run on adrenaline until we have the time to sleep.
Yeah, I think the hail's coming out of that Wheeler storm right now, and that's what's increasing the wind signature a little bit north and northeast of town. But that's straight line winds as opposed to rotating winds. Briscoe, anybody that's still paying attention in Briscoe, you're about out of it. Give it another 5 minutes, and the hail threat will have gone. There'll still be some rain, some brief gusty winds.
Kevin, what's your opinion on, we got a viewer here asking about that Wheeler storm. Think it's going to track south towards Shamrock at this rate?
I do not. That's an excellent question. I think that one's going to go southeast and head for the Oklahoma border.
Yep. Generally heading. Well, let's double check my speed here. We can map it out a little bit for you here. It's currently moving southeast at 15, so we won't be able to map it quite out, but if we take that core there, go southeast about 15 miles.
Service.
There, 1208, maybe around Kelton after midnight.
Yeah, I was just about to say Kelton, but I think that hail core is going to go right along and north of Highway 152 and head for the Oklahoma border and maybe Sweetwater, Oklahoma. But I think Wheeler, you have missed the bulk of it. The hail core is going to start moving away from you now, and that hail threat, that large hail threat, which was, remember a few minutes ago, was increased to 3 inches. That 3-inch hail potential is pretty much gone.
If we take that leading edge of the squall line and stretch that thing out to, oh no, I get it out 12 before I reach the end of the screen. I like to do that sometimes, except for it didn't work, so it's a failed show off.
And yeah, and so here's another one too. You see just east of town, there's another inflow notch there. Yep, you got it right there. That's another inflow notch, but there's no rotation with it. Doesn't mean there wouldn't be, but there are definitely some strong gusty winds. Yeah, that hail core is running for the border now.
It looks to just be missing Wheeler to the northeast.
Yep, Briscoe, you're done with this latest threat for hail.
Yep, you can see that new warning there for Pampa. Does just pass Pampa to the northeast, so Pampa's mostly in the clear with that. I'd say for Pampa's next one, we're going to watch this one up here just to the east of Stinnett, northeast of Borger. See if maybe if it can continue on a northeast track, maybe it catches Pampa.
Yeah, that's a long way, so lots of
long ways to go on that one. That's, I mean...
Yeah, I'll do a quick distance check on that one, just because that's 25 miles away.
Yeah, I'm just now seeing Rowdy's question here about Silverton being in the severe thunderstorm watch or not. Silverton's in the clear. Probably already know that by now, but just to reiterate. latest on watches around the area, basically those central eastern 9 counties. Severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. So we still have quite a while on that. But I think something worth noting, I just noticed, if we take a look, we don't even have tornado warnings up in Oklahoma anymore. So there's not a single tornado warning in that entire shot. All the way from central New Mexico, all the way through the Panhandle, all the way close to Oklahoma City. Not a single tornado warning left, at least in that immediate area, which is fantastic.
Well, and since we're chewing up time here, we got a preliminary local storm report on our tornado activity from earlier, but it's now coming out from the Weather Service, and that gives me a chance just to read a little bit. So at 9:30, there was a reported tornado 4 miles northwest of Miami, and that was our stream. The notes on the local storm report say broadcast live stream indicated some fence damage and power lines down at Highway 283 north of Miami at Quarter Horse Road. Then 3 minutes later, another tornado report that was power lines blown down on a car. We saw that live on the stream. And a report of a person trapped in the car. This was estimated to be located along Highway 283, northwest of Miami, about 2 miles. So that gives us an idea that what we would kind of been suspecting, that the tornado just did stay. 2 miles is a long way and not a long way. In this case, it was enough to be north of the primary city area of Miami. And that was near Highway 283, the 283-282 split. So those are what we call local storm reports that are sent out by the National Weather Service.
There we go. So.
Yep, we can plot those, but I'm not going to do it now.
Yeah, yeah, that hail core is re-strengthening. Now I'd say we'd shift our focus to Kelton on that particular storm.
I will go back there and take a look.
Let me go ahead and pull that back up. I was sitting there looking at Max 1 like that was what I had pulled up, but it is not. But good news is I can pull it up.
Yeah, I've got it on Max 1. I'm sorry, did you,
you're good.
You just say that?
I've got it here now. Yeah, so there's the latest on that track. So watching out for Kelton now, that particular storm.
And that was rated at one point for 3-inch.
Yeah.
My gut is telling me that'll go just north of town. Let me see if I can do a little distance measurement on that. That's Kelton. It is 5 miles northwest of town, moving or developing to the east-southeast.
Yeah. Yeah, taking maybe more of an easterly turn.
Yeah. One of the guys that taught me weather always said an interesting thing. He said storms don't move, they develop. And so that one looks like it's developing in more of an east-southeasterly direction. So Kelton may be spared the bulk of it, but there will be some hailstones. We interpret this as movement, but when you think about it, it's an updraft, right? And so development is kind of an interesting way to think of propagating, yeah. But no rotation, so no tornado threat on that one.
That's good news.
Mm-hmm.
Hate to steal Doppler Dave's line, but that is good news.
That is good news. Let's see how far away from the border it is. That is 10 miles away from the border. It's moving pretty quickly. And so not too much time left on that one. We can give that one to Oklahoma. It's almost like a little MCV there. If you watch it, it's got a counterclockwise flow to the whole thing, or a rotation to the whole thing.
Got a 17-mile-an-hour wind here.
Storm north of Pampa, losing its hail. That one really is weakening enough to where it may be done, as opposed to regenerating. Still a little bit of hail to the east of Stinnett, but that's out in open country. That will not bother Borger, but that's not going to eliminate the possibility of a new cell or a new updraft, even on that outflow. But for Borger right now, things are pretty quiet.
Yeah.
Check in on the Weather Service. No.
A lot of things quiet right now.
Mm-hmm.
If we zoom out a ways here, switch back to our composite radar so we can get the whole picture. I don't see a single tornado warning in all of the state of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas. We've got ourselves a quiet evening. Quieter, at least. Like I said, still keeping an eye on this storm right here.
If you want to look at
of course, weakening again. You want to bring up Max 1?
It's trying to load. I was going to bring up the wind flow. We can look at that cold front.
Yeah, talk about our cold front tomorrow, because that'll be a big deal for sure.
So this is current wind, generally south or southeast.
Yep.
And then as we go through time, let's go toward daybreak. The southerly winds continue, but now by 4 a.m. for Dalhart, for Clayton, west of Guyman, we see some of the blue arrows pop in. So that's the cold front. And that's going to be helpful to us in that it will drop the temperature down, cool the air such that severe activity is less likely. So as we move forward in time, let's go to 9 to 10 a.m., and that puts the front right along the Interstate 40 corridor. So we're still in the morning hours.
Might get to watch the cold front come in during second cup.
Yeah, the breeze will pick up. The cooler air will come in. It's not bone-chilling cold, but that's cooler, more stable air. We would want to watch, if you see the yellow areas there near Tulia and Hereford, that would represent some level of convergence where air coming together might try and start to rise. But again, we're cooler and more stable. And then I'll move ahead in time here. Yeah, this model, there's some question as to how far that front will go.
Yeah.
There's noontime, so it gets past 40 and maybe makes it to Tulia.
Maybe stalls a little bit, but this is where we apply our meteorological knowledge and experience of, we had just, that cold front that came through more recently. I believe it was it last week? I believe it was. Yeah, last week we were tracking a cold front coming in. Watching these things, I mean, they have a history of coming in early, fast, and strong.
That's true. All through the winter, everything is overperformed.
Yeah, we had that cold front last week, and we were watching it, and it was every model. I mean, you checked every box. They showed, it's getting down, it's going to stall just north of Amarillo. We're going to stay warm for the day. And then that thing just, I clocked it at 15 hours early. Just blasted through the region. My parents down at Portales, they were right near the boundary on that one, and they said they could drive about 2 miles and get strong 30 to 40 mile an hour southwest gusts, and then see northeasterly winds at 10 to 15 miles an hour. So, that cold front advanced through a whole lot more of the region, a whole lot earlier than what we originally anticipated. So, that's the, I'm, not one to just look at that and say it's wrong, but I would not be shocked to see it come through a little bit deeper, a little bit earlier.
Yep.
A little bit
Here's
faster.
an update from our friends at the Weather Service. The 3 main supercells across the southeast Texas Panhandle continue to slowly weaken.
Good news.
That's good news. Do you have those on back to Max 3 if you want?
We can pull that back up on Max 3.
So the trend noticed by the Weather Service is that those are weakening. That's what we like to hear, especially this time of night.
Yeah, you can see that one just northeast of Pampa really drops off in the past hour.
And continuing to move southeast. Main areas of instability along with the main surface boundaries have either eroded or have moved further south of the panhandles. So even though there is a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 4, the trend on these is such that they are weakening, which is good news for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. I see Valerie here asking about something moving back into the Texas Panhandle if we're going to be in huge trouble. I'm not sure exactly what that's referring to, but we're not really expecting any more significant trouble as we head into the evening. As Kevin was talking about, just everything kind of dropping down a little bit. So the line of the cold front for tomorrow, like I said, maybe that convergence could be where things fire up, but really behind the cold front. Your general rule of thumb going into tomorrow is if you step outside and you've got these cool northerly winds, you're going to be in some pretty stable air. Could still see some rain showers, could still see some weak thunderstorms. But really that overall, that threat of nastier weather, especially like what we've seen today, that threat really drops off going into tomorrow. So that's the good news with that, is that cold front should really kill a lot of that severe potential. And hopefully the way it's shaping up right now is that maybe our Friday and Saturday will be filled with more just kind of scattered light showers, light thunderstorms, things of that sort. Of course, a rumble of thunder wouldn't be shocking, but nothing that I think warrants coverage necessarily to this level of, tornadoes.
And some good news on Max 1. The hail core is now east of Wheeler, so Wheeler, you're in the clear. We're going to get some hailstones in Kelton and from the highway southward, but note the amount of purple decreasing. So if this is cycling or weakening for the moment, if it's going to rebound or come up, that's going to be along the Texas-Oklahoma border. So we are pretty close to being done with that storm. And I think my suggestion is going to be that once that moves east of Kelton, we'll go ahead and end the stream, barring the cell east of Stinnett strengthening in any significant way, if that's okay with everybody.
Yeah, I agree. I really think that one over
yes
Kelton,
from across the room.
That's the one we're really watching right now. Yeah. In terms of severe potential right now.
Yeah, if you look on, do you have radar scope up on your Mac?
I can pull it up on my phone real quick.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say there's an outflow boundary from all of that activity that is now south of Skellytown, south of Pampa, south of LaFleurs, heading to White Deer. But that's going to be behind it. That's going to be cooler, more stable air. So it's going to be much less likely to feed those remaining storms.
Yeah, so if you're in the Pampa, LaFleurs area, you probably can step outside and feel a nice cool wind out of the north. Not necessarily cold front. You assume a northerly cold wind is cold front, but that's just that outflow. Like I said, those storms, when they die off, they push a lot of cool air out of them. We'll switch back here to our weather 3. Wyatt.
All right, let's give it 2 more minutes till 11:55, and we're going to call it.
Okay, so there y'all heard that. So
let's give a wrap up. Go ahead.
Yeah, getting ready to wrap things up right here. So still seeing that stuff just north of Kelton there. Really starting to weaken on that. I'll go ahead and bring up our big camera, Kevin, if you'd like to come join me over here as we're finishing things up. So our friends on the digital side getting ready to kind of put the finishing touches.
It's us.
Polishing off. There we go. It's us. It's right here in studio. But no, I mean, it's been a big day, been a very busy afternoon. Like I said, we've had a couple of tornado touchdowns across the area. Yeah. Best of our knowledge so far, no significant damage, maybe some minor damage. Of course, as the sun comes up tomorrow, we'll be eager to see what we find out then. But some large hail around the area. It's been a busy afternoon, but largely, I mean, it's been something we were preparing for it throughout the day, and I'd say it's largely, that forecast is largely verified.
Yeah, and we'll check in on Miami, see if they have any new reports of damage. If it's worth going up there to get some pictures, we'll certainly do that. They'll evaluate that in the morning. But I think for the most part, we want to thank everybody here at the television station that makes what we were doing possible.
Makes our lives a lot easier.
Yes, because there's a lot of people that go behind the scenes and make all this happen while we're paying attention to radar, and we couldn't do that without them. So many, many thanks to them for that. And thanks to our chasers, Shelby and Caleb and Alex, who are on their way home. Do check in with Shelby in the morning. I'm sure she's going to have some good stories of chasing these storms because she'll be doing the morning show.
And send coffee. She's going to need it. I think we're going to need lots of caffeine for sure. But yeah, thank y'all for joining us here. Of course, whenever we have significant events like this in the forecast, our First Alert Weather team, we're going to be on top of it. We're going to have streams like this going. So download our First Alert Weather app. That's a great way to keep up. And of course, wherever you've watched us this evening, we do appreciate y'all joining us. And like I said, stay safe in the future. Like I said, have the weather radio, have the First Alert Weather app on hand. That'll let you know for any new warnings that get issued. And of course, we'll stick around for a little bit, but I think this is the end of our stream. So you'll have a good and safe night.
Good night.